called 911 and I was transferred to Aurora Trauma Center. I was examined head to toe and again released with a diagnosis of a broken bone in my left foot. We live in a tri-level, and I was able to get to the lower level where there is a bedroom, a bathroom, and a family room. For the next 6 weeks, I would sit in the recliner with my left leg elevated and ice packs applied. I also slept with a wedge that kept my leg elevated while I was sleeping. After experiencing more pain in my left leg, I was sent for an ultrasound, and the ultrasound found a hematoma on the inside of my right leg. Standing up was extremely painful, even without putting pressure on my left foot. It would take me a couple of times of standing and then sitting back down on the side of the bed until I could bring myself to hop on my right leg using a walker for balance to get to the bathroom or to the recliner. My husband had to help me in and out of bed due to the extreme pain in my lower left leg. I couldn't dress or undress myself, take a shower, go to doctor's appointments, or to mass without his help. Every day he had to apply gauze wrap and an ace bandage to my left leg to cover the blisters so that as they would burst, they were covered. He then applied the boot sock and a boot. Every day for several weeks, he had to prepare all meals and bring them down on a tray to me. We were fortunate that he was working from home during this time. I had orthopedic appointments and 3 rounds of physical therapy. I am still going through physical therapy. After the bone healed in my foot, I was still experiencing pain in my ankle. The pain limited me. I had trouble walking normally, could not walk any great distance. Going up and down the stairs was best sitting on the stairs and going down that way. As time went on, I was
Buenos
frustrated
días
that
a
I could
todos.
not
Las personas que
perform the
están
simple act
haciendo
of walking down the
ahorita la
stairs.
aparición son
Before
personas que
going to the third
están
physical therapist, frustration set
testificando
in as I thought I would
a
always
partir
have pain
de los
and
testimonios
not
en
be able
primera
to do
mano.
all the things I enjoyed, such as pickleball,
Espero que
scuba
escuchemos bien.
paddleboarding, kayaking, walking miles, and traveling. My third round of physical therapy found that the whole left side of my body was
Ella es
twisted
una de
and
las
attached
testigos
to
que
the
dice que su
vehicle.
terapeuta pues la encontró
After 10.5
con
months and 3
daños
rounds of physical
y
therapy,
después de
I
muchos
am
meses
now
de terapia
95% back to normal.
no he estado ni
All
siquiera
the
al
months of
50%
suffering
de
and
regresar a la
thinking no one
normalidad.
would be able to figure out what was wrong, I was worried that the pain would
Ella
deny
no
me
estaba,
forever
no le podían
the
encontrar qué era lo
choices
que tenía
Darrel
ella
Brooks
mal.
made on November 21st, 2021. I wanted my life back.
Ella quiere su vida de
During
regreso,
this
dice.
time of healing, I felt isolated and
Ella se
frustrated in
siente
the advent
frustrada,
and
se sentía
Christmas season
frustrada,
happening,
aislada,
and I
sola.
was unable to decorate, shop, or participate as I usually
Ella
did
no
during the
estaba ni
holidays.
siquiera disponible como para
Emotionally,
participar
since
y
being
para
struck by the vehicle driven by Darrel Brooks, I have felt
para
the
decorar,
pivotal.
como siempre ella ha
Every day I
participado
was
cada
reminded
año.
that I was limited by
Ella
physical
estaba
pain and
limitada.
loss of self. The world went on, but I was stuck,
El
not
el
able to
mundo
move
caminaba,
forward.
pero yo estaba atorada, yo
Today, I
seguía
am taking the
atrapada
final step forward in my journey of coming
y ni
out the
siquiera
other
estaba
side
a un
of this
paso de
incident.
de
Life is
mi
starting to look like it was
journey.
before November 21st, 2021. I know I am not the same person that I was
Yo sé
before
que
the
ya no soy la
challenge,
misma persona
but
que
now I
antes,
have an enhanced appreciation for
pero
life
ahora
and
tengo
a
unas manos
stronger
que
sense of
aprecian todo lo que tenía.
spirituality. I am grateful to have a supportive family,
Estoy
supportive
muy
friends,
agradecida por
and my
tener una
avid
familia que
community
me ha
of
ayudado,
rock
que me
who
ha
have all walked this
apoyado.
road with me. Forgiveness is a choice. I know
El
that I
perdón
can
es
forgive you, Darrel Brooks,
una
without forgetting the
decisión.
trauma you caused, without you apologizing and
Pero si ni
acknowledging your
siquiera te
actions.
disculpas, si ni siquiera lo
This may take
sientes,
some time for me to accomplish,
yo sé que va a
but
tomarme
after
un tiempo
today, I
para
will
mí
not
el
let your actions
terminar
take over my life.
de tener
I
mi
will
vida de
move on.
regreso y de acomodarme a lo que tengo
Regarding
que hacer.
sentencing, Your Honor, I would like to request that due to Darrel Brooks's total lack of concern for human life on November 21st, 2021, that for each count that the jury returned a guilty verdict, Darrel Brooks received the maximum sentence.
Ella le pide a la jueza que le dé la sentencia máxima a Darrel por el incidente que sucedió hace exactamente el 25 de noviembre, un año. Buenos días a todos.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Rogers.
Están siendo
My children
testigos
were
de
victims
primera
of my
mano
injury.
llamados a
I'm a father of four,
testificar en
3 of
contra
which
de
were marching
la
with me in the
sentencia que ya
parade
se va a
last
dar.
November. 2 of my children were struck and injured. I also serve as the president of the Waukesha Blazers baseball and fast pitch organization and was a couple months into that job at the
Él
time of the
estaba
parade.
también ahí trabajando en ese parade y 2 de sus hijos también que estaban ahí.
I've debated whether or not to read a statement for this sentencing. At the end of the day, I felt it necessary to have my voice heard.
Dice que no sabía si hacer esto o no, pero que al final del día se dio cuenta que su voz tenía que ser
And for
escuchada
all the other victims.
por él y
I'm here
por
today
otras
with families
víctimas,
that I love, and I'm so sorry that this happened.
y que pues siente
First of
mucho
all,
que
this
esto haya
event was
pasado.
completely avoidable, and from my perspective, there has been zero remorse,
Que por
sympathy,
su
or acknowledgement
perspectiva,
for the
él no ha
victims
visto
by the
ningún
defendant.
cero,
All he
bueno, ha
had to
visto
do was
cero
stop the vehicle
remordimiento
when he saw
en
the crowd, and none of these
en
lives
el
would have been changed forever.
señor Darrel.
For this reason alone, he needs to be locked up for the rest of his life.
Que por esta razón él
But enough
necesita
about
ser
him.
encerrado
This
por
is
el
about the
resto de su
impact
vida
of the event on me, my family, and our Blazers
y que
organization.
no pase a
I'd like
mayores.
to speak as a father first of
Quisiera
all.
hablar como
The
padre.
impact this has had on my
El
family
impacto
and
de,
I
de
has been
que
immense.
este evento ha sido en
This
mi
last year has
familia
been full of confusion,
ha sido tan
irritation,
confuso
anxiety, and depression.
y
We haven't
he
been
caído
able
en
to live a normal
depresión.
life.
Ya no
The
puedo
trial has
regresar a
been
la vida
dragged out,
normal.
and literally we were pulled back through to relive everything, all because this person wouldn't admit it like a man.
Y todo
Take what
porque
was
esta
coming to them.
persona ni siquiera ha estado
My kids are some of
actuando
the
como
strongest people
verdadero
I know,
hombre.
and they have proven that through the faith in God they've displayed throughout.
Los,
However, the impact this has had on them literally makes me sick.
que el
No
impacto
more
que esto ha
parade
tenido
sick
lo ha
or gone.
hecho estar
This is
hasta
something that will
enfermo.
never leave them. I'm still learning things today as well about what they heard and
Él
saw
está
that day.
aprendiendo cosas
I
aún
pray every
ahora,
night that God continues to strengthen them to push through and know that He is in control.
que hay
That
cosas que
night when we
también
got
no están
home,
en su
I'll never
control.
forget Caden looking at me with glassy eyes. He looked up at me and said, "I'm really glad Riley is okay," and started to cry. When my wife Stacy sat on the chair next to me that night, it felt different.
Dice que cuando su
She hugged me
esposa estaba
longer than
sentada al
normal
lado
and
de
a
él
lot
se
more
sentía
firm than normal,
diferente.
and said, "Thanks for keeping our kids safe."
Gracias por tener a
Everyone
nuestros
saw
hijos
on the videos that were shown,
eh,
we were literally inches away
salvados.
from losing 3 out of our four children, and myself included.
Eran 4
I
niños
thank God
y
each
él,
day that He spared us and provided the adrenaline, courage, and strength to get my kids out of the way.
y que él
gather all
tuvo
the
la
people
adrenalina y
together
el
and
coraje
pray
de
together.
sacar a sus hijos de ahí
My wife was going to come
del
with us that
peligro.
night along with our toddler son. I play things in my head over and over.
Dice que
imagining
le
what could have
han
been if
pasado
things
las
had gone.
memorias en su
Where would
cabeza
she have
una
been
y otra
standing
vez,
when
una
that
y otra
SUV
vez.
barreled through? I have flashbacks most days to my
Tiene
jacket
muchos
slipping through my
flashbacks
hands.
acerca de lo que
If I wouldn't
pasó.
have grabbed it the second time, I know what the outcome would have been.
Y yo sé que si esto
Riley
pasara
still
por
has trouble
segunda vez,
sleeping, with
sé
some
cuál
nights
sería el
getting out of bed
resultado.
6, 7, 8, 9 times because she heard a noise or doesn't feel safe.
Porque ella
A
escuchó
few
un
days
ruido
ago,
que no se
I
escuchaba
was
seguro,
one-on-one in the
su
car with her, and
esposa.
I finally apologized for not finding her right away. Thank God our friend found her and kept her safe. But as her dad, I've lived with the fact that I couldn't find all my kids that night after.
Esa noche dice que él no podía
I went way too
encontrar a
long
todos
not
sus
knowing where my
hijos
kids were.
y que no
It's
sabía dónde
almost
estaban sus
overwhelming me.
hijos. Estaban.
As a father, I can confidently say that this incident had a year-long impossible
Dice que
impact
como
on my
padre ha
family.
pasado exactamente un año
Managing? Yes, of course, as God is in control.
y yo
Now
sé
to
que
speak
Dios
as the
está en
Blazers
control.
president. This was a happy gathering and almost the kickoff
Esto
of my
era una
presidency
reunión
with the Blazers
familiar
since I was only a
feliz,
couple
o sea,
months ago.
una reunión feliz,
We were
perdón,
getting to know each other, welcoming
donde
a
nos
new
íbamos a
coach, our
conocer
new
a
board
todos
members, and overall just ready
y
to
vamos a darle
advertise
las
our Blazers
bienvenidas a
program.
las personas nuevas.
Looking back at the pictures from prior to the tragedy, we
Y
are
al
so
volver a
lucky.
ver las
So much love
fotos
and
del
camaraderie. We are ready
desfile,
for an awesome season. I spoke just prior about my perspective during the event as a father of 3 kids.
después
But
de
as the
hablar de
president of our
esto como padre de
organization,
3
the weight of the
hijos,
moment to find an account for everyone felt like it was on my shoulders. We had nearly 35 people there. I knew
éramos
I thought the
acerca
house
más
is
o
bad, I
menos
can't take the other parents
35
and coaches
personas
enough. The
ahí.
moment was a blur, and gathering and putting kids up in the truck was
Sí.
the priority. From there, the kids I could find huddled with me in the theater, and we said a prayer for those injured and being attended to.
No, por
I
eso
knew
yo,
that the next few days were going to be
no, te
intense,
dije
but
que
I
no,
never
que te lo
fully grasped how
lleves.
crazy the following days, weeks, and months would be. The amount of turmoil and struggle for our Blazers organization was literally insurmountable. From the moment of the incident, the amount
En el
of
momento
media,
del
law enforcement
incidente,
interaction was exhausting and unending.
estaba yo
Media showing up at my
exhausto
door
y,
asking for individual participants' status. Unbeknownst to them, the 2 of my children were hurt.
y bueno,
There was
preocupado
nonstop
porque
email
2 de mis
flow,
hijos
public
estaban
planning, coordinating, and filtering
lastimados
through things. It was endless work.
y
This
era un
job
trabajo
went from something I
interminable.
truly loved, from my biggest passion in life, to something I cried about for months. I went from
Es
giving
algo por lo
speeches
cual
on
he llorado
Facebook
por
Live
meses.
about how cool our new indoor facility was, to speaking at Jackson's funeral.
Y bueno, él también
From
estuvo
there, the
y habló en
community
el
really
funeral
pulled
de una de
together.
las personas que
The amount of
falleció.
love and compassion that came our way was also unending. It was honestly overwhelming.
Dice, honestamente,
For that, we
era
cannot thank this
demasiado,
community
demasiado,
enough.
demasiado.
Finally, I wanted to briefly touch on the true impact this has had on me. My
Y
faith was
finalmente
challenged
quiero
over the
hablar de lo
past
que esto
year,
ha
but I can
tenido como
confidently
impacto en
say
mí.
it's stronger than ever. The hardest part about the whole incident was not knowing where my kids were.
La
Not
parte
having
más
answers to
difícil
what
de
just
este evento
happened,
era
not
no
knowing
saber en
who
dónde
our
estaban
danger
mis
was coming.
hijos.
I knew I had Maya next to me, but when I went
Yo
back
sé
and
que
forth
tenía
screaming
uno de
for Caden
ellos
and Riley,
al lado de mí,
that horror plagues me every day. I go back to those moments quite
pero
often.
regreso a esos
And when I watch the
momentos
videos during the trial, it brought brought back all those feelings.
y me
Fear and
regresan
utter
todos
terror,
todos
that's what
esos
it was, and that's
sentimientos.
the impact it still has today. Finally, in closing, I'm a man of faith.
Finalmente, para
and I want to share some Bible
cerrar,
passages which have pushed me through. First of all, my confirmation passage, Joshua 1:9. It reads, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." And secondly, I met with my pastor prior to testifying.
él
and
habló
he
con su
provided me
pastor
with an
acerca de
excellent
que iba a
verse scripture.
testificar.
Philippians 4. It says, "Rejoice in the Lord always. I will say it again, rejoice. Let your gentleness be evident to all. The Lord is near. Do not
Perdón,
be
es que se me
anxious about
salió esto
anything, but in
aquí.
every
Estoy
situation
tratando de
by prayer and
acomodarlo. Perdón
petition
si se
with
escucha ruido.
thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understandings, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." Thank you for listening.
Gracias por escuchar. Bye. Pues él es un padre que estuvo presente y donde 2 de sus hijos salieron lastimados y bueno, pues está atemorizado de todo lo que pasó. Tiene muchas malas memorias, ha tenido pesadillas y obviamente está pidiendo también la sentencia de por vida para este señor Darrel. Déjenme saber aquí en sus comentarios, por favor, qué piensan. Es otra mamá. Ay, es que se me cayó esto.
My name is Jessica Gonzalez.
Yo soy
and
Jessica
my husband,
González.
Gonzalez Lopez. We represent the Razors organization,
Ella representa a la
as
organización.
well as many others, and you could even argue the state of Wisconsin. Last night, as I thought about my statement,
Dice, anoche pensé acerca de mi discurso
on the couch and snuggled into me.
y muchas memorias vinieron a
I
mí.
stroked his hair. We stayed like that until it was time for bed.
Y estuvimos ahí despiertos hasta que fue hora de
And it was as
dormir.
if he knew we needed a little extra love last night. Moments like these should be pure with love and affection. But since November 21st,
Después de
there are
noviembre
flashes
21,
and images
los flachazos y las imágenes a mi memoria vienen.
Mama, I'm here.
Mamá,
I was on the other side.
estoy aquí del otro lado.
This is one of the memories and
Esta es
words
una de las
I'll never
memorias
forget,
que
and
nunca voy a
hear dozens of
olvidar.
times a day without warning. The relief I felt hearing those words on November 21st
Dice, el alivio que
was
sentí al
devastating.
escuchar esas palabras en
I
noviembre
found my son
21,
unharmed. That should be the end of the story, right?
eso debería de
We're
ser el
fine,
final de la
right?
historia, ¿verdad?
Physically, yes.
Físicamente
But
sí,
fine is a word we use when people ask us if we're okay.
pero después de que las personas nos preguntaban si estábamos
It was
bien,
only a short time before we had readied for the parade, got our hot cocoa, and took pictures to snap a shot of the fun about to be had. Before the parade, I left him with his teammate and new friend Jackson at the Blazer
dice que después del parade, él se fue con su amigo Jackson.
To her dance team location.
Ay,
With
perdón.
my mother-in-law visiting from Mexico,
Y si mi suegra me había visitado de México,
stationed at the corner of the Clark Hotel with friends,
estaban ellos en la esquina del hotel con amigos.
as they passed us. She was headed to the library where I would pick her up.
Ella había pasado a la librería donde se supone que la iba a
One of
recoger.
her favorite groups performed flawlessly as they passed us. My son's baseball group was after
El
the
equipo de
extreme
béisbol de mi
dancers
hijo,
who were within sight.
ellos estaban reunidos ahí.
Then the gasps and screams came from everywhere. and a
Y
red
gritos
SUV sped past us.
venían de todos lados.
I yelled stop and put my hands out like I had the power to make it happen.
Y yo sacaba mis manos como si yo tuviera
I
el
felt
poder
like I
de
was
parar
punched in the
eso.
stomach when I realized the SUV came
Y
from the
cuando me di
direction of
cuenta,
my
la
son's
camioneta
group.
venía encima,
Panicked and
el
lightheaded,
pánico,
and knowing my daughter was safe.
el pánico de que mi hija estuviera bien,
Running through the streets, my legs
corriendo encima de las
felt
calles.
like they had a life of their own.
Cada quien se estaba salvando sus vidas.
I found Jackson first.
Encontré a
I
Jackson
saw
primero.
his little body in his Blazers jersey.
Vi su
His
cuerpecito
eyes looking up,
en su
looking
jersey
nowhere.
y sus ojos estaban
I knew he
despiertos.
was hurt badly.
Él había sido golpeado
Seeing Jackson on the ground,
y vi a
I
Jackson en
began
el
looking
piso
for my son amongst the rest of the bodies. I screamed hysterically, searching frantically.
y ella gritó.
What ifs filled my head. I heard mom from so many directions.
Y muchísimas mamás vi alrededor de todas las direcciones.
Finally,
Fin-
it was.
finalmente,
I turned to see him with other Blazers who were in the team truck.
y ya finalmente volteé
Mamá,
y él estaba ahí y me dice, mamá, estoy
I was
aquí.
on the other side.
Estaba él del otro lado de la calle.
Yes, I found my son unharmed, but after
Sí, yo encontré
chaos continued,
a mi hijo
We
sin
ran.
daños,
I covered his eyes as
pero
we rushed
después
back to our group. I called my husband to tell him
le
something
tapé los ojos
terrible
para
had
que no
happened,
viera. Después le llamé a
but
mi
had no
esposo.
words to explain.
No tenía palabras para
Headed
explicarle.
for the library, we were told there was an active shooter.
Y
We
en la
ran
librería
again,
nos dijeron que había sido
and I
un,
covered my son's head with my
como un
arms,
shooter,
so
como,
bullets would
como
hit me
una cosa
first.
así de... Y cubrí la cabeza de mi hijo,
I tried to assure him and myself that things like this don't happen.
tratando de decirle que estas cosas
At
no
the
pasaban.
library, I ran up the stairs and shouted for my daughter, who was huddled with a friend and her daughter. Yes, I found my children unharmed.
Sí, yo encontré a mi hijo sin daños, pero después
The pain and terror continued.
el terror y el dolor
After
continuaron.
the parade, we discovered people had died,
Después del desfile nos dimos cuenta que mucha gente había muerto,
including his coach.
incluyendo su coach.
We learned that my son's teammate was in critical condition.
Y nos dimos cuenta que el equipo de béisbol de mi hijo estaban en críticas condiciones.
I still see his eyes.
Todavía puedo
without
ver sus
closing
ojos.
mine. What does it feel like to attend a funeral of a child your age?
Dice, ¿cómo se siente ir a un funeral de la edad de
I
tu
hate
hijo?
that my kids know.
Un niño que mis
I
hijos
hate that I
conocían.
didn't get a chance to cheer on my son and Jackson during the baseball season last year. I hate that my son said it was weird having one less teammate. For more than a week, it was late nights to avoid
Por
sleep,
más de una
and our
semana
family
era
of four piled
tarde en la
into our bed.
noche.
There was no question this was a traumatic experience.
No había preguntas, había sido una experiencia traumática.
My son didn't want to talk about it.
Mi hijo no quería
And
hablar de
today
esto
still doesn't.
y hasta la fecha no quiere.
I tried to return to work.
Traté de regresar
I
al
tried to
trabajo,
return to teaching.
traté de regresar
I
como
couldn't
maestra.
make it through a day without feeling hypervigilant,
No lo pude evitar
startled at
sintiéndome
every noise,
en el
having
día
a panic attack
teniendo
from the
pánicos,
sound of a door,
ataques de pánico,
shout, thud, gas, anything and everything.
todo y nada.
After the parade,
Después
I
del,
couldn't make it through a day.
después de eso no pude
My
ni
joy
siquiera
disappeared.
terminar un día
I felt
igual.
guilty. I had no right to feel joy since my son and daughter were alive and others were not.
No podía yo tener el derecho de sentir felicidad
I
mientras
was
mis hijos
open
estaban
about
vivos, pero
questions
otros
my
niños
kids
no.
had, but I cried and screamed in agony when they weren't around.
Yo lloré y
I
grité muchísimo
overreacted,
cuando ellos
shouting and
estaban
pulling
ahí.
my kids near in the parking lots and streets, or anytime I saw a car come within a quarter mile away.
Dice que ella
Convinced
cada
they
que ve un
all
carro
had
que
ill
viene
intention.
cerca, pues está
PTSD
paniqueada.
throws
Dice el
all the
post-traumatic
punches.
disorder.
I left my career to work intensively on healing. in a
Dejé mi
program
carrera
for
para
PTSD.
poderme yo curar.
I have only just returned to the workplace, only just a month ago.
Solamente hace un mes acabo de regresar al trabajo.
Something with less action.
No podía
Because after
ejecutar ninguna
almost 1
acción.
year, some days still feel like November 21st was yesterday. Intrusive memories,
Perdón.
hypervigilance, nightmares, anxiety, panic attacks, depression, anger.
Ella ha tenido
guilt,
pánicos,
shame.
ataques de pánico, depresión.
These are all things
Y
I and
todas
others
estas son
live
las
with
cosas
daily
que ella
because
va
Darrel
y
Brooks
siente durante el día.
drove through our joy and turned it to terror. When he suggested he could have hit more,
Cuando él sugirió que pudo haber golpeado más, pudo haber atropellado más,
the toll this event has taken on everyone, physically hurt or not, is tremendous.
dice físicamente, aunque no te hayan golpeado, esto ha sido tremendo para
There are
todos.
so many others with a similar story as
Y
ours.
muchos más con las historias muy similares.
I know some today may offer forgiveness.
Yo sé que muchos ahora están buscando
Forgiveness is for
perdón,
actions,
pero el
for
perdón
mistakes or poor choices that the offender expresses
es cuando
remorse or
el que ofende hace
Darrel Brooks
decisiones.
offers no remorse.
Pero Darrel no ha
But he did
no ha
search for
respondido
sympathy.
ningún tipo
for
de
himself.
remordimientos, no ha ofrecido ningún
I
tipo de
cannot offer
perdón.
forgiveness. I will not.
Y que ella no
Darrel
lo
Brooks should
perdona.
be held accountable for every second of pain and trauma he inflicted on all of us that day, including the many years inflicted already on Ms. Patterson. Free, he is and always will be a danger to society.
Que él es y siempre será una persona
With that, Your
peligrosa para la sociedad.
Honor, I ask that the full sentence
Ella
be issued.
pide la sentencia
The
completa
rest
para
of his
él
days in prison without the
y que
chance of
pase toda
parole.
su vida en prisión sin chance de salir. Gracias.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sí, pues muy pocas probabilidades tiene de volver a ver la luz del sol. Y es que sí, este señor, pues desgraciadamente, yo creo que está mal de la cabeza. No hay otra explicación. No siente ningún tipo de remordimiento. Estamos escuchando a los testigos principales.
November 21st, 2021, my family walked in the Waukesha Christmas
Noviembre
parade.
21 del
My
2021,
boys
mi
were dressed
familia
proudly in their baseball jerseys.
estaban
Street
ahí,
signs,
estábamos
smiling
todos
faces.
en
The
jerseys de
crowd was happy
béisbol.
and excited. In a split second,
Y en un,
excited
y en
cheers
un,
turned
en
into
un
rounds of
segundo,
screaming and horror.
todo cambió.
A trail
Había
of bloody
gritos
bodies were left
y
laying
ruidos
throughout.
de coche.
My family was not physically injured that
Mi
day.
familia no
We
estaba
somehow dodged the
físicamente
path of the car by
lastimada esa
inches.
vez,
Our mental and emotional injuries were
pero
severe
nuestros
and they remain a struggle
mentalmente
for us
y
every day.
emocionalmente
We had
daños
the image and the
están ahí.
sound of a SUV plowing through people burned into our minds for the rest of our lives. My children were separated and I ran through a trail of bloody bodies.
Mis hijos estaban separados y corrí por
I will
ellos,
not forget how many people I
pero no
saw.
voy a olvidar cuántas
Some
personas
seizing in an intersection,
estaban
some
ahí en la
unconscious and some not. My
intersección
children cried themselves to sleep for weeks after and still do.
y que sus hijos siguen rezando desde entonces y hasta la
As do
fecha.
I. They could not walk in a parking lot without clinging to me.
Ellos
shaking
no
and
pueden
terrified
pararse
that
en
a
un,
car
en
would
un
try to run them down.
estacionamiento.
We suffer from major panic attacks and
Ellos
PTSD.
sufren por pánicos,
All
ataques de
from a day that was
pánico.
supposed to be happy and exciting.
Algo que
As
debería de
parents,
ser
we have to
feliz
try
y
to help
excited,
cope
pues se ha vuelto
with our
traumático.
children, but we do not know how to cope ourselves. My
Mis
children,
hijos
my
no saben
family,
cómo
and I, and
recuperarse
every
ellos
person
mismos.
that we know will never be the same after
Nunca
that
vamos a
day.
volver a ser los mismos.
There were many people that were fortunate enough to walk away unharmed. However, Jackson Sparks was not one of those people. A child, 8-year-old, walking next to his big brother with his whole life ahead of him.
Dice que un niño de 8
The
años
next
que
time
estaba
my
al lado de
children
ellos
wore their
perdió la
baseball
vida.
jerseys was to a funeral. A funeral for an 8-year-old boy.
Fuimos a un
Their friend
funeral,
and
a un
teammate
funeral de
that
un
they had
niño de
spent
8
many days
años.
playing and making memories while at their brother's baseball games.
Y
His
pues
family and friends will
era
never see his
un niño
smiling face
compañerito
light up
del
a
equipo
room,
de béisbol.
and his team will never be able to celebrate a win with him on
Y
the baseball
su
field
equipo
ever
nunca
again.
va a ser capaz de volver a
Every
celebrar
moment
un
of Jackson's
triunfo
life that was
sin el
ahead of him was
amiguito,
ripped
sin el
away by
niño que
Darrel Brooks.
falleció.
You, Darrel Brooks, you hid in a children's playhouse and ditched your hoodie and a sandal. That playhouse happened to be my children's at the house we just moved out of a couple of months prior. That playhouse was built for them.
Dice que él golpeó y se estrelló en la casa de juego donde ella también solía ir cuando era niña,
Along with many others.
junto
You
con
didn't
otros.
just get lost in a parade route. You disregarded police and the safety of hundreds, and you disregarded life. You very selfishly ripped away the joy from the families who were there just to bring joy to others. There are many holes left in our community.
Hay muchos
but our community has
hoyos
grown
que han
stronger
sido
and we
dejados
all
en
have
nuestra
each other.
comunidad.
You, however, will have no one. You will have no one in
Tú-
a cell where you belong for the rest of your life.
Pues que él no va a
Thank you,
tener
Judge
pues
Darrel,
paz
and we
por el
ask
resto
that
de su
please
vida,
he never see the light of day again.
que nunca va a volver a ver la luz del día otra vez, él. Míralo cómo se está riendo. ¿Vieron los ojitos que le estaba haciendo mientras ella estaba hablando? Estaba con sus ojos así como... Pobre gente, no crean. Pobres familias. Tener que volver a revivir esto y queda
My
grabado.
name is Sherry Sparks. I am Jackson and Tucker's mom. I stand here today with my son Tucker.
Ella
and my
dice que
husband
es la
Aaron.
mamá de uno de los
I'm here today to
chicos.
represent my family.
Representa a
mostly
su
for my
familia.
boys, who were both struck down by the red SUV on November 21st. I want to give a voice to our son Jackson Sparks.
Quiero dar la
Our
voz
family
por
is forever
Jackson.
changed. We are hurt, angry, traumatized.
Ellos
broken.
fueron golpeados,
November
traumatizados.
21st was a day that was supposed to be fun.
El noviembre 21 se supone que era una fecha que debería de ser
Instead, it became a
contenta
nightmare full of
y ha
fear,
sido una
screams, and
pesadilla
tears.
llena de miedo y terror.
My boys were walking in the Waukesha Christmas
Mis
parade
hijos
with their
estaban
baseball
caminando
teammates, friends, and coaches.
con
It was
amigos
a
y con
chilly and windy
coaches.
day that day, so we all layered up and prepared to kickstart our holiday season.
Estaban celebrando
Met up with our
las
Blazers group,
festividades,
decorated the truck,
decoraron el
prepared the
carro
buckets of candy and flyers for the
con
boys,
dulces y
took
con
some group
flyers.
photos,
Tomaron
and I
fotos
left
de
to go
grupo
find my seat near the end of the parade route and wait for our group while enjoying the
y pues
parade.
esperaron por su grupo
I had no idea then the nightmare that was coming
y
my
no
way.
tenían ni idea de la pesadilla que se les venía.
Nor did I know that it would be the last time I would hear Jackson's voice and see his smile. I wish I would have known then that the hug he gave me before I went to sit down was the
Dice
last
que de
time I
haber
would
sabido
forget.
pues que le iban a dar como quien dice su último
I held
abrazo
on
y
to him a lot
sonrisa.
longer. After the red SUV flew past us,
Después de que la
I
SUV pasó
will
por
never
encima,
ever forget
nunca voy a
horrible
olvidar
sound
el
of the car
sonido
hitting bodies and the thud of bodies landing on the ground.
y el montón de cuerpos en
I
el
immediately
piso.
grabbed my favorite plaid blanket, ran up the street to find
Agarré
my
la blanket favorita de mi hijo
What I found shook my world. I saw Jackson first in the
y
arms of a
primero vi
police
a
officer.
Jason.
He was running him to get him medical attention.
Estaban corriendo
My
para
husband was right
buscarle
behind
atención
them and
médica.
told me that Tucker had been struck also. Pointed me back to the direction where Tucker was. Can you do the second photo, please? That's Tucker underneath my blanket there, the plaid blanket. My world came crashing down at that
Mi
moment.
mundo
I
terminó
wanted to
ahí.
scream, I wanted to throw up and
Quería
cry.
gritar, quería
Adrenaline
vomitar,
kicked in and I went to find my boy.
quería encontrar a
I
mi hijo,
spotted Jackson's baseball hat lying in the road first.
que vio su
Then Tucker's
cachucha
hat.
primero
Then I found Jackson's shoe.
y después vio el
Tucker
zapato
led me to Tucker.
de
I
Jackson
finally spotted him. He was one of the many bodies lying in the road, covered in blankets.
y que vio pues unos cuerpos ahí cubiertos ya también en blankets,
That's how
en
I
sábanas,
found him.
y que finalmente
He
lo
was sticking out
encontró.
from under the blanket. I stayed at Tucker's side as he lay in the road waiting for an ambulance to come back.
Estaban esperando que llegaran las
He was
ambulancias
semi-conscious, but we couldn't move him without a backboard due to his head being injured.
y que no lo podía mover
They
porque
run
su
out of
cabeza estaba
backboards.
lastimada.
Luckily, a nearby shop owner / hero dragged a door out of her shop to roll him onto so we could get him out of the cold and get him warm. An hour laying out in the cold road.
Y que por una hora estuvo ahí en el piso frío.
You can go to the next photo, please. This is what we were facing next.
Esto es lo que nosotros tuvimos que pasar después,
Both boys had traumatic head and brain injuries.
con
They both ended up in the
daño
ICU at
cerebral
Children's Hospital.
en el
Rooms just a
hospital.
few doors down from one another. The next day, Tucker asked us about Jackson, if he was okay or was he worse than himself.
Y después al día siguiente queríamos saber cómo estaba Jackson, si estaba peor o
It is to
estaba.
have to explain your 12-year-old son
Y
that
tenías
his
que
little brother isn't gonna
explicarle
make
a
it.
tu hijo de 12 años.
His injuries were too extensive for his little body to come back from.
Sus
never
daños
won't be
eran
coming
demasiado
home with
grandes
us
para
ever
su
again.
pequeño cuerpo.
Leaving him at the hospital was brutal.
Vivir en el hospital fue brutal.
To see the confusion, frustration, and hurt on
Mucha
his face
confusión,
when he's
frustración.
standing over his little brother in his hospital room.
Y estando
taking
ahí
all the
con su
machines
pequeño
he was hooked
hermano,
up to, Tucker remembers everything up until the moment he was hit. He had
tengo
actually
memorias
turned
de todo
around and
hasta el
saw the
momento en el
SUV
que él fue
coming towards
golpeado.
them. He said Jackson was right next to him. He said he saw a few people get hit and then he tried to run out of harm's way. He didn't make it. Being the protective big brother, Tucker
Dice,
blamed
al ser un
himself.
hermano
He
grande,
felt he should have tried to
protector,
grab Jackson or done more to protect his little brother.
pudo haber hecho más
Broke
para
my heart
proteger a
to
su
hear him
hermano
say
menor.
these things.
Será lo que pensaba.
Tucker's
Sergio.
physical injuries were also severe. He still struggles
Las
with memory
heridas
issues and
físicas
brain
eran
processing
severas.
speed. The mental and emotional damage is severe. Survivor's guilt, PTSD.
Los sobrevivientes tienen
Headaches.
postraumáticos,
His little brother was
desórdenes,
taken from him.
traumáticos.
He's suddenly an only child now. He misses his little brother and his playmate.
Él
Nothing
extraña a
left
su
to
hermano
say in him,
menor
and life will never be the same
y la
without
vida
him.
nunca va a volver a ser igual.
You can go to the next photo. Every holiday, special event,
Cada festividad o cada especial evento,
there will always be an empty chair or space where
siempre hay
Jackson
una
should
silla
be.
vacía.
Jackson's absence is very prominent.
La ausencia de
Every day we
Jackson
face that vacancy and it triggers sadness and trauma.
nos ha causado mucho
Jackson's life was taken
trauma.
from him and taken from us.
Fue un niño que fue tomado de nosotros.
Life isn't the same without him and it never will be.
La vida nunca ha
This
sido
morning, I
igual
should have spent the
desde que
morning
no está
making
él y
him
nunca lo va a
breakfast,
hacer.
taking him to school, hearing about his day later. Instead, I'm standing here in this courtroom asking for justice for my boys. We came so close to losing both of them that day.
Dice que en vez de estar aquí parada ella pidiendo justicia por su hijo, ella pudo haber perdido a sus dos hijos esa noche.
It hurts to breathe sometimes.
A veces duele
It
hasta
hurts to live
respirar.
without him here. My mama's soul aches for him. I am emotionally and mentally exhausted.
Estoy mentalmente y
Being here
emocionalmente
with me every day
exhausta.
feels so heavy.
Ha sido tan
Yet I have
pesado.
to push forward, still be there to help Tucker heal and move forward with find our new normal. Can you go to the next photo, please? As a family of faith, we know this man
Como
will face
familia de
God's
fe,
judgment someday for his actions.
sabemos que Dios lo va a juzgar por
Until
sus
then,
actos,
we feel it is this court's duty and responsibility to
pero
all the
es la
victims
responsabilidad y el
to
trabajo de
sentence
esta
this man to
corte
the maximum penalty
de
allowed under
sentenciar a
Wisconsin
este
law
hombre en su
for each and
máxima
every guilty charge.
y
We
que
feel
es
this man
culpable
does
de
not
cada
deserve to see
cargo.
freedom in our lifetime, nor our son Tucker's lifetime. We have learned throughout this trial that this man is incapable of empathy or remorse.
Hemos
He has
aprendido a
shown no
través de este
sympathy
juicio que este
nor
señor no
apology for all the
no
pain,
tiene
suffering, and
empatía
loss of
ni
life he has caused to
remordimientos.
so many. This man not only took Jackson away from our family,
Este señor no solamente
he
tomó a
violently
Jackson,
ripped Jackson out of our lives.
lo quitó de nuestra
Jackson was
familia.
only 8 years old. 8.
Jackson
He
tenía
only
8
had 8
años,
years
8
here with
años.
us. He was robbed of everything. He will never get to hit a home run. catch
Él nunca va a
frogs
volver a
with his
hacer un
brother
home
again,
run.
meet his wrestling hero Braun Strowman. He won't ask a girl to prom. He won't go to college, get married, or have
Nunca
children of his own.
nunca va a poder ir al college, casarse
Jackson
o
will
tener
never be able
hijos.
to do any of these things. These milestones will never happen.
Estas cosas
He
nunca
was
van
a
a
bright
pasar.
light in our lives. He was very shy to most people, but those close to him, to his family, he was a big ball of energy. He was charismatic and full of light and life. His life was cut out way too short.
Su vida fue cortada su vida fue terminada demasiado
We
pronto,
deserve
demasiado
closure in order
corta.
to heal and find our new normal. We hope to achieve that today. Thank you.
Y piden la sentencia máxima para
Thank you very
Darrel.
much. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Todos ellos han sido pues testigos de primera mano de lo que pasó ese día.
As well while you do that. We'll take about a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Vamos a tomar un break. Gracias a todos los que están aquí, un ratito platicando en el chat. Gracias a los que llegaron aquí a ver el juicio. Voy a estar aquí traduciéndoles un pedacito del juicio, ¿vale? Nos vemos en un momentito.
Court, we are back on the record. The state may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. For group 2, I believe, Kelly, are you going to go? Jen's going to move forward. Okay.
I'm victim LLO, and on November 21st, 2021, me and my family's life changed forever. My brother and I were headed to parade. We've been scared of parades not letting us feel safe and comfortable, or even being able to run out into the road to fetch candy. For example, when I went to the Arrowhead Parade, all my friends were asking me why I didn't want to go out into the road to get candy, and I said, because of the Walkie Shop Parade. And I was mad because if the parade incident did not happen, I would be able to go onto the road to enjoy something as simple as a parade. When I got to the parade with my friends, I constantly remember to not go onto the road, to be better safe than sorry. It is the last thing I want to happen again. How could you do this? Think of your kids. Would you do this to them? I'm just a child with a lifetime left to live. I'm also here from my younger brother, victim KKK. When he was hit by the front of the car, he was traumatized forever. I feel his fear. I feel his pain because when I was hit, I broke down into tears.
Está dando el testimonio una niña que dice que está diciendo que cuando ella fue golpeada, se la llevaron al hospital y dice que todo su cuerpo estaba paralizado y que estaba terrificada en el hospital.
I still think about this event to this day. Day after the parade, I quickly
Un día después del desfile,
all my friends were worried about me, texting me.
todas mis amigas estaban preocupadas por mí.
All the others that were hit and how they were in the hospital for longer than me. And how their parents were probably praying that their kids.
Y cómo había otros niños que también estaban hospitalizados, igual que ella.
I think it should have never happened to us.
Y que son cosas que nunca les debieron de haber pasado.
Everyone was asking me a million questions every time I was alone.
Que había personas que le preguntaban muchas preguntas cuando ella estaba sola.
My family members was killed. What makes it worse is that almost a year ago my dog died, and I have lived.
Lo más terrible fue cuando mi perrito murió.
At that moment, I realized that our family had to find justice against the man who hit too many people and caused a nightmare on November 21st, 2021. I ask that his pain can never be caused again.
Es una pequeñita que pasó a testificar.
And I've been asked to read a statement by victim KKK.
Estamos escuchando los testimonios de primera mano de las víctimas.
It hurt a lot. I got hit on my right leg and
Dice, fui golpeada en mi pierna derecha.
That hit changed my life.
Ese golpe cambió mi vida por completo.
When I think about it.
Cada que pienso en ello, también me siento mal por las personas que perdieron a un familiar.
And then he drew a picture
Y ella,
SUV and it says car that hit me and there's a little figure.
Ahí hay un dibujo que hizo.
So they handed that to me.
Eso es algo que hizo, creo que su hijo, que se lo mandó y dibujó pues el coche y ella ahí.
We need to take a break for a second, please. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Do that.
La cara de Darrel. Creo que regresamos en unos minutos. Bueno, yo aquí estoy esperando, a ver si ahorita regresan. A todos los que están aquí, gracias por estar aquí atentos al caso. ¿Cómo están? Buenos días a todos los que están por aquí llegando. Bienvenidos. Estamos en break, por si no nos hemos puesto ahorita en línea, es porque estamos en break. Estamos escuchando la sentencia. Bueno, los testimonios ahorita por lo pronto. Los testimonios de este caso que están súper fuertes, súper fuertes. Todo lo que están hablando, lo que están diciendo, los testigos. Todas las personas que de alguna forma tienen algo que contar de experiencias, ya sea en primera persona o como familiares de los que fueron lastimados también. Entonces estamos aquí pues esperando que regresen del corte, pero gracias por estar aquí a todos y a todas. Empezó muy temprano el juicio, muy temprano. Así que vamos a ver qué pasa. Mientras, ¿qué les parece si leo alguno de sus comentarios? Dice Lupita, está todo asustado. De nada, Pati, que estamos presentes. Gracias por estar aquí. Bienvenida también a Ceci. Buenos días. También gracias a Mari por las palomitas. Palomitas, por las... Muchas gracias, chicas. Aquí andamos. Ahora sí que este juicio que está ya a punto de terminar y yo creo que lo más seguro es que sí le van a dar sentencia de por vida. No es muy bueno que lo dejen así, como quien dice, sin un escarmiento para mucha gente. Tienen que obviamente dejarlo de por vida en la cárcel. ¿Qué va a hacer él afuera? O sea, no, aparte nunca tuvo argumentos para defenderse, nunca tuvo remordimientos, entonces es un caso perdido. Y ahorita que escuchamos a las mamás y escuchamos a una niña dando su testimonio y así, pues qué mal. Dice, Pati, tú con pelo corto. Ay, muchas gracias. Sí, ya me quité las extensiones ayer. No saben qué tortura, fue una tortura, porque la forma en la que me las pusieron en Canadá fue bien diferente a como las hacen aquí en México. Y la persona que me las quitó no me podía quitar, como quien dice, pues el glue que le ponen. No. Ayer me quedé como hasta la 1 de la mañana. 1 de la mañana, quitándome uno por uno así. Y perdí mucho cabello. Dije, ay, Dios mío. Pero ni modo. Gajes del oficio. Pero bueno, ¿ustedes qué piensan? ¿Ustedes qué creen? ¿Creen que le van a dar sentencia? Vamos a hacer una encuesta. Déjame ver, le digo a Alex que si me apoya con la encuesta. Espérenme, déjenme, le estoy escribiendo a Alex. Ok. Bueno, ya, ahorita vamos a estar y ahorita que regresamos del break, pues ya continuamos aquí con todo esto. Mientras les agradezco a todos y a cada uno por sus comentarios. Estoy aquí en mi primer café de la mañana. Y pues nada, ahorita nos vemos. Vamos a contestar, por favor, las preguntas, que a ver qué dicen. Pero sí. Muchas gracias, chicas, a todas las que están aquí. Gracias también a los que están por primera vez viendo, atendiendo. Ya está la encuesta ahí para que ustedes chequen. Si quieren participar en la encuesta, ahí está. Si gustan compartir también en diferentes grupos este video, también se los agradecería bastante que me ayuden a compartirlo. Mientras estamos en break, lo pueden compartir en grupos de WhatsApp, en Twitter, en Telegram, donde ustedes quieran. Dice Ceci, me gusta cómo se te ve tu pelo sin las extensiones. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Pues ya aquí andamos de regreso otra vez con pelos cortos. Ya, a ver si en diciembre me hago nada más, me retoco ya por fin lo que les dije que me iba a retocar y ya, lo dejamos en paz. Que crezca sano y salvo. Muchas gracias a todas las personas que también están comentando acerca de este caso. Ha sido un caso mediático por cómo se sucedieron las cosas hace un año, el 21 de noviembre apenas, o sea, la próxima semana no, ¿sí? El próximo lunes se cumple apenas un año, imagínense. Y todas las personas que están pues declarando tienen que estar recordando todo lo que vivieron exactamente hace un año. Y mucha gente dice que lo que sienten es mucha ansiedad, mucho estrés traumático. Entonces, todo eso que estamos escuchando nosotros es de personas que lo vivieron de primera mano y dicen muchas que no pudieron trabajar, que se tuvieron que salir de trabajar, otras que no han podido volver a ser felices, otras que han tenido físicamente consecuencias, ¿no? Secuelas. Entonces, ha sido, imagínense, y este señor dicen que pues no se le ve que tenga en lo absoluto ningún tipo de remordimiento. Dicen en lo que sí están todos de acuerdo es en que él ha tratado de hacer ver esto como si fuera un circo. Eso es lo que sí han dicho, que ha tratado de que esto sea como un circo y pues eso es lo que a la gente tampoco le ha gustado. Chicas, las dejo un ratito. Ahorita vengo. Estamos aquí en el día de, en el día, pues, de donde vamos a estar escuchando la sentencia de este señor. Ojalá que sea un juicio rápido, que no se tarden mucho, pues, sobre todo porque el desgaste que les da a las personas, ¿no? A los familiares, el estar recordando esto. Muchos apenas anoche escribieron todo lo que tenían que hablar. Entonces, pues, tienen que ellos que tienen que expresarlo con palabras y hasta las abogadas que están ahí y la jueza están a chille y chille, están llore y llore, obviamente porque es un tema muy sensible y pues están muy sensibles de todo lo que están escuchando, imagínense. Entonces, todo esto pues sí ha estado en el ojo público. Gracias, Damaris, gracias. Sí, ya ahí va creciendo, ahí va creciendo. Que sí necesita sentenciarlo. ¿Sentencia va con S o con C? Díganle a Alex. Porque ya ven que mi chamaco creció mitad en México, mitad en Canadá y a veces no se le da mucho. No, pero yo creo que sí, lo escribió mal para saber. Porque yo de aquí no lo puedo ver. Si lo escribió mal para yo saber. Estamos aquí viendo el juicio de Darrel en vivo. Por favor, comparte si puedes este espacio. Mientras estamos aquí esperando. Así que vamos viendo a ver cómo termina esto, ¿vale? Y también qué padre, o sea, qué bueno por la gente que no pudo estar presente, que lo están pasando en vivo. Eso también está súper bien, que lo estén transmitiendo en vivo para todos los que podamos estar, haciendo esto. Ah, ok, déjame nada más le digo que cheque la ortografía. Porque acuérdense que mi muchacho está trabajando también. Alex está trabajando mientras está aquí apoyándome. ¿Cómo va todo? Como por acá, pues el clima muy bien, ¿eh? O sea, sin quejas y sin pendiente, el clima muy bien. Algunas cositas por ahí que todavía no termino de aterrizar, pero todo bien. No sé, a lo mejor no sé, esta semana creo llega mi mamá. Todo bien, todo bien. Aquí apuntada pues con ustedes. Qué bueno que están desayunando. Aquí te esperamos, tú ve y come algo. Apenas me tomé un café, tengo un cafecito, entonces. No. Pero bueno, ahorita vengo. Ahorita las dejo, pues, aquí esténse. Hambre no tengo, solamente me tomé un café. Y ya. Déjenme, estoy compartiendo el en vivo para que más personas estén, pues, conectadas si es que les interesa este caso. Déjenme compartir. Ya lo compartí en Twitter. Ya lo compartí en Twitter. Sí, pues es que imagínate, claro, y luego dicen mucha gente que están, sí, con la psicosis, te queda como un after, como una paranoia. Obviamente, si ven una camioneta, una minivan roja, pues se ponen paniqueados. Si ven que viene un carro con así muy recio, también se sienten paniqueados. O sea, es normal. Es normal. Ayer que Alex en su en vivo estaba hablando de la INE, cuando estaba hablando de la INE, te lo juro que yo sí pensé que hablaba de la INE, de la credencial del lector, o sea, hasta que no lo explicó y dijo, ay, cómo hay gente que dice que pueden pensar que es la INE? Y yo soy esas, yo soy una de esas. Sí, yo sí pensaba, la verdad. Eso sí, la verdad. Oigan, bueno, ahorita no estamos hablando aquí de chismes del espectáculo, pero les tengo unos buenos chismes del espectáculo. Al ratito les voy a hacer un videito, ¿vale? Para que sepan, por si gustan. Bueno, estoy con ustedes. Déjenme ver qué pex. Así. Ay, 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 qué caray. Así que qué bueno que Alex nos explicó eso, lo de la mentada INE, porque yo no lo entendía, la verdad. No lo entendía, no lograba entenderlo. Pero bueno, regreso con ustedes en unos minutos.
check mark on the pro.
Miren, para ahorita les voy a enseñar, por ejemplo, cómo podemos hacer, si ustedes quieren hacer, compartir este episodio, les voy a decir cómo lo podemos hacer. Miren, nos vamos aquí, nos vamos a Twitter, ¿ok? Y aquí en Twitter, bueno, yo ya posteé el video y aquí la gente le da clic y ya se van directamente, pero si no, le podemos poner aquí Darrel Brooks y hay muchas personas que están atentas al juicio. Aquí hay un montón. Mira, él fue el chico, ¿se acuerdan del niño que dijo que estaba ahí pues la señora que estaba hablando que dijo que su hijo falleció de 8 años y que estaba, bueno, pues es él, el niño de 8 años, él es Jackson. Y también dice que pudo haberse fallecido su otro hijo, uno que, el mayor, el que no lo pudo, pues a él, ayudar. Pero hay muchas personas que están manifestándose, ay, ¿cómo le hago aquí? Hay muchas personas que se están manifestando en Twitter por este caso ahorita. Y todo el mundo pide lo mismo, life sentence, life sentence. Estas son, ay, miren, esta es una de las imágenes donde les voy a enseñar. Cuando la niña estaba hablando,
What makes it worse is that almost a year ago my dog died, and I have lived with him my whole life, so I was extra sad and upset.
y cómo estaban pues ahí, ¿no? La jueza también estaba llorando y un montón de cosas. Bueno,
trying to get to Brooks. I mean, a victim.
Who knows? Something might got really deep in
déjenme ver, espérense, espérense.
This is, I mean, this is how things go. I mean, there's.
Ay, ay, ay. Quería enseñarles más para que vean. Y toda la gente dice, nadie quiere, dice, o sea, la gente está súper enojada. Todos los tweets dicen que este juicio ha sido una comedia, obviamente. Miren, vamos a ver.
So, these speakers are grouped, not necessarily within the groups as they march down the street, but there is.
End of the story, right? We're fine, right?
Ella tuvo a sus hijos,
Yes.
no pasó a mayores,
But
o sea,
fine is a
ellos
word we use.
sí no pasó a mayores, pero sí, toda la gente está atenta esta mañana. Hoy y mañana es cuando se va a decidir. Ahorita estamos haciendo, se supone que hoy Darrel tenía que haber también, o tiene que hacer como tiene como que su última, ya fue declarado culpable, pero tiene una oportunidad también de hablar el día de hoy. ¿Saben? Mira.
I'm going to directly be speaking with him, and if he's unable to hear me, to put on the headphones at this point.
La jueza hoy estaba llorando, hoy tenía lágrimas en sus ojos. Entonces vamos a ver qué pasa.
I've also been advised by not just the bailiffs who are over there.
Vamos a ver qué pasa. Toda la gente está muy enojada. Brooke. Así que bueno, pues estamos todavía aquí esperando que todo esto termine. Déjenme. Espérenme. Estamos todavía en break. Aquí estoy con ustedes todavía, ¿vale? Los dejo un momentito.
Clerk, do you have the, All right, thank you. Shortly before 10 a.m., there was an abrupt stop to the proceedings when I was asked by the sheriff to meet with him, and I was advised at that time that their communication center had received a threat to the courthouse. As everyone is well aware, it's now 11:14 a.m. The sheriff has assured me that this building is quite safe, very secure were his words, and that he has taken all reasonable measures to secure the courthouse. At this time, I am not going to stop these proceedings. We will continue, and I will rely on the sheriff's department and law enforcement personnel to advise if anything changes. I apologize for the abrupt disruption previously, but I'm confident that we can go forward at this time. I know when we took that break.
Hola a todos, ya regresamos, aquí estoy.
Had been reading a statement from one of the juvenile victims, and there was a picture that was referenced. I would like to make a request for that picture to be made part of the record.
We had anticipated that as well. We're prepared to
Deja
display
de
that at this
sorprendernos
time
que
on the
todos los
monitor.
días hay un nuevo caso, una nueva
Yes, I
situación.
can file that.
All right, go ahead.
So again, this is the note and drawing by victim KK.
Esta es una nota que fue hecha, un dibujo por una de las víctimas, y ahí se ve el coche, se ve como pues ahí el niño está, o la niña.
Thank you very much. Were you completed with that?
Está diciendo que cómo se sintió y cómo pasó cuando fue golpeada por el coche.
Victim KKK's statement, and you can now see the drawing that was made by that victim on the bottom of the statement.
Thank you very much.
Next,
Y él
I do have the
inmune.
statement of the mother
Inmune.
of victim KKK and LLL to read for the court. I am not sure how or where to begin to try.
Dice, no sé por dónde empezar o cómo empezar este juicio.
Of 2021 has impacted my life.
Cómo
and my
el
family's
21,
life.
en
That was a
noviembre
night that I
21
pray I
impactó mi
could
vida.
forget. Say it has not broken me. Say that I am stronger than a
Co-
single
Quisiera
moment,
decir que esto
and
no
move
me,
beyond as if it never
marcó,
happened.
quisiera decir que esto
But
no me rompió,
unfortunately, as much as I try,
pero voy a
this is
tratar de
something that
hacerlo
haunts
tan
me
pronto como
daily.
pueda.
Our lives forever changed that evening.
Mi
Mr.
vida
Brooks
cambió
took an
esa
evening that
tarde.
was supposed to be filled with excitement, love, and holiday spirit,
Estaban
and
ellas
turned it into a real-life
emocionadas,
nightmare.
felices,
November
porque
21st of
tenían
2021,
una
I
festividad.
witnessed the most horrific event I
Es
could ever have
el 21 de
imagined
noviembre
leaving
ha
my
sido
house that
el
evening.
evento más
My
terrorífico que he
children at the
tenido.
time of the parade were 11, victim LLL, 9, victim KKK, and 6, innocent, full of
6
life,
inocentes
love, compassion, and excitement for the holidays.
que se les arrebataron la
That evening,
vida
Mr. Brooks stripped this from my children, leaving them physically hurt, scared,
y que pues ella ha tenido que
angry,
vivir por sus
confused,
hijos y
traumatized,
que
and
físicamente han
forever
estado
changed
lastimados
with
y
the visions of what
traumatizados
happened that night.
por lo que pasó
I
esa
saw
noche.
absolute fear and pain in my children's eyes they should never have had to experience in their
Dice que
encounter.
nunca ha visto
I saw my
el terror
daughter,
en los ojos de
victim
sus hijos como
lying in the
esa
road,
vez.
crying and yelling, who would do that?
Cómo
I
estaban
saw my
llorando y
son,
gritando,
victim
¿quién hizo eso? ¿Quién
KKK,
hizo eso?
flipped on his back, crying in pain, not being able to move or feel his legs.
Que
I remember
estaba
knowing they
en
weren't
pánico
safe
y
and
que
needing to leave,
no
telling my
podía
children
mover ni
to
siquiera
run as fast as they
sus
could,
pies.
and
Estaba paralizado.
or back to danger. I remember seeing parents laying on top of their
Recuerdo
children
haber
in
visto
fear and
padres
trying to protect them the best they
en el
could
piso
from what was
tratando de
happening.
proteger a sus hijos.
I remember sitting at every stoplight while
Recuerdo
while
haber-
driving my children to the hospital.
Recuerdo
trembling
haberme
to the
parado
point
en
the car
cada,
was shaking, in
en cada
complete fear, every
semáforo
car pulling
rojo,
up beside
manejando a
me
mis
was
hijos
the
al
person who hit
hospital.
my children. Yes, Mr. Brooks, I remember.
Sí, señor Brooks,
I
yo lo
watched my
recuerdo.
son not be able to sit alone in a room for weeks.
Mi
I
hijo ni
watched
siquiera
my
podía
children
sentarse en
not
un
be able to
salón
sit
solo
still
por
without being
semanas.
anxious and fidgeting for months. I watched my children wake up with nightmares to this day.
Yo vi a mis hijos
I saw
levantarse con
gut-wrenching guilt on
pesadillas
my
por
husband's
meses.
face for feeling like he didn't protect his family. And to this day, I feel anger and hatred
Y
more than
ante
I
este
realized
día,
I
hasta el
ever
día de
could
hoy,
for a
siento
person I had never
mucho
even
coraje,
met.
mucha frustración.
But aside from all of that, I am thankful.
Pero a
Thankful that
pesar
by
de
some
todo eso,
miracle, my family and I
estoy
walked away that day.
agradecida
Although I could not attend
de que
most
pues
of
mi
the
familia y
trial
yo
in
pudimos
person, I
salir
did view either via
sin
Zoom or
daños.
on TV. I viewed everything from the pre-trial, jury selection, and trial itself, and I am disgusted that a grown man could act the way Mr. Brooks acted during all of this.
Que no pueden creer
Mr.
cómo un
Brooks
hombre pudo
claims he
actuar
was
así
raised
de
a
la forma en la
Christian
que
and his
el
mother
señor
raised him
Brooks
better than he was
actuó.
acting at the beginning of the trial. But Mr. Brooks continued to be rude, selfish,
El
and
señor
disrespectful.
Brooks continúa
speaking during
siendo
court, endless
grosero,
interruptions and outbursts,
insensible,
rude comments, facial
con
expressions,
comentarios
and lack of remorse for his actions and how he was treating
no
everyone in
nice,
court,
pues,
from the
groseros,
prosecutors, victims, witnesses,
por
and
los,
judge
por la,
herself.
hacia las víctimas,
I never thought Mr. Brooks
hacia
could
los
make myself or
testigos.
my family feel victimized all over again, but he did. I keep remembering how Mr. Brooks was upset the detective in the investigation asked to
Sigo,
speak to one of his
sigo
children.
recordando cómo el señor Brooks
I asked
estaba
myself,
enojado porque los
"It's not okay to
detectives estaban
speak to his
investigando.
child, but it's okay to intentionally hit two of my children and drive away?
Que
That's
si está
okay?
bien, a ver,
Why my children?
dice,
Why
¿por qué
any
mis hijos?
children?
A ver, que por
How
qué
could
él,
someone do
que
this?
está bien para él
How could
haber
someone have no compassion for the victims, the
haber
families?
manejado así
We deserve
abruptamente.
answers.
Dice,
Our
él no
children
tiene
deserve
ningún tipo de
answers,
compasión.
true and honest answers. Never once did I see true remorse for anyone but
Nunca he
himself
visto
or his family during
un
the trial.
remordimiento real.
Mr. Brooks also stated something along the lines of, anyone who knows him or spends enough time with him knows he would never do something like that.
Que dice que él
But Mr.
nunca
Brooks,
hubiera
you
hecho algo
absolutely
así.
did. Mr. Brooks hit my children
El
and so
señor
many
Brooks
more people
golpeó
and
a
never
mis
once
hijos y a
stopped.
otros más.
Not only did he kill, injure, and traumatize so many that
No
night,
solo
he
han
decided
sido
to victimize
golpeados
everyone
y
again by
traumatizados,
forcing them to not only testify as to what
pero han
happened because he
testificado
felt compelled to plead not guilty,
y él
but he
siempre se ha
also forced these
declarado que no es
victims and family
culpable,
members, including my husband,
incluyendo a
to
mi
face the
esposo.
monster that did this and answer
El
the
monstruo que
questions
hizo
he felt the
esto,
need to ask. How can someone face each person on the stand, knowing
¿cómo
what was
puede
done
una
that
persona
night,
no
question them as if they were the ones on trial when all of the victims and witnesses were doing that night were creating memories? Unfortunately, memories were created. but
Dice,
not the memories I plan
desafortunadamente
to
los
have with my
testigos y las
children.
personas que han sido lastimadas han
Instead,
tenido
the
que
fear I
remover
have
sus
seeing a maroon
memorias,
SUV driving towards myself or my family is unbearable.
recordando cómo una
Seeing
camioneta
a vehicle
iba
drive too
manejando
fast down any
encima, en
street
contra de
makes me physically
nosotras.
sick to my stomach.
Yo
My
sentía que
children
me
panic at the
moría,
sight
en
of
mi
an
estómago
emergency
sentía que estaba
vehicle.
enferma.
Seeing people run and yell unexpectedly,
Escuchando
even
y
just
viendo
for fun,
personas
makes my
correr,
heart drop, and my mind brings me back to the night of the
y
parade
mi
when
memoria me
screams,
regresa a
yells for help,
a
and
esa
cries from
fecha,
that night will haunt me
buscando
until the day I
ayuda.
die. Those are the memories I have from the
Esas son las
night.
memorias que tengo en mi
The only good
mente.
that has come from this is Mr. Brooks will never be able to hurt
Lo
another
único bueno
person
de todo
outside
esto
of
es que el
prison
señor
ever
Brooks
again.
nunca va a volver a ver la
The guilty
luz.
verdict and hopefully life plus
Esperamos que le
sentence will
den
protect
sentencia
anyone that
de
may
por
have been
vida.
hurt by Mr. Brooks in the future, and that I can be thankful for.
Y por eso voy a estar
Please, on
agradecida.
behalf of myself and my family, we ask Mr. Brooks to be sentenced to the fullest extent. Mother of victim KKK and LLL.
Es una mamá de una de las
Next to
víctimas.
speak will be victim S.
Sigue otra víctima.
Go ahead, Mr. Brooks.
I'm taking some notes, and I was wondering, it was a little confliction there. Is victim KKK it or not?
I can't answer that, sir, but that was a written statement read from the mother of victim KKK.
Ahorita vamos a escuchar a otra. Ella fue la mamá de una de las víctimas.
I'm just taking notes.
Es lo que les digo, las víctimas lo único que les gustaría escuchar, no lo único, sino que sería muy importante para ellas escuchar que este señor diga que se arrepiente, que lo siente, que les pida perdón, pero de verdad, no con la Biblia ahí al lado y siendo tan fríamente cero empático. Ella, su hija, dice, yo estoy muy nerviosa, no estoy acostumbrada a hablar en público, obviamente. Dice, lo único que me tiene aquí parada es poderles contar mi historia. Que ella nunca ha sentido lo que siente por este hombre jamás en su vida. Su niña de 9 años estaba muy emocionada por ese desfile navideño. Esperamos semanas, lo planeamos en semanas buscando los outfits para ese evento,
and to help spread holiday cheer, to see her friends and her
para ver a
families that
sus
were there to
amigos
be
y para ver
spectators
a la
at the
familia
parade
en
that
ese
became witnesses
desfile
to this horrible act themselves.
y cómo terminó
So
en
many
este horrible
lives
acto.
were changed that day, although many of us, for the most part, have healed physically.
Muchos de
Emotionally,
nosotros
many of
fuimos
us
lastimados
have been
físicamente.
scarred. I have questioned whether those emotional scars will ever truly go away.
Dice, yo tengo una pregunta, ¿esta cuestión emocional alguna vez se
And
irá?
after being struck myself lying on the ground and seeing the tires pass directly in front of my face and just waiting for the pain to begin, being filled with absolute fear of not knowing where my daughter Adelia was.
Dice que estaba ella pues paniqueada, triste, buscando en dónde
The way so many of us found our loved ones
había,
that day,
dónde estaba su
lying
hija.
helpless on the cold, hard ground.
Estaba
My knees
el piso
buckled
frío.
The minute I got to her. Seeing my child, sorry.
Dice, al ver a mi hija,
Seeing my child that this so-called sorry excuse for a man ran a 3,000-pound SUV into
Dice
her
que-
tiny little body.
que verla, haber visto cómo esa camioneta
There are so
corrió
many
encima
times
de
when I close my
ellos y
eyes,
de
I
su
still see
hija,
my baby girl laying in the street helpless, not moving, just staring in complete shock.
y
Not
que
even
estaba, no se
recognizing
podía
her
ni
own
mover, estaba en
grandparents when they
completamente
came to
shock,
her side.
que no
Seeing
podía
that
creer
look in
cómo
her
alguien
eyes
pudo
will
haber hecho algo
forever
así.
be embedded in my mind. As a parent, we are supposed to be able to protect our children.
Como padres
And that day,
deberíamos de
many of us
tener
were
la
reminded of the
habilidad de
ugly in this
proteger a
world.
nuestros hijos.
That no matter what we do,
Y no
there will
importa
always
lo
be
que hagamos,
monsters like Darrel Brooks that are lurking around corners, just waiting for a chance to play those parts in our nightmares. Yet even after causing this much pain
Ah.
and destruction, he wasn't even happy with that. He didn't stop there. He took it upon himself to be his own representation.
Dice, después de todo lo que él hizo, ni siquiera paró aquí, él quiso ser
to
su propio
question us as
representante,
victims and rip open the
cuestionándonos a
wounds
nosotros
once again
una
and
vez
show
más,
no
y
remorse.
estábamos en shock porque no tenía ningún tipo de
I can
remordimientos.
tell you,
Déjenme
sitting on the stand
decirles
that day, reliving the horrific
que desde
events,
ese día hemos vivido
having
un
him
horror.
look in my direction
Siempre me paniqueo, o sea, ella se,
brought up so many
cada
memories
que
and
ve un
emotions
auto
of
que
that
viene en
night.
su dirección,
Hearing his voice made me cringe with disgust and anger.
escuchar su voz me provoca, me
me
provoca sentir enferma.
And replaced it with fear
Y
and hate that
representada
no child at the now age of 10 should ever feel.
y con mucho miedo, y
Although
como
those feelings
puede
are
también
warranted,
ella
she was
saber
forced
que
that day
pudo haber
to see the
sentido su
ugly in
niña
this
de
world
10
also.
años.
And her joyous outlook on the holiday season was stolen. I'm not
Su,
sure if she will
su
ever
felicidad por
again
celebrar
attend another
las
parade, let
fiestas
alone a
navideñas
Christmas
ha
parade.
sido
I don't know
llevada,
when the unexplained
ha sido
loud
robada.
noises will ever not take me back to that day and make me
Esto
jump, make my heart rate increase. However, I do know every day is a new chance.
Cada
We
día
have
es
to
una
take
nueva
back our
oportunidad.
lives and give this man no more than he has already taken.
Y no
We are
darle a
now
este hombre
stronger
nada
than we
más de lo
ever
que él mismo ha
imagined.
tomado.
We would have to be as a family
Vamos a
and as
tener
a
que ser como
community,
una familia.
and that he cannot have. He does not deserve that.
Él no,
What
él no,
Darrel Brooks
él no
does,
merece
however,
nada.
deserve is to be sentenced
Lo
to
que
the
él,
maximum
lo
time
que él
allotted for
merece
each
es
one
ser
of his
sentenciado de
horrific
por vida.
convictions, as he has given us as a community a life sentence of
Porque
these
él nos ha dado a la
memories.
comunidad una sentencia de por vida
Thank you.
por lo que nos hizo.
Thank you.
Los ojos, chéquenme los ojos. Qué tipo tan loco. O sea, todavía le molesta lo que dicen de él. Seguimos escuchando los testimonios de las personas de primera mano aquí. Les agradezco a las que están aquí presentes y también si me pueden regalar su like mientras estamos en esta transmisión, también se los agradezco. Ya lo van a sentenciar. Todos están en shock, todos están en silencio, todos están en... Increíble. Qué valientes las mamás que están ahí hablando y recordando lo que les pasó a ellas. Como mamás. Todo está súper fresco. O sea, imagínense, apenas va a ser un año y apenas lo van a sentenciar. Y con la Biblia ahí al lado abierta, este señor, ¿cuánta gente hay así también?
Showing up on ours. Let me just start with technical difficulties.
Silencio total. O sea, la jueza hoy está que no le tiene paciencia. La jueza de verdad está bien enojada, también está llore y llore. Todos ahí, también las abogadas que están ahí representando.
We did swap out computers because we didn't have a power cord, but no, that one won't. Miss Gussie's gonna run and grab the power cord and then it should work. There's a change between what we were using earlier and that's why probably it's not recognizing the computer.
I apologize for technical difficulties.
Simply wait for the technology, but we will do that if you want to wait.
We'd like to wait if that's all right.
Están esperando por una cuestión tecnológica.
Do you have more than that? Yes. You may need Miss Gussie back for that.
It's PowerPoint, so just hit enter. Looking back over the last 358 days, some days are a complete blur.
Or turn the microphone closer to you.
Ahora ella va a hablar.
Sorry.
Dice.
Katie Pudliner, mother of Tyler Pudliner.
Ella es la mamá de Taylor.
Looking back over the last 358 days.
Dice, recordando los 360 y tantos días.
At 4:39 p.m.
A las 4:30 de la tarde. Cambió mi vida. A mi hijo, a mi familia, a mis amigos. Durante el cierre de argumentos, en los pasados 356 días, parece como que este señor tiene problemas mentales. Parece que su decisión ha sido tomada, no quiere recibir ayuda y todo pues a consecuencia de sus decisiones. El único nieto, el único sobrino. Dice, mi hijo me rogó que quería ir al desfile ese día. Estaba frío y estaba con mucho viento. Él hizo un compromiso con la banda para estar.
I talked to him shortly after I found a parking spot downtown to make sure he was warm enough and told him the general area where I was going to look for a spot to watch the band perform.
Y que bueno, él quería estar ahí para ver también el performance de los.
I watched the South Band march and perform in front of me.
Dice que ella vio y estaba enfrente de ella pasando el desfile. Estaba en una silla.
What I thought was between a 2008 to 2012 maroon red Ford Escape driving extremely fast past me.
Que cuando ella vio una camioneta pasar enfrente de ella rapidísimo.
The driver turned to a friend sitting with me and we were both in awe.
Y que regresó y se volteó encima o enfrente de donde ellas estaban, ella con una amiga.
Like when you bump into a construction barrel on the freeway. From 4:46 to 4:58 was complete chaos.
De 4:46 a 4:56 fue un caos. Muchísima gente estaba en la área.
As I approached the intersection of Main Street and Barstow, the area went completely dark, maybe only in my mind.
Y que
As I
solamente
searched for my son, asking
en
people
su
if they
cabeza
knew where he
estaba
was.
el caos cuando estaba ella tratando de buscar a
A
su hijo.
familiar voice behind me said, "He's over here." I turned to see him laying in the street with his feet pointing north.
First, enter your PIN to unlock the device.
Apologies. We had no idea what had happened.
No
only that he
teníamos
was
idea de lo que había
losing blood
pasado
and that his stomach hurt.
Y
Soon
mi-
EMTs were there,
y su
and we
estómago
went
le
for a
dolía.
run up and down Main Street as he was being helped before they had a true plan where they were going to stage the injured. He was taken off the gurney and placed in the street to await an ambulance.
Él estaba esperando en el piso por una ambulancia.
A complete stranger came to sit
Un
with us
completamente
and help
extraño vino para
roll
ayudarnos.
my son while he was vomiting blood
Y
from his
mientras
injuries,
mi hijo estaba
helped
vomitando
to keep him
sangre,
calm and comfort his fears. That was the 18 minutes that felt like an hour.
fueron 18 minutos que se sintieron como horas.
Not too far in front of me was a very young officer. with
Enfrente
his
de mí
rifle
estaba
standing
un
up.
joven
To my
alguien muy
left
joven.
were two brothers that we had known in the band and baseball.
Con
One lying
había
on the street,
dos hermanos que
clearly
estaban
injured,
lastimados
the
ahí y
other
unas gorras de
standing by.
béisbol.
I felt completely helpless as I
Me
wanted
sentí completamente
to go and
inútil.
help them,
Yo quería ayudarlos,
but I couldn't leave my son
pero no podía dejar a mi hijo
injured.
lastimado.
They say everything happens for a reason.
Se dice que todo pasa por una razón.
At 5:16 p.m.,
A las 5:16
we were loaded into the ambulance.
nos
as I
llevaron en
referred to it as the
ambulancia.
little ambulance that could. While in the middle of everything,
En
it
medio
had
de
a coolant
todo,
leak. The smell of antifreeze will trigger me forever.
que el olor de lo que había ahí la va a perseguir por siempre.
We made it out to Oconomowoc, and I learned after that it made another run after that before it died.
Cuando llegó ahí se dio cuenta que más personas habían fallecido.
While my son was whisked away to emergency surgery,
Cuando
I
mi
had
hijo estaba
to
esperando
start
para
making
entrar
phone
al cuarto
calls,
de
returning text
emergencias a
messages,
la
figuring out what
operación,
was next. While he made it through surgery,
él
will he
pasó la
make it through
operación
surgery? How bad were his injuries? After 6 days at the hospital,
Con-
we were sent home. My athletic
después de varios
son
días en el hospital fue enviado a casa.
couldn't lift our cats, pour a glass of milk, put his socks and shoes on. He has a scar almost 2 foot long.
Que no podía él
And as a
pues valerse
catcher,
por
he
sí
questioned
mismo.
his ability to be able to play
Tenía
the sport he loves,
deshabilidades.
the sport that he eats, breathes, and sleeps. After missing school
Después de
and
haber
work
perdido escuela
for almost 2 months,
por casi 2 meses,
we were able to start to get back
poco a poco empezamos otra vez
and work up to a full-time basis.
y volver a
over the course
estar
of
otra
a month.
vez en tiempo completo en nuestras actividades básicas.
One lingering injury brought questions if he could play ball for what would be the first full season of his high school career. COVID had canceled and shortened the prior two. April 6th, he took to the field with that bandmate that was lying in the street
Él dejó de
a few feet
jugar
from his
béisbol.
just 3 months earlier. As we tried to find a sense of normal in between doctor's appointments and
Como
procedures.
tratábamos de tener una vida normal y entre las terapias,
Next one, please. Through the process and the journey of the judicial system, we have found a new family, one that can relate to the horror, the fear, the
encontramos
trauma
una nueva
of that night,
familia
changing our lives forever.
que también cambió
The
nuestra
criminal
vida por
complaint had
siempre.
listed 62 named victims, now survivors.
Ahora
62
ellos
year-olds.
se han congregado
What
con
it
los
did not
sobrevivientes de
include
esta
the 16
tragedia.
jurors
62
that had also become
sobrevivientes.
victims of the defendant's actions that night. While the named victims, their families and friends had to relive that night, they were experiencing it firsthand. Mrs. Edwards' statement asks that we forgive her grandson,
Dice que
blaming
le
the
han
mental
pedido que
illness,
perdone,
not encouraging him to take ownership for his actions. She said that she lost a grandson. His
dice
mother
que
lost a
ella ha
son, his
perdido
children
también a
lost
su
a father.
nieto.
That isn't completely a true statement, as they will be able to talk to him, send him letters, visit him, hopefully in a maximum security prison. They seem to forget there is a mother that can't kiss her son goodnight a father that can't play ball with his son,
que una
a
madre
brother
que no
that
se
can't
puede
fight
despedir en la
with his
noche con un
brothers
beso
and
con
still
su
be his
hijo, un
best
padre que
friend.
no puede volver a
There
jugar
are
béisbol
3
con su
children that
hijo.
can't call their mother for advice, go
Ellos
shopping,
llamaron a
plan their
esa madre
weddings,
por alguna,
or have them
algún
watch over them
consejo.
as they reach for their dreams. There are numerous grandchildren that won't get to go to grandma's anymore. Get
Hay niños
spoiled
que no
and
van a
sent
poder
home,
ir a visitar a sus
hyped with
abuelas nunca
sugar and
más.
love. There are teenagers that had to grow up way too quickly,
Hay
having to
adolescentes que
make
no van a
adult
crecer
decisions
nunca más
about their future.
y a tener una vida acerca de su
There are
futuro.
girls that may never dance again without
Hay
fear,
niñas que nunca van a volver a
their
bailar
innocence taken away by a selfish decision.
porque esas
There's a
oportunidades
grandfather that
fueron
cannot
arrebatadas
tell the
por una
family
persona
stories anymore.
egoísta.
He can't watch his wife dance. These families will forever be missing their loved ones. They can't call
Estas
them,
familias
write
van
a letter, or
a
visit them.
extrañar por siempre pues a quienes perdieron.
Nothing will bring back
Nada va a
the
regresar
son,
igual.
the mom, the daughter, the
La mamá, el hijo,
grandma, and the grandfather to these families. Nothing can restore
el
the innocence
el
lost
abuelo de estas
to
familias, nadie.
ease
Nunca.
their fear. But this community came together to lift up
Pero esta comunidad ha venido
each
aquí
other up, support each other,
para
look
apoyarnos
after
unos a
those that were
otros
in their worst moments,
en
celebrate the
en
wins
momentos
along
más
the way,
horribles,
returning to the dance floor, dancing in the streets, and playing baseball.
bailando en la calle y
The
jugando
prosecution
béisbol.
team did an amazing job representing everyone of the plaintiffs in this case. Thank you.
Y a las personas que han
The
estado en
victim
este
witness
caso,
team
muchas
was so
gracias.
caring and diligent in keeping us informed. Being whenever there was a question that came up. Pepper, who greeted us every time we came to the courthouse, she put a smile on everyone's face, brought a little humor, or a caring snuggle. You can do the last one now. Your Honor, you are the standard that should be set across the country. Your patience, your diligence will never be forgotten. From the selfish actions
Por las acciones egoístas
of one person
que una
came to a community,
que una persona
came from from one's selfish actions of one person came a community rising like a phoenix, stronger than ever, stronger together.
que están más fuertes que
I
nunca,
ask
que
that
están
you
más
hand down the
unidos que
maximum
nunca.
Possible sentence without parole in prison, so that everyone in our Waukesha strong community can heal, remember,
Que mientras él
grow,
está
and
pasando
never
su
have to look
sentencia en la cárcel, su comunidad va a tratar pues, de reponerse, de sanar las heridas. Todos están llorando. Qué fuerte. Va a hablar el chico.
I'm Tyler Pudliner, victim O.
Él es una
Your
víctima.
Honor, I appreciate the opportunity
Su
to speak
señoría,
today
yo le
and share
agradezco
my
la
impact
oportunidad
statement with the court.
de hablar
It's been a
aquí en
long
la
time
corte.
coming, but I cannot thank the courts enough for giving not only myself,
No
but all
puedo,
of us who have been affected, the opportunity to share our stories.
dice que les agradece
First,
porque
I would
ellos
like
han
to
sido
start off with you,
afectados
Judge
a
Doro.
través de esta
Thank
historia.
you, Your Honor.
Gracias, su
We've
señoría.
all been going through these proceedings for almost a year now.
Dice,
and it's almost hard
hemos
to
pasado
believe
esta
that this is the
situación por
first
casi
time
un
we've
año.
gotten the opportunity to communicate with you directly.
Hemos,
I understand now that this is how the process takes place.
dice, yo sé que todo este proceso
Now,
lleva
since the
tiempo.
beginning of these proceedings, I've obviously gone through a lot of emotions. as
Vamos a
having been a
través de
victim
las
and survivor in
emociones
this
a
case.
muchas cosas.
I hate to say it like this, but it seems that for a greater portion of the year, and especially throughout the most recent proceedings, and my mother can confirm this, I've been somewhat angry towards you, Judge Doro.
Dice que a pesar de que ha pasado mucho el tiempo, él ha tenido mucho
Maybe
coraje.
it's because I either did not understand or did not want to become aware of how
Y parece
lengthy
ser
the
que
process was.
él no
There have
entiende
been
o no ha
multiple
querido estar
occasions where I've
alerta de qué
gotten
se
very
trata el
mad or annoyed
proceso.
due to your rulings that either didn't go the prosecution's way or that I personally felt shouldn't have been made. Obviously, there were also multiple occasions where these disruptions that would continuously be made by the defendant would take up way too much time and cause way too many delays throughout the trial portion of these proceedings. It would stress all of us out more than we should have ever been, to say the least. I would keep asking my mother, other families
Dice
involved,
que
the prosecution, and with victim witness teams, why can't Judge Doro do more to stop the disruptions? Why
que
did she
él,
let that one testimony go on for way longer than it should have?
que porque
But
él
in all
le
thanks
sigue, él
to
le
those
sigue
amazing
preguntando a su
people
mamá, es
sitting
que habla muy
behind me,
rápido,
I
perdón,
was
que
able
él
to
le
get
sigue
the
preguntando a su
clarification and
mamá por qué
understanding
la
that I need
jueza
to
no
calm
hace
down
como
and help me
que los
understand that we were
testimonios más
making
largos o
steps
porque las
forward in the
personas no hablan más
process.
tiempo de lo que pasó, o sea, como...
And that we were going to finally arrive at the finish line as winners. That's why I wanted to start off by thanking you first today,
Dice,
Judge
pero quiero
Doro.
empezar
I'm
aquí
very
dándole
glad
las
that we have
gracias
finally arrived at this point in the process where I
porque en
can say
este
that you did
punto
an
del
amazing
proceso
job throughout the entire
ha sido
process.
un gran
You have not
trabajo,
only shown myself or just the court, but an entire nation and world,
pero la entera nación y el mundo
for
entero
that matter, that you conducted these proceedings with the utmost respect and
está,
decorum
usted
to
ha
all of the
hecho
parties
este
involved.
procedimiento con demasiado
Lastly, Your Honor, I
respeto.
want to acknowledge your sainthood. Your devotion to this
Su
trial can never be
devoción
matched.
ha
Your
sido
fair rulings,
increíble.
passion for this case,
Y-
and kindness to everyone
Y
is
cómo ha
more
sido
than
tan
everyone could
nice
have
con
asked
todo el
for,
mundo, tan
and for that,
compasiva
I
con todo
again
el
thank
mundo.
you. You've truly become like a mother and a
Usted
true bearer to
realmente
this
ha
community,
fungido
and
como
that
una madre para
and for
todos
that we
nosotros
appreciate you, Judge Doro.
por su paciencia, su señoría.
I would also like to thank this amazing
Gracias
prosecution
también
team,
les quiero dar
Sue, Leslie, Zach, Tom, Christy, and Ryan.
pues
You
a las
guys have been the
personas que
glue that
están
has held us
ahí,
together throughout this entire process
que han
over the
estado
past
durante
year.
todo el proceso.
You've all taken extra time out of your day
Ustedes
to
también
stay
han
late and to
tomado
be able to
tiempo
answer all
extra
of our
de
questions
su
or
día a
just talk
día,
and reassure us that even though with all those sleepless nights and countless hours
inclusive
of
con
delay,
todas estas
we would be
noches sin
okay.
dormir.
I can confidently say that I don't think there could have been a better team put together to
No
represent us as the
no pudimos
plaintiffs
haber
in this
pedido
matter.
tener un mejor equipo,
Just like Judge Doro, all of you have shown the passion,
como los
blood,
jueces, como
sweat,
la
and tears, and
jueza,
extraordinary effort that has been poured
los
into this
abogados, o sea,
case
toda la
to
gente que
give
está
us the
ahí,
justice that
la
many have
justicia
desired and deserve.
es lo que,
Consider yourselves true
es lo que
heroes to this
merecemos
community as
y
well.
deseamos.
I would also like to highlight Jen and her
También me
extraordinary team of
gustaría
victim witness assistants.
resaltar
Again, a group of truly amazing people
a
that I can't say
Jenner,
enough words about to
un
describe their
equipo
amazing work.
increíble.
If we needed a shoulder to cry on,
Si
they were there.
necesitamos un
If we
hombro
needed to
para
make that
llorar,
late night phone call to get the answers we
podíamos
desired,
llamarles por
they answered.
teléfono.
We can truly not thank you guys enough for all your
No
hard work and
podemos,
unimaginable amount of effort
dejar de
that you gave us
agradecerles
during this case
a
to our
todos
families.
ustedes por cómo nos
And
han
you
apoyado
cannot
en
forget
este
about
caso.
personally my favorite employee in the entire courthouse, Pepper. You know how they say a dog is a man's best friend.
Dice,
Well,
ustedes
Pepper is
saben
an entire
que, como
community's
dicen que el
best
perro
friend.
es el mejor amigo del hombre.
I personally, and I'm sure that I could speak for all of us
Yo
when I say this, could
personalmente,
not
y
be
sé
more
que puedo
thankful for all the
hablar por
donations
los
that have been
demás,
made or have made Pepper possible. Jen and her staff have done an amazing job keeping her in line while she did what any dog does best. Gives us so much unconditional love that for a
que
split second,
ella
we
ha
feel like all
fungido
the
eso
problems are
como el
gone.
mejor amigo
Once
porque ha sido
again, I cannot thank everyone
incondicionalmente
who represented us
amorosa.
as the state of Wisconsin. You guys did one hell of a job throughout this process.
Ustedes
and
han
have truly
tenido
become
más,
a
ustedes
special
han
part
dado
of this
más en
group.
este caso, más que un trabajo.
Finally, I want to take the time to describe how the
Finalmente
events that
quiero
occurred
tener
on
el tiempo
November
para
21st,
describir
2021 have affected my family and
cómo
myself.
este evento afectó a mi familia.
No one thinks
Nadie
that
piensa
something like those horrendous acts committed by the defendant on 11/20/21 will ever happen to you.
que ese tipo de eventos van a pasar en tu
I
vida.
want you to look at that, Mr. Brooks. That's what you did to me that night.
Dice, vea usted
That's
lo que
us
está
in the
teniendo ahorita.
ER.
Eso fue lo que usted
Wait.
tuvo en mí esa noche. Vea, esto es
Remember
como me
bits and
dejó esa
pieces,
noche.
but that is what happened. You can go on to the next slide, please, Christy. Throughout the past year, I have
En
become
este
very close to
año
other families involved in this matter.
me he involucrado con más
All the
familiares
pictures
y con
there
más
of what kept me going.
para
The
poder
sport of
seguir.
baseball and all the other families affected in that community.
Y más de las
I've gained
demás familias que
more
han
little
sido
brothers than I can
afectadas en la
say,
comunidad.
and an entire new baseball team. to
Hemos
live out the
creado un
rest of this
nuevo
life
y
with.
completo equipo de béisbol.
Next slide, please. I've also met so many new friends.
También he conocido
Post
nuevos amigos,
11/20/21. A new grandmother
una nueva
to add to such a
abuelita
wonderful family.
que ha sido como, pues todos han sido como
Another
una
new
familia
brother
nueva.
in that instance that have just helped me get through everything. And it's kept us stronger through the whole process. Next slide, please, Christy. I've also gotten to become closer to other groups that were affected.
También me he hecho
Last
muy,
Saturday, I marched with the Milwaukee Dancing Grannies. in the
ha
Christmas
estado más
parade.
cerca también de otro grupo.
Veterans Day Parade. Yeah, my bad. Sorry. Coming together with other groups like this is something that has, again, shown that we are very strong. We are stronger than the defendant, and we are an entire community that has shown that strength. These memories are what have kept us going and will forever keep us going in this process. Next slide, please, Christy. As I stated before,
Dice, como lo dije antes,
baseball is a sport that has specifically kept me going.
el béisbol
Wrestling
ha
is
sido un
another love.
deporte
I've
que
gotten
me
to
ha
meet some very
permitido
cool
continuar.
wrestlers, Braun Strowman, to name a few, and Ric Flair. A race car driver, a local race car driver that I pit for at Slinger Speedway has basically been another grandfather throughout this entire process. He spent every day with us at the hospital for the week I was hospitalized, except
Que
Thanksgiving.
también le quiere decir gracias a una persona
I've
que
gained
estuvo
another
ahí
brother
fungiendo
who's
como si fuera su
pictured
abuelo,
there
que
at that
estuvo
wrestling
todo el
event
tiempo en el
with
hospital con
another
ellos.
part of my truly amazing and big family that I've gained out of this. Christian Yelich, a Brewer, and my favorite player and now manager of the Brewers Trade Council. If you go to the next slide, please. Finally, this right here, this is me and my buddy Eric.
Este soy yo y es mi
We were
amigo.
both affected that day.
Los dos fuimos afectados ese
And
día.
we made the return within 3 months of everything happening to come back and play the sport that we love. We did not stay down. We did not cry. You know,
Nosotros no nos quedamos, no
we came back
lloramos.
stronger than ever.
Estuvimos
Yeah, we might
fuertes
have
más que
lost,
nunca
but we played hard
y jugamos
and truly
fuerte.
showed this entire community that we are stronger together.
Estaban representando a su
And
entera
we're stronger
comunidad,
than them.
donde decían pues que
I just
eran
want to
fuertes juntos.
also address one more thing to Mr. Brooks. These are 2 quotes that have gotten me
Dice,
through
le
this
tengo
entire
aquí 2
process.
quotas al señor Brooks.
You can mark it down in your
Pueden
Bible if you
ustedes
want for this one.
marcarlo en su
It's
Biblia si
Romans
usted quiere.
12:21. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. The second one,
Hay algo
also
así
to go
del
with his
diablo, don't
grandmother's
become,
statement.
no seas el diablo, algo
I
así, no
picked
le
it up
entendía
from the
esa.
book and movie The Shack, written by William P. Young. The quote is, "Forgiveness in no way requires that you trust the one you forgive. Forgiveness is not about forgetting. It is about letting go of another person's throat."
Dice que el perdón no es acerca de olvidar, el
that I'm
perdón es
letting go of your
acerca,
throat, Mr. Brooks,
o sea, no olvidas,
but I have
pero
not
perdonas.
forgiven you. Thank you, Your Honor, for the chance to speak
Gracias,
today.
su señoría, por la chance de darnos la oportunidad de hablar. Pues habla del perdón, él está aplaudiendo. Habla del perdón y habla pues de que pues él fue evil, él fue un diablo. Está bien cansado y está bien harto de estar escuchando lo que hizo, de que le estén recordando a la...
Hello, my name is Sasha Catalan.
Mi nombre
I
es
was
Sasha.
17 years old when the Waukesha parade incident occurred. I was in my last year of high school, thinking it was
Estaba haciendo mi último año de high school.
Although I pushed through and made it to the end, it definitely was not easy for me.
Y definitivamente no fue fácil para mí.
After that, one night, that
Después de
changed my life.
de esa noche cambió mi vida.
I was in the Waukesha South marching band as a clarinet player. How am I doing now? That's really hard to answer because some days I get scared to leave my house.
Algunos días tengo miedo de dejar mi casa, especialmente
Even when it's the simplest holidays, my mind always finds a way.
inclusive cuando son los simples holidays, mi memoria siempre va y regresa a ese
I
lugar.
don't really know how to act on many events.
Y no sé cómo actuar en diferentes eventos.
What I mean by this,
A lo que me refiero con
I don't
esto
really
es,
know how to show my emotions.
no sé cómo mostrar mis emociones.
Before, I used to open up.
Antes yo era muy abierta
But now even my mom wonders.
pero ahora mi mamá inclusive,
And honestly, I wish she knew.
y honestamente
But I know
ojalá
that if I
pudiera
were to
saberlo,
tell her, she'd be worried for me.
pero pues ella
Which
ya
is
no
the
tiene
last
esa
thing that
alegría
I
que
want.
tenía antes.
Sometimes I think of what if situations since that day. That if I were to take the place of one of those people who have passed.
Que si ella a veces se pone a pensar que si ella hubiera tomado el lugar de una de las personas que fallecieron,
To have received a chance to continue and to make something out of my life for the better, I get haunted by these thoughts. I
que
used to
sigue
write
ella
down which
flachada
gives
por
me
estas
pause.
memorias.
Not sure whether to live actively and freely. Like
Ella
as if
quisiera
nothing
vivir
ever happened,
libremente y
or to
feliz,
watch my back on the
pero
steady
siempre
state.
tengo que estar buscándome algo cuidándome
At
las
school,
espaldas.
I sort of didn't want to receive any help from those who offered. Not even my boyfriend, which hurt the most. Everyone hated me saying struggle to pick up and carry my books and binders, even carrying my backpack just over a shoulder.
Dice que a ella se le
I wanted
dificulta
to
cargar
spend
su
as
mochila,
much- as
libros y
normally as
todo,
I could back at school, but that was never gonna happen.
pero pues
I've never felt so weak like that
nunca me
before
había
in my life.
sentido tan
I
débil.
felt empty.
Me siento vacía.
It was hard to carry those books and everything.
Era difícil cargar
but
esos
I gave
libros.
in and let those, including my boyfriend, help me out.
Inclusive mi novio me
Even the
ayudó.
basics are hard to do, such as write. Either my hand shakes a little,
Dice, a veces mis manos
or I would have to use it
tiemblan un
for
poco.
support.
y siempre tengo que
Even
buscar
now,
por ayuda.
then, my shoulder would pop along with my elbow if I were to
Mi,
simply stretch.
como que se le lastimó
I
su
had
hombro,
to relearn how to play
su
my
brazo,
favorite sports, especially soccer, when it came to kicking the ball.
y pues que a ella le
Since I
gustaba
was
jugar
injured on
soccer
my right
especialmente,
side of
pero
the
cuando
body.
ahora se trata de golpear el balón,
I tried to learn to be a lefty, but it was hard. So I decided to heal and to not give up even with the pain.
he decidido sanarme y no como renunciar.
To this day,
Hasta
it's hard
este
to
día
sleep because sometimes I do dream of that incident.
es difícil porque a veces recuerdo y sueño con ese incidente.
My head with a slight fever. I instantly wake up and try to calm myself down
Instintivamente,
as my heart starts to race.
instintivamente despierto y
To hug something instantly to feel that I am not alone and that I am safe, such
y
as
me doy
stuffed
cuenta que no
animal,
estoy
toy,
sola y que
or blanket. My family has been even more worrisome and strict to me.
mi familia
even
ha
though I
sido
am
todavía aún
now.
más
They instantly
preocupada
want to
por
know
mí.
everything I want to do. We have trust, but since the parade, my mom has been nonstop talking about me possibly getting into a car crash or her.
Mi mamá no deja de hablar de pues de que el carro del accidente, de que ella
Because I didn't aware her of a last minute plan to go eat or to simply go to a store. I understand.
Su mamá se
that
preocupa
I
mucho
was
por ella.
worried, but at the same time, she shouldn't have to be thinking of such situations. I want to pursue what makes me happy. and
Quiero
to
perseguir lo que me hace
find
feliz,
myself or to feel not as confident.
pero ya no me
Because
siento
my
tan
mom would
segura
say
como
I'm better
antes.
off with this since I'm safer. My life has not been easy, and
Mi
however
vida no ha
sincere,
sido
it
fácil
won't be as normal as before.
como era
All of
antes.
this, I still struggle to this day.
Hasta este momento
I just
sigo
keep moving
batallando
forward,
con este
but I
día.
don't know when the nightmares will go away.
No sé
When
cuándo
I will be
esto
completely
se va a
healed
ir o
physically and
completamente voy a
emotionally,
estar sana,
having those reenactments of seeing my friends in the bands gathered
trayendo
for the
estas
OFICIAL.
memorias a mí, viendo a mis amigos.
I just wish
Solamente deseo
that day never happened.
que ese día nunca
Definitely
hubiera
not the
pasado.
adulthood I thought I would be having now, considering I do not know what to go in for college. This is due to me having now an interest in the medical field or law school because of the parade tragedy.
Ella dice que quería estar en la
everyone.
escuela de leyes o en medicina, pero después de esta tragedia ya no sabe. Esta soy yo en este día. Definitivamente no la misma Sasha.
I may be stuck finding myself for a period of time, but I am trying my best to not let the incident
Pero he
that
tratado de
affected-
no
that affected us all to get the best of me and define who I am and to define who we all are. Thank you.
And I have a statement from Sasha's mother to read. and then I
Tiene
have
una
two
carta
more
de la mamá de
statements
Sasha que les va a leer.
from members of the Waukesha South Band in this group, Your Honor. And the next one after this is the first. Judge Doro, I want to express in this letter my
Señora
feelings
jueza, le
since
quiero
the day of
expresar
the
en esta
accident, so to
carta.
speak. My daughter at that time was
Mi
a
hija en
student
ese
at South High
momento
School and a
estaba en
member
high
of the
school, en
band,
su último año de
in
high
which some
school,
members, including her, were struck by the truck, causing injuries.
y fueron
Since
abatidas
that
por un
day, I
carro,
cannot get
ella
out
y
of my
más
head all of the
personas.
screams of pain, anguish, and terror that were heard along that long street with no end in sight. Young children, elderly people, and
Dice,
relatives running
niños
to protect
chiquitos,
themselves.
señores
I had
mayores,
mixed
todos
feelings, and
estaban
even
corriendo y
worse, my daughter
gritando.
was in the hospital with a lost look and without understanding what had happened.
Estaba en
There
el
have been
hospital con
months
un
of
look que no había
uncertainty,
entendido qué
of
había
sleepless
pasado.
nights, nervous breakdowns, and foolish thoughts. What hurts me the most is
Lo que
seeing how
más
my
me ha
daughter has
dolido
completely changed.
es
From being a girl who wanted so many things for her
cómo ha
future to see
cambiado
her now
al
so
ser una niña
quiet,
que
so
quería tantas
distant,
cosas para su
and still so
futuro
stunned with many questions
y con tantas preguntas, pues tan inquieta
and so many others.
y muchas más.
The hardest thing to hear is
La
that she would
cosa
have
más
preferred to
difícil de
give her
entender
life for that of some other person who lost their life.
es
For me
entender a
as a
las personas
mother,
que
it is
perdieron
very difficult
que
to be able to
la
tell
vida de
her that
alguien
everything
de
will be
ellos se
fine
perdió.
when at the time I was not behind her to protect her from everything that happened. I know that many will say overcome it already, but nobody knows what it's like trying to stand on your feet when your world has no floor.
Dice, nadie
I
entendería
hope
cómo
justice
cómo
is
se
done, and I am
siente
thankful to
estar
each and every
parada
one of
en
you
tus
who has
pies
not
cuando
left
todo
us
tu mundo se
alone.
te está cayendo.
Policemen, doctors, prosecutors, angels, and all of those people who I could not name who were and are still here to support us. This is just the beginning for many of us, and it will be
Esto
a
es solo
long
el
road,
inicio
but
para
I am sure of
nosotros,
one thing, and
pero
that is
estamos
that we will
seguros
be
de
able
una
to get
cosa.
back up. Thank you very much.
Gracias
Waukesha, let's hug very tight because our children need us.
porque nuestros
Mother of
hijos
victim I.
nos necesitan.
And this next one, they sent us some photos this morning.
Y nos mandaron unas fotos en esta mañana. ¿Cómo ven a Darrel?
Thank you, Judge Doro, for your patience through this trial.
Dice, gracias, señora,
Thank
su
you to the entire
señoría,
prosecution team
por
for
su
being so well
paciencia en
prepared
este
for this
caso.
case. And lastly, thank you to Victim Witness Assistance for
Y
looking out
gracias
for
por
all
todas
of
las
us.
víctimas, por
My name is Donald
las
Teagues, and
personas
I'm
que
the
asistieron
father
a
of
las
victim
víctimas
Q, or Eric
en el
Teagues.
hospital o en
Both
el
of my
IQ.
sons, Eric and Tyson, were marching with the Waukesha South Marching Band in the 2021 Waukesha Christmas Parade. Eric was a junior and Tyson was a freshman.
Dice que su
They were
hijo
there to
era
play
un
Christmas
junior
music for the people and start off the holiday season.
cuando
That
empezaba
came
pues
to a
la
quick
época
end
de
when you, Darrel E. Brooks Jr., drove through the parade killing people, injuring
vacaciones
people, and ruining what was supposed to be a beautiful event.
y arruinó un evento que supuestamente
And
tenía
yeah,
que
I'm
haber
gonna
sido
try to do the
hermoso.
photos, so Christy, if you can use your judgment, thank you. Darrel Brooks, you hit and ran over Eric along with some of his bandmates. Tyson, his younger brother, was
Dice
just
que
feet away
estaban
from
en una,
Eric when
ellos
you
estaban
hit
en
and
la
ran him
banda.
over. Tyson witnessed his brother getting hit and ran
Tyson
over
fue
along with
testigo
other
de cómo su hermano
bandmates.
había sido golpeado.
Tyson never left his brother's side during this incident. He
Tyson
even
nunca
took off
dejó
his
a su
jacket
hermano
to
de
help
lado
keep his
durante
brother
este
warm
incidente.
while he laid in the middle of the street. He then had to call his mother and try to explain what had happened.
Él trató de llamar a
As
su
he stood
madre
next to his
y tratar de
brother,
buscar,
he saw
de
blood coming out
explicarle
of
qué
his
había
ear,
pasado.
nose, and mouth, and his leg that was pointing backwards. He would just keep telling Eric he will be fine and that mom was on her way.
Él seguía diciéndole
He
a
stayed
Taylor
with
que,
him until Eric
que todo iba a estar
was
bien.
taken by ambulance to the hospital. Starting that night, Tyson had nightmares and had them for a week.
Que a pesar
He
de
would
que
wake
eso
up
pasó,
screaming and
Tyson
crying.
empezó a tener
And what
pesadillas
made
y
this
duraron
even
más de una
worse is he
semana.
couldn't go to see his brother in the hospital.
Él quería ir
And
a
my
ver a
wife
su
and I
hermano al
could not be there
hospital.
for Tyson the first few nights because we were with his brother in the ICU at Children's Hospital.
Ellos estuvieron con su
My daughter, who
hermano en
wasn't
el
at the
hospital.
parade, but went with her mother to the parade after Tyson called. She stayed with Tyson at the scene and at home when we couldn't be there. She needed to see a psychiatrist.
Ella
to help her
necesitaba
deal with
ver un
what she saw on the
psiquiatra
streets that day, and seeing her brother lying there on the ground, not knowing if he would live.
y
She
haber
had to
visto a
be
su
in
hermano
outpatient care
en
for
el
2
suelo.
weeks to help her through what she saw.
Estaba
Eric was an
traumatizado por lo
aspiring
que había
baseball
visto.
player for the Waukesha South baseball team and a select baseball player for Sticks Academy. He was making his final push to get better and wanting to be scouted by colleges to play in college at an elite level. You took that away from him that November day. He spent 9 days in the hospital. 3 of those were in
Él pasó
ICU.
9 noches en el
Eric
hospital.
suffered from a skull fracture, a major
Él traía
concussion,
fracturas en
a
el
C4
cráneo,
fracture, right shoulder fracture,
fracturas
4
en el
broken
hombro,
ribs, a partially collapsed lung, T6 through T11 fractures,
fracturas en
and a
los
left femur
dientes
fracture that required surgery.
y
He is
fracturas
lucky
que
to be alive.
requerían
The C4
cirugía.
fracture could have killed him. The femur fracture could have killed him.
La
or the
fractura
broken
en
ribs
el
along with the lung
coxis,
collapse
en la
could have killed
cadera,
him.
pudo haberlo
His time in
matado.
the hospital was very hard, dealing with nonstop
Estar en el
pain from
hospital
you
fue muy
hitting him and
difícil.
running over him like he was a speed bump. He had to lay flat for 4 days and wear a C collar for 7 days because of the C4 fracture. He had a chest tube to drain the blood off of his lung so he could breathe. He had to undergo surgery to repair his severely fractured femur.
Él tuvo
On
que
top of
después de
all
la
that, he was
cirugía
dealing
pues
with a
estar
severe
con
concussion.
mucha atención
He could
para...
not have any lights on or loud noises.
Él no
He
podía
would have
estar con
events of
luces fuertes o con
uncontrolled
muchos
vomiting and with
ruidos.
spike fevers. When he
Tenía
was finally
fiebres.
able to leave the hospital, it was
Él
in
no
a wheelchair,
fue,
and he was
no
in
pudo
that
haber, no,
wheelchair
no
for
dejó,
over
no
a
pudo
month.
dejar el hospital.
We had to have a wheelchair ramp built for when he
Teníamos que
came
tenerlo
home.
en una silla de
Without the
ruedas.
ramp, it would have been very hard to get him in and out of the house.
Era muy
My
difícil
wife had to
sacarlo de
take
la
off a month
casa.
of unpaid leave from work. I had to take off 3 months from work
Tuve
to
que
take
tomar
care of
3
him
meses
and
fuera
get
de
him
mi
to multiple
trabajo,
doctor appointments a
o sea,
week.
de libre.
Darrel Brooks, you stated during this whole trial that you are a man, a God-loving man. You
Usted ha
are
dicho,
not.
señor Darrel, en
A
este
real
juicio
man
que
would
usted
have
ha sido
stopped
un
when they saw they
hombre
made a mistake.
amoroso y
A real man would have admitted the
un
wrong
hombre
and would
verdadero
not
hubiera
have put all these
aceptado lo que
families through
hizo,
this pain. A
que nos
man
hizo
of God
pasar
would
por
have
todo este
stopped,
dolor
admitted to his wrongs, and asked for forgiveness.
y
You sat
aprender
there
de su
showing
error
no
y
emotions for what you
pedir
did
perdón
and pretend that reading the Bible was going to help
y
you.
pretender que
But you,
está
Darrel
leyendo la
Brooks,
Biblia,
are
cree que
pure
lo
evil
va
that
a
is not
ayudar.
fooling anyone. You don't know God, but you
Usted
better
no
start
conoce a
learning because
Dios,
where you were Where you are going, you're going to need to start praying a lot.
A donde usted va,
You
usted
don't deserve
necesita
to see the
empezar a
light of
rezar
day ever
mucho.
again. You should never be able to see your children again.
Usted nunca,
It's too
no,
bad
no
this
debería de
state
volver a
doesn't
ver a
have the
sus
death
hijos otra
penalty
vez.
because you would be put to the front of the line. I hope you rot in hell, have a miserable
Espero que
existence in
usted
prison,
se pudra en
and
el
that someone
infierno
teaches you a true lesson in asking for forgiveness.
y que aprenda a pedir perdón. Que nunca vuelva a ver la luz.
The next statement is from victim H.
La siguiente es por otra de las
It's been
víctimas.
nearly a year since the
Ha sido
Waukesha
casi un
parade
año
incident, and I know my friends, family, and
y
myself still
conozco
remember
a
it
mis
vividly.
amigos y mi familia.
Personally, I have an injury that could affect me the rest of my life.
Personalmente tengo una
Doing normal things
una
like
herida
carrying
o
groceries
un daño
or
que me
even
pudo
my
haber
school
afectado el resto de
supplies
mi vida.
classes have proven to be more of a challenge compared to what it used to be. And some mornings I'm not even able to lift my arm past my
Algunas
shoulder.
mañanas ni siquiera
It's
puedo
hard,
levantar
but
mi
I'm living
brazo
through it
y
because I refused a long time ago that I would have this man, someone who thought of no one and nothing past the incident, control what I can and can't do. I can't remember vividly what happened.
no
just
puedo
being
recordar
sharpened up
vivamente
from
qué
the
fue lo
back
que
of my
pasó,
head and my shoulder and people standing over me.
pero solamente
It
recuerdo
wasn't
un
until I
montón de
woke up
gente
the
parada
next day
alrededor
after
de mí.
everything and tried to stand up did I realize how much pain I was truly in, and it only got worse the following days.
Y solamente me
My
acuerdo del
progress
dolor,
in what
pero
I
me
can do
acuerdo que
with
el
my
dolor
injuries
crecía en
over
los
this
siguientes
difficult year
días.
has been positive. I've rebuilt most of my strength, but I've been told time and again from my family, friends, medical professionals, it may never be what it used to be, and to remember that this may be it. But that's only a possibility to me. Nothing is set in stone. Medicine is a practice because we never have all the answers. I was lucky to have family and friends.
Yo
who could help me
estaba con
physically,
mucha
but
suerte de haber
nothing was
tenido
permanent.
familia alrededor de
All it
mí.
took was a single thing to throw all progress out the window. If I wake up lying on my side, I already know that that day is going to be painful because simple things like sleeping hurt.
Dice, algunas cosas tan simples
Emotionally,
como
the
dormir
only
dolían
constant support
demasiado.
I've had is that of my friends and family. I've chosen out of my own free will not to see medical
Yo
professionals
escogí
for my
por mi
mental
propia
state,
voluntad no ver
because I hold the belief
asistencia
that therapy
médica.
is great and can do many great things for people. But what I do here and now has a bigger impact on myself. Putting a pause on my life to think about what happened
Poner
to
una
the
pausa
people
en
I
mi vida
know isn't worth it. I
no
wake
has-
up at least twice a week to terrors of what happened, seeing and feeling the same things as that night and the days that followed. The endless possibilities of what could have happened,
Ambas
not just to
posibilidades
me,
de lo
but
que pudo
others, whether I
haber
knew them or
pasado.
not, flood my dreams and scare me to my core. I remember my parents the day after.
Yo recuerdo a
I'd
mis
been dead
padres el
asleep
día
all night from
siguiente.
stress and finally running out of
Tenían
adrenaline
mucho
to
estrés
find out that they hadn't slept. My
para
father chose to
darnos
stay
cuenta
up
que
in the
ellos no
living
habían
room
dormido.
where I had been sleeping to watch over me instead of recuperating himself. I may not have completely understood then because I didn't want to, but after a year of dealing with the outcome, I
Después de
understand.
un año casi de
Being who
lidiar
I
con
am,
todo
I
esto,
hide what I'm
aquí
feeling a
estoy.
lot. Right after the incident, I remember
Después del
friends coming up to
incidente,
me and seeking comfort, to which I had no problem with, but there would be triggers in what they would say that would bring me back. But I pushed it away to comfort others. Humor is the world's medicine, and
dice,
like
el
most
humor es la
traumatic
mejor
situations in
medicina
my life, I've
que ha cambiado de
applied
manera.
humor to this now.
Yo voy a aplicar el
I'm
humor ahora en
sensitive to who
esto.
I'm with, but when talking, I try to think of something witty or humorous so that I can jump over the obstacle or burden of trauma, and to put it plainly, sadness. This past homecoming, my friends and I had gone to the dance, and one of my friends was driving us to eat afterwards.
Dice que fueron a bailar con unos amigos y después de ahí llegaron por algo de comer.
It wasn't their fault at all, but we were stopped because a group of people were crossing the road.
No era culpa de ellos,
and
pero
it
nos
was right
quedamos
near where I
atrapados
was
por el
hit,
grupo del
and I
montón de
panicked.
gente que había.
My vision went blurry, and I had flashbacks of the night. My friends had noticed and helped me through it, and we found a better route. I can't remember
Y que
a
sus
time
amigos se
before
dieron
having
cuenta
that
como
bad
de
of
la
a
ansiedad
panic
que le
attack
empezó a
where it's
entrar,
hard to breathe, and
porque
knowing
yo
the reason
empecé a
behind
tener
it is
problemas
just
para
another
respirar.
reminder I won't be the same,
Yo ya nunca
much
voy a
like
ser el
most people
mismo.
who were affected. During the time of the trial, I've stayed away from news on what's happening.
Durante
I've
este
overheard
juicio me
conversations with
estuve
family members.
absento
Sometimes it's brought up within my friend groups, most of which have chosen to be understanding
de
of my choices
noticias
and
y
move away
de
from the
todo
topic.
lo que tenga que ver con este caso.
Mentally, this past month, I've had
Mentalmente,
more terrors. Not always while I'm sleeping, but when I
no,
zone out
ni
at
siquiera
school or
para
at
poder
home.
dormir.
I never show a reaction because I choose to keep
Nunca,
that in.
nunca enseño mi
But I do
reacción,
change in how I stand or sit, and I
pero
notice
me
I'm
ha
more jumpy
cambiado la
around
manera
people
en la
after
que yo me
experiencing
paro y me
these
siento.
terrors. Hearing about what happened within this case has been a stressful time for
Ha sido
everyone in
muy
my family.
estresante todo lo que
I
ha
tend to
pasado en
not
este
sleep as
caso.
well as I normally do, even on good nights,
Y,
and I find myself panicking over small things such
y
as
me encuentro
schoolwork
que
more
yo
than I ever have.
paniqueo en
Thank
frente
you,
de cosas
victim H.
pequeñas.
And the final statement from the band is from victim K. At the time of the Waukesha holiday parade, I was your typical carefree teenager.
Cuando yo pasé por ese desfile, yo era la típica el típico teenager que estaba en mi último año de high school.
I was marching in the parade with the Waukesha South Band, playing the sousaphone, parentheses tuba, when Brooks appeared out of nowhere, plowing into me from behind. He dragged both me and my instrument upon the hood of his vehicle for what seemed like miles, before eventually running me over entirely. Luckily, I was swiftly rushed to Waukesha Memorial Hospital by an officer by a squad car for emergency treatment. I was completely alone during this time.
Dice que él estaba completamente solo cuando lo mandaron al hospital. Está totalmente en shock que haya sobrevivido a esto y todos los daños que tuvo y el impacto que tuvo. La post-evaluación que realmente me salvaron la vida. Su instrumento fue lo que lo salvó, lo que lo ayudó a protegerse. Dice, pasé demasiadas semanas en... No me podía mover, no me podía parar, no, o sea, él estaba dependiendo de sus muletas. Mi completo cuerpo estaba mal por muchas semanas. No tenía movilidad, perdí la movilidad. Perdí mi trabajo de tiempo completo. Pero eso es lo de menos, es el evento, los horribles, las memorias de ese evento. Porque me sentía miserable y depresivo. Y eso me permitió no tener focus y dice, di completamente de baja mis estudios. Consecuentemente, no me fue posible graduarme. Ese fue uno de los momentos más bajos de mi vida. Ninguna cosa física que mi cuerpo haya tenido mis sueños han sido asaltados. Las víctimas se la pasan llorando y teniendo sueños y mucha insomnia. Hace mucho no disfruto un sueño. No puedo traerme a mí misma a visitar este downtown donde pasó el accidente.
My mother is a Waukesha native born and raised. She would often reflect upon her love for this town, the events.
Mi mamá ha sido también muy afectada. Ella es una mujer que ama esta ciudad. Siempre nos juntábamos en el área del centro. Ya no quieren ir al downtown. Y donde pasábamos esos momentos de familia juntos. No puedo ni siquiera estar en un lugar público porque me nace una ansiedad, me pongo paniqueado y siempre estoy buscando por algo de peligro. Voy a necesitar muchos años de terapia. Él ni siquiera debería de sentir la sensación de libertad nunca. Yo espero que cada noche él tenga remordimientos de que mató a 6 inocentes personas. Cada minuto de su día hasta que sea su último día y respire. Le voy a que él quiere que le pida a la corte que le den un cargo alto por todas las víctimas, la pena máxima. Esto es el final de este grupo.
All right, thank you. I know we had about an hour or so break, but I do think it's also important that court staff and everyone here get a lunch break as well. So we will break for an hour-ish.
Vamos a terminar esta sesión por una hora de break.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Gracias a todos. Ay, qué cosas tan emotivas, ¿eh? Pues obviamente se tiene que ir a lo grande, o sea, no le van a dar más que pena de así, sentencia de por vida, lo más seguro. Lástima que pues todas estas personas que están contando su testimonio tienen que revivir porque se nota que están sufriendo en cada momento que dicen las cosas. Está bien fuerte este juicio porque emocionalmente no nada más es una persona, o sea, es la persona que fue víctima, es la familia, son los testigos y todas las personas que están ahí es como si también les hubiera pasado a ellos, o sea, todos están súper empáticos y este señor está haciendo caras así como que, ay, ya, qué hueva, ya cállense, muy frío, ¿no? Pero bueno, él se quiso representar solo, obviamente no va a tener el resultado que espera porque no hay por dónde ni cómo ayudarlo, pero pues, ¿qué le vamos a hacer? Así están las cosas. Vamos a regresar en una hora, si tienen que ir a comer o lo que sea y quieren dejar aquí el canal prendido, pues gracias, también se les agradece. Si necesitan ir a cargar el celular, yo regreso en unos minutos, pero aquí sigo con ustedes. Pueden ir mientras en el Inter a ver los videos que les acabo de subir, están aquí en mi canal. De subí 2 videitos, estoy haciendo también, trabajando en lo que también estoy aquí, así que estamos aquí en este día de juicio que va a ser hoy y mañana, noviembre 15, el 21 se cumple apenas un año, imagínense, a todas estas personas les ha cambiado la vida drásticamente porque cuando te pasa un trauma emocional, eso es más fuerte que lo físico, eso que ni qué, y a veces ni la terapia, ni que te cambies de país, ni que te cambies de casa, ni que ya no vayas al centro, como este chavo estaba diciendo, yo ya no me paro en el centro, o sea, todos los recuerdos duelen, ves un carro rojo, te duele, ves una festividad, no sabes si pertenecer o no pertenecer, o sea, son muchas cosas emocionales que solamente quien los vive puede entender por el trauma que se pasan estas personas, pero bueno, regresamos en una hora, por favor, nos vemos en un ratito, ¿ok? Aquí las veo. Gracias por acompañar esta transmisión.
15, we are back on the record, and State versus Brooks appearances are as they were before. I do want to make just a quick record. I am aware, I didn't realize I'd gotten an email this morning from one of my staff members that Mr. Brooks's mother had written in requesting some Zoom information. She provided some email addresses. I don't need the email addresses because we have simply provided the Zoom information to her to provide to the individuals that were indicated in Mr. Brooks's list. But she did ask that the email addresses remain sealed, and she provided an example of what could be described as a threatening email to her. And so based on that, I will have a redacted version of that email made available for the public record. It will have those email addresses blocked, and then the original will be filed under seal. Again, given that threatening type of email and the reason stated in the request. Just would note again, I didn't ask for the email addresses. They were provided, but under the circumstances, I think that's appropriate. Okay, with that, I presume the state has the next group available.
Yes, we're ready to go, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, then go ahead, please.
On November 21st, you killed my mother. And in this courtroom, I watched you run her down and her broken body slide across the concrete. This woman loved and she was loved. You ran her down like she was nothing. And since that day, you have shown no remorse. You'd offered no explanation for your atrocities.
Bueno, ya estoy aquí de regreso. Vamos a continuar.
You are a monster.
Dice, tú eres un monstruo.
Sadly, with no death penalty in this state,
Dice, lástima que no hay pena de muerte en este estado.
the rats chewing your fingers at night. As for me, this will never be over until the day I'm pissing on your grave.
Para mí no será esto terminado hasta que te vea bajo la tierra. Está muy enojado.
If you could just tell me, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, for the record, Your Honor, that was the son of victim
2.
B.
Gracias por los que están aquí, que continúan aquí.
If I could first thank the court, you, Your Honor, and your staff for getting us here today. I don't know how you did.
Dice su señoría, realmente yo no sé cómo usted lo pudo lograr.
And, this is all going to be wrapped up, before the first anniversary, and that means a lot. So
Dice esto por la ley, esto va a ser
if I could thank everybody
antes del primer aniversario, va a ser un
real life
desastre.
Avengers. I mean, you guys did everything you could for us.
Dice, señores,
and
ustedes
I'm
hicieron
forever
todo lo que
grateful. Thank you.
estaba posible en sus manos.
I couldn't not thank Jen Dunn and her staff. I mean, she took all of us, supported us.
Dice ella, la
made us into
jueza,
a family, and
Jennifer,
without them, I don't think I could have gotten through this trial.
dice, no sé si yo hubiera podido ir
And Mr. Brooks,
en
I hope
hacer
as I read my statement, you continue to roll your eyes.
Dice, espero
I
que
hope you
después de que
continue
usted
to laugh
escuche
and
cómo
just
yo
show
estoy
how
leyendo
bored
mi
and unmoved
statement,
you are
usted
by
siga
all of this.
riéndose y
Because I
rolando
think
sus
that's
ojos.
important. It's important for the world to see
Es
that evil
importante
can be
para
a
el mundo que
tangible,
sepa.
living, breathing thing. I think it's important for the world to see what human rot looks like.
Vamos a
And
ver.
to all the survivors, every time he puts his hand on that empty cavity where his heart should be, I hope you all smile. And I hope
Dice,
you
yo
take
espero que
solace
usted
in the
se
fact
siga
that today is
riendo.
our day. Today is for us.
Dice, hoy es el día de
Today is so
nosotros.
we can take our handful of
Hoy
dirt,
es una
throw
semana,
it on his
en
grave
una
and move
semana
on.
las vidas se fueron
Because that's what we all
arrebatadas de
need, and that's
nosotros.
what we deserve. My name is Chris Owen.
Mi
and
nombre
I'm
es
the
Chris.
plaintiff. I'm here on behalf of another plaintiff, my mother, Leanna Joy Owen.
Estoy aquí representando a mi
Lee Owen was a
madre.
mother, a grandmother, a best friend,
Una
an apartment
abuela,
manager,
una mejor
and a
amiga,
dancing granny.
una
The
gran
reason none of the
abuela.
witnesses saw her in this courtroom is because she was executed by a child-killing sex offender. And we are both injured parties. My whole family is an injured party. To my kids, Lee Owen was nanny. And nanny spoiled her grandkids every chance she got. On every birthday, she would call and sing happy birthday to their voicemail so they could hear it the first thing in
Dice
the
que cada
morning.
que tenían sus hijos un cumpleaños, ella llamaba por teléfono para cantarles el happy birthday, aunque sea para oír su voz.
She wanted my oldest daughter to use her car to learn how to drive.
Ella le dejó a mi hija más grande su carro para que aprendiera a
All of that has
manejar.
been ripped away. But the defendant's conscience is clear.
La dependencia aquí
To my
está
dad,
clara.
Lee Owen was the love of his life.
León era
They met when
el
she
amor
was
de su
16,
vida.
and he taught her how to drive.
Él tenía
From that
16
point
años
on,
y
they
ella
stayed
le
in each
enseñó
other's
cómo
lives.
manejar.
And even though they divorced, she was still his best friend.
A pesar de que
They
ellos
spent a
estaban
lot of time
divorciados,
together, and she was the
ella
only
era su
one
mejor amigo.
who could get him out of the house.
Ella sabía cómo
Now
sacarlo
my
de la
dad has
casa.
nightmares of her body flying through the air and shattering against concrete.
Y que
But
vio
Mr.
su cuerpo
Brooks'
volar
conscience is
y
clear.
estrellarse en el concreto.
To my brother and I,
Para mi
Leona
hermano y
was our
para
mother.
mí,
A mother who, even when she was struggling,
una
was always
madre
there
que
for us.
aún estaba
She was supportive
sufriendo.
of us. She always
Ella
told
era
us
el
how
soporte
proud
para
she was of
nosotros.
us. Growing up, all my friends and my brother's friends knew they were welcomed at our house.
Todos
When they were in
mis
trouble,
amigos y
having problems at
compañeros
home, or
siempre
just had to
ella
get
les daba la
away,
bienvenida en nuestra
she always
casa.
let them stay as long as they needed to.
Siempre ella les
And for
permitía
years,
estar tanto
every
hasta
time I
como
came home from the
quisieran.
Marine Corps, she got all those same friends together so I could see everybody and spend time with them.
Ella siempre
She was the
veía,
one that
ella
made sure
siempre me
everyone
dejaba
got
tener
their
a todos mis
Christmas
amigos
list out on
solamente
time.
para que yo también pasara
She
tiempo con
made
ellos
the
y nos
best
viera.
eggnog I ever had. And she made my grandma's mac and cheese whenever we were together.
Ella siempre
She
nos
recently
hacía mac
renewed
and
her
cheese siempre que
passport so
estábamos
she could visit
juntos.
my wife and I in Turkey and travel the world with us.
Ella vino y
She also
viajó el
couldn't wait
mundo
to
con
visit
nosotros,
Machu
con mi
Picchu
esposa y
with my
conmigo.
brother. It was her dream trip.
Era un
Out
viaje,
of
un
all the
sueño,
places in
ese
the
viaje.
world, that was the one place she had to visit before she died.
Ella quería visitar
And now
un
the best
solo
we can
país,
do is
un
lay
solo
her
lugar
ashes
antes de
there.
morir.
But Darrel Brooks' conscience is clear.
Pero
And
Derek
I believe him.
rompió esa.
Out of everything he said in this courtroom, I
Dice todo lo
believe
que él ha dicho
that
en
is
esta
the one
corte.
truth he told. I mean, how else could he make a witness
¿Cómo
look at
él-
each of his battered friends that he ran over and ask, how do you know who this is?
Dice, ¿cómo puedes saber qué es este? ¿Cómo
Throughout her
puedes
life,
seguir él
Leona was a
preguntando esas
hardworking woman.
cosas?
That's why when she found herself on hard times, she was able to overcome them. Even though it took years, she dug herself out of a deep financial hole so she could live the life she wanted.
Dice, aun cuando
The
ella
life
estaba
she deserved.
financieramente
And she
en
was in the
problemas,
middle of
ella
doing
pudo
just
salir
that on the
adelante
evening
sola
of
de ese
November
hoyo en el
21st,
que se encontraba.
2021. And I know this is corny and cliche to say,
Dice, yo sé
but
que esto es
Leona
como
wasn't
cliché
71 years
decirlo,
old.
pero
She was 71 years young. She was one of the most active people I knew.
ella era
She
una de
just
las
didn't have
mujeres más
anywhere to
activas
sit
que yo
still.
conozco.
She always had to be moving or doing something.
Ella
And this
necesitaba
often
siempre
involved
estar haciendo
people.
algo,
She
moviéndose.
was very social and loved being around
Ella
those
era
she cared
demasiado
about.
sociable
And
y
people loved her
amorosa.
back. She had a knack for making you feel good about yourself.
Ella siempre trataba de
Without even
hacerte sentir
trying,
bien
because she
acerca de ti
always found the
mismo.
good in people.
Siempre era muy
Even
buena
when
con
it
las
was to her
personas.
detriment, it never dissuaded her from helping people any way she could. Without judgment, without demand for
Sin
repayment, or
juzgar,
feeling she was owed
sin demandar.
anything. She did it because she knew it was the right thing to do.
Ella
and made
ella
her
lo hizo
feel
porque
good.
sabía que eran las cosas
She
correctas
accepted
por
people for
hacer.
who they were and made people feel good about themselves.
Ella siempre hacía sentir
That is
bien a
what
las
the
personas
world
acerca de
lost,
sí
and
mismas.
you have the audacity to tell this court that your conscience is clear.
¿Y cómo puede tener
I'm
usted
sorry,
el
Mr.
descaro de
Brooks.
decirle
There's not a human with a
aquí
soul on
al
this
jurado que
planet
usted
who could snuff that light
que
out,
tiene la conciencia
who could
limpia?
steal Lee Owen from this world and have a clear conscience?
Porque usted no, obviamente no tiene
And
la
that is why you
conciencia
hear the term
tranquila.
monster.
Usted es un monstruo.
That is why you hear the term demon.
Por eso usted
No,
se
I
ha
saw you
convertido en
that
un
day.
demonio.
It was just after you ran over the Catholics. I saw you hanging out of the window,
Dice,
looking
yo lo
back
vi.
with a smile of satisfaction on your face.
Yo lo vi en la ventana con
laughing
una
at an
cara de
inside joke that at
satisfacción,
the time I didn't
sonriendo.
get. The punchline escaping me.
Dice, la
I
parte
didn't
de
get it when my mom
golpearlo
didn't
se me
respond to my
escapó.
texts.
No le
I
permitieron.
didn't get it when she didn't answer my phone calls. I didn't get it the first couple hours my
Dice,
brother
yo no
spent
entendía
looking
qué
for her.
pasaba. Ella no respondía a mis
I didn't
llamadas.
get it until my wife sent me a video
Yo
of
no
you
entendí
running
hasta
over
que mi esposa
children
me
in
llevó,
the
me mandó
parade.
un video de lo que
That's when
pasó.
I got the punchline.
Es cuando
And it hit me
a
like
mí
the red SUV,
me
Mr.
golpeó la
Brooks.
situación, la verdad.
I saw pure, unrepentant evil in your face that
Yo
day,
vi
and it
repetidas
disgusts
veces
me
el
that you are
demonio en
allowed
su
to
cara.
exist. And I know the answer to the question that everyone keeps asking.
Y yo sé la
I know why you
respuesta
did this.
a la
You did this
respuesta de la
simply
gente que
because you
quiere
were
saber
not in
por
a
qué lo
cage.
hizo.
That is what I find mind-boggling. And how dare anyone say the system failed him?
Porque pueden decir
The
que el
system
sistema
failed every
lo...
one of us whose only mistake was to bring their families in the vicinity
Dice, el único
of
error
Mr.
que cometieron
Brooks.
ellos fue haber traído a sus
That
familias
poor
a este
excuse
desfile.
for a man should not have been on the streets. That is the failure, period. But enough about him.
Pero no, ya es
Because
suficiente
today
de
is
él.
not about him.
No es acerca
It's
de
about
él.
us
Es
and
es
what we
acerca de
lost.
nosotros, de nuestras
I lost my
pérdidas.
mom,
Yo
Lee
perdí a mi
Owen.
mamá.
And I wasn't always a good son.
Yo nunca fui
I could
muy,
be
muy buen
selfish
hijo.
sometimes. I could be mean.
Pude haber sido
But
a
no matter
veces
how angry or
grosero.
standoffish I got, she would bend over backwards for me.
Ella siempre hacía todo
Even
por
when I
mí.
didn't deserve it.
Ella no se
Now
merecía
I
eso.
can never tell her I'm sorry.
Y ya ahora
I
nunca
can
le voy
never
a poder
tell her I
decir lo
should've been
siento.
more grateful.
Ser
I
más
can never tell her how much I
agradecido
need
con
her
ella.
in my life.
Usted tomó a mi
Yeah,
madre
shake your head.
de
Shake
mi
your
vida.
head. You know, because that is what you took from me.
Porque eso fue lo que
And
usted tomó.
there's nothing this court can do that would provide justice in my eyes.
No hay
So
nada
all
que
I
esta
ask
corte
is that
puede
you
hacer
rot,
para
and
probar
you rot slow.
justicia ante mis ojos. ¿Cómo lo ven? El otro aplaudiendo. Yo pensé que se le iba a ir encima.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Thank you
Buenas
for the
tardes, Su
opportunity,
Señoría.
that you're providing both to myself and to the rest of the families and acquaintances of the folks associated with this horrible case.
Dice, voy a hablar por mí y por otras
And I'm
asociaciones
appearing here today
en
both
este
as
horrible
an
caso.
individual and a brother to one of the victims
Uno de
of
mis
November 21st.
hermanos es una de las
I'm
víctimas.
here today as well as a plaintiff joining a criminal complaint against Mr. Brooks.
Y aplicaron
Against him for the damage that he
efectos
has brought
criminales
not only
contra
to
Darrel
Waukesha,
Brooks.
but to my family. And I'm also appearing as a posthumous spokesman for the victim, my sister.
Y también
Tamara,
está él hablando
who
acerca
ran-
de otras
who
víctimas
can't appear here today on her own
que no
behalf
pueden
because
aparecer
Mr.
en
Brooks
corte
killed her.
porque no pueden verle la cara a este tipo.
In my personal aspect,
En mi aspecto
I wish I could
personal,
as easily forget about Mr. Brooks as he has seemingly forgotten about himself.
creo que él se ha olvidado de sí mismo.
Every day since November 21st,
Cada
I've been
día desde
been
noviembre
framed
21,
by what he did in my own life and
lo
our
que él
family's
hizo
life.
y lo que le hizo a mi vida
It is the reality I wake to.
es en la realidad en la que
It is the
despierto,
reality I head to work to.
es en la realidad en la que me tengo que ir a
It is the
trabajar,
reality I confront as I try to
es
fall
la
asleep.
realidad en la que yo confronto,
It's the reality I confront as I go about the things I do during the day, my attempts to work,
la
attempts to
realidad en la que
manage a
me tengo que
household
enfrentar
and be
antes de ir a
present for
trabajar
my
todos los
children,
días
maintaining any sort of notion of normalcy in our life.
y que me mantiene en algo
But
como
all these
normal.
actions are simply a pantomime, Mr. Brooks.
Pero todas estas acciones
Forget that my sister
aparecen como
was
que
so
no son
stupidly
suficientes
and so needlessly
para el
killed
señor
by
Brooks.
you. Perhaps you can forget what you did, but
Ojalá
I
que usted
can't.
se pueda perdonar por lo que usted ha
November
hecho.
21 looms as a ground zero day in the story of my life, as I know it does in the life of so many others. I appear today also as a plaintiff. Mr. Brooks, you asked the court to identify a plaintiff many times during
Usted le pidió a la corte que identificaran plenamente
I'm
al...
one of many.
Dice, yo soy uno de ellos, yo soy uno de
We, the
tantos que lo puedo
people, have brought
identificar.
this case and these judgments against you, Mr. Brooks.
Este caso ha sido
They
en
reflect
contra
our
de
values
usted
as a people and are enacted through laws passed by our legislatures,
y
enforced by our
y esto
law
por las
enforcement,
leyes
and
logísticamente.
administered through our courts. We, the people, find you guilty.
Somos nosotros, la gente, la que lo encontramos
A lifetime
culpable.
is a long time to think and to spout nonsense.
La
And
sentencia
Mr. Brooks, I
de
want
por
you to
vida,
take no comfort in your future
usted
here.
nunca va a
in
tener
this
ningún
comic
tipo de
book
confort en su futuro.
cartoon world that you've created for yourself,
Usted ha creado un horror
involving the flags and barcodes and birth certificates. This is all nonsense, the stuff of teenage boys on the internet. That's not why you're here today.
Y si
That's
usted
not
no
why
está
we're
aquí,
here
no
today.
está,
We're
no está
here
usted
today
aquí
and
por
you are
esas
here
cosas.
today because you got in a car and instead of hitting the brakes,
Usted
ran
se
over
subió en un
children,
carro y en vez de poner los
elderly,
frenos, usted
and my
aceleró.
sister Tamara. I don't want you to live in the comfort of that delusion.
Yo no quiero que
As you
usted
live
viva
there
en
in
el
the court,
confort de
as you
la
live there in the
desilusión,
prison,
de la
convincing yourself that you're the
delusion.
victim of something, of some crazy internet conspiracy. You're not Mr. Brooks. You're guilty only of your own actions.
Usted
on
es
that day,
culpable de
actions
sus
that you
propias
had an
acciones.
infinite number of times to stop. Any number of times you could have just hit those brakes, turned the
Usted
other
tuvo
direction.
infinidad de veces la oportunidad de parar,
As
de
it stands,
ponerle
I'm not
freno a
a
ese
I'm a
coche.
plaintiff, but I'm not a victim.
Dice, yo no
The
soy una
victim is
víctima,
Tamara Durand, my sister.
pero mi hermana,
She can't appear her on her own behalf.
ella no puede estar
because
aquí ni
she's
siquiera
dead. She
presente,
died when Mr. Brooks killed her on November 21st.
porque ella pudo haber sido,
Because Tamara cannot be here to speak, I will speak for
dice,
her.
ella no puede estar aquí hablando, pero yo voy a hablar por ella.
Darrel Brooks,
Darrel
you
Brooks,
took my life.
usted tomó mi vida.
I wish you hadn't.
Hubiera querido
I
que
had
no lo
people to
hiciera.
live for. People who needed me.
la gente que me
My
necesita.
parents who are aging,
Mis
my
padres
children who need
están
their mother
grandes.
to help them make sense of their worlds, to cheer them on, to help them into their adulthood, to become friends with them.
Ser
I
amigos.
have my grandson
Y mis
who
nietos.
relies on me, his grandmother, as much as I relied upon my own grandmother as I was growing up.
Dice, como yo
I had people who needed
me apoyé en mi propia abuela
people
cuando
who
yo iba
needed me to
creciendo.
cheer them on, to have me bring goodwill to the hospital bed where they were, or their families in the waiting room, who needed the comfort and prayers I brought to them in their moments of pain. I have friends who need to hear from me,
Tengo
and
amigos
families that need my early morning phone calls.
que no van a volver a escuchar mis llamadas en las
I had
mañanas.
places I wanted to see,
Los lugares
and
que yo
things I
quería
needed to
ver.
do. The only saving grace is I didn't know what hit me.
Yo no supe lo que me
And who would have
golpeó.
ever guessed? Who could
Nunca
ever
lo
believe
hubiera
it?
imaginado. ¿Quién lo hubiera imaginado?
It's no surprise to anyone who knew me.
No
After
le
you hit
sorprendió
me
a
in that
nadie
car,
que me
I got
conociera.
back up and kept dancing. I hardly skipped a beat. I didn't know you, Mr. Brooks.
Yo no
The
lo
picture were
conocía a usted.
reversed, if you were the stranger in the street,
Y
in
si
pain,
hubiera sido usted un
needing care,
extraño en la
comfort,
calle,
know that I would have helped you.
dice,
I
yo sé,
ran towards pain, and
yo
I
sé
ran
que lo
into
hubiera
danger in
ayudado.
my life. All you had to do was ask, and you might have danced along with us. It was a prank,
Lo que usted hubiera
after all.
pedido hubiera sido ayuda. Era lo único que hubiera.
We both died in vain on November 21st,
Nos,
Mr. Brooks.
los dos morimos
I died
en
to
el
life,
noviembre
and you now
21.
die to the world. We leave lives behind,
Ellos,
family
nosotros
behind,
morimos
children
porque vivimos
behind
nuestras
us.
vidas,
We both leave dreams,
nuestros
we leave
sueños,
choices, we leave
nuestras,
successes,
nuestros,
we leave failures behind us.
todo está detrás de nosotros.
I die to mine in an instant, you die to
Morí
yours
en mi
over
mente
countless days.
instantáneamente.
May the God I'm with grant you the courage to confront what you've done.
Y usted
to
tiene que
remember your own
confrontarse
name.
a usted mismo con todo lo que
It's
acaba
the
de
least you
hacer.
might do for all these that you've left behind us, who can never forget.
Nosotros los que estamos acá nunca vamos a
Mr.
olvidarlos.
Brooks, I'd also like to acknowledge that over these last couple of months, I've sent you a couple letters in prison.
Dice, yo le he mandado
urging
algunas
you
cartas en
to
prisión.
stand up, to be a man,
Que se
to grow
pare
up,
y
to
sea un
accept
hombre.
accountability for what you've
Y
done.
que ponga
I
responsabilidad
also
con lo
use
que ha
those
hecho.
letters to share with you the love of the God that I believe in
Y
and
yo
that I
quiero
know my sister
comentar con
Tamara
usted el
believes
amor,
in.
o quiero compartir con
I
usted
use those
el amor de
letters to
Dios,
share with you, especially the story of the final act of Christ on the cross.
especialmente la
where he's
historia de
hanging
Jesús
between
en la
two
cruz.
murderers. And he turns to the one
Uno
and
de
he-
los ladrones
and
tenía
he
remordimiento y
gives
volvió
them
con él y le
forgiveness.
dijo,
I urge you to remember, Mr. Brooks, that
Quiero-
there were two murderers on that day. One who mocked the holy living in God, and one who accepted accountability for who he was.
que uno aceptó sus errores para estar con Jesús.
Your Honor, I
Su
urge you to
señoría.
provide Mr. Brooks a lifetime in prison to please contemplate that story and to remember his name and to contemplate which side of Christ he
Que él
wishes
pide
to
la sentencia de vida
Thank
para el señor Brooks para que en cárcel él pueda recordar esta historia y pueda él pues arrepentirse de lo que hizo.
The family of victim A is going to speak next. They do have some minors with them, so
Tienen unos menores que van a hablar, vienen con la
Camera
familia
second
y
to
pues la
adjust for that.
cámara no
And
los puede
also,
tomar.
One of the minors does wish to make a statement and is somewhat
Uno de los
vertically
menores
challenged.
hizo como
I'm
una
wondering
carta.
if she should stand over so that you may see her, or
¿Y cómo le hacemos que se pare aquí para que,
Taken out before I have them come up.
dice, antes de que entren
Mr.
ellos,
Brooks was attempting to get the court's attention, so let me address him quickly.
dice, déjeme ver porque el señor Brooks quería la atención.
Order of the court, if I may, really quick, pertaining to the last speaker, I have an issue with. If it pleases the court, we can address it later, or if you want to address it now, I don't.
These are sentencing remarks. I'm not going to interrupt those sentencing remarks to have you address him individually.
No, I'm not talking about addressing him individually.
Mr. Brooks, we're going to continue.
Señor Brooks, vamos a continuar.
Bring to the court's attention about a speaker who's already made a statement.
A very valid issue that I can bring to the
You can
court.
put it in writing, sir, while you're sitting there, and if it's something I need to address, I will. But I'm not going to disrupt what's happening right now to address that. You need to put it in writing.
All right, go ahead, Ms.
So put it in writing that
Mr. Brooks, please put it in writing.
that's
You
the
need some
same.
paper.
Por favor, póngalo en escrito.
Worked with the father of, right?
Go ahead, Ms. Dunn.
Like I
The
said, the
record
same
speaks
person.
for itself. All of those issues were previously put on the record. There's no need for you to make any
That is him,
commentary
though,
about
right?
it.
He did work with his father, though, right?
Mr. Brooks, stop. You interrupt me again.
Le dice, señor Brooks, si me vuelve a interrumpir,
I'm not gonna have
So
you
you gonna hold
no
me
lo voy a...
against him?
the integrity of these proceedings.
La integridad de estos
Well,
procedimientos
that's
se
what
tiene
I
que
just wanted to
respetar.
know.
By once again trying to derail what's happening and
And
take
you
the
always
focus off
talk
of.
about somebody trying to derail something as if that was the plan, like somebody coming
Mr.
here to
Brooks, I'm
derail
advising
something.
you to be quiet or I will
Señor, le
declare this
estoy
courtroom
advirtiendo que
under
se
Illinois
calle la
versus
boca
Allen. You will lose your right to be present
o va a perder
while
su
the
derecho a
remainder of
estar
these
presente.
individuals give their statements.
Okay, well, come on with it.
Once they start, I expect you to be
Come on
quiet.
with it, because that's what you've been waiting to do the whole time.
Shit, listen up and listen what you have to say.
All right.
God damn.
Sir, you're gonna have to be removed. I'm sorry.
Señor, lo vamos a tener que
I
quitar,
can't tolerate that
discúlpenos.
from anyone. Mr. Brooks, my admonishment to you is the next person's going to get up and they're going to start their statement. And
Okay,
if
yeah, but you
interrupt-
made it seem like I'm trying to purposely interrupt that,
Mr. Brooks,
and I don't think
I'm
that that's
turning
fair
to
to
them.
do that.
Señor
Please be
Brooks,
quiet.
Okay.
por favor, se tiene que
I
guardar
still have
silencio.
a First Amendment right to be heard and to speak. I still have that right.
Mr. Brooks, this is a sentencing hearing.
I don't
The
care
trial
what it is. You're not going to
Right. He
continue.
is
Dice,
arguing
no me
that
importa lo que usted
he
diga,
is
You're
lo
not
vamos
going
a
to
continuar.
continue.
Everyone
You're
is
not going to
clear the courtroom
continue.
while he's moved to the next
Lo van a
court, and I'll
sacar.
make the appropriate findings when I'm able to do that
So
without
can I get a
interruption.
finding of fact? Can I get a
I'm
legal
stepping
finding
off
of
the
fact?
bench
Because I don't
here.
agree to a
That's all I
stopper.
have.
Lo van a sacar. Pues es que por eso ya intransigente y la gente también ahí están gritándole cosas, es normal, están enojados. Está súper intransigente este señor. Así que bueno, vamos a ver qué pasa ahorita. Si regresan, vamos a ver qué pasa. Ay, no, qué cosas. Ay, necesito, ahí vengo. Necesito cargar.
First of all, we are back on the record. Mr. Brooks has been removed to the other courtroom. Mr. Brooks, you're not muted.
El señor Brooke está removido de la corte, ya lo cambiaron de cuartito. Y él puede ver y puede escuchar, pero bueno, ya está en nuestro cuarto porque ya no le tienen paciencia como antes. Eso sí.
This court, frankly, acted a bit more swiftly than I have in the past due to the nature of the proceedings, the history of Mr. Brooks's outbursts during the trial, and him attempting to address an issue that was addressed by this court the very first time I ever had Mr. Brooks in the courtroom dealing with victim C's father, and this court certainly working with him in the past. I stand by the record that was made at that time. All of that was put on the record, and it's not an issue this court frankly needs to address today. It is frankly a blatant attempt by Mr. Brooks to be disruptive, to take the
Y pues es porque él se está portando muy irrespetuosamente. Y estamos escuchando las declaraciones de las víctimas y de las personas que están hablando que tuvieron familiares que perdieron la vida.
My words backtracked a little, told him I would have the state have the next victim make the statement, and if he then interrupted, I would have him removed. He wanted to debate with me. He interrupted me repeatedly, and at that point, there was also an outburst by a member of the gallery. I addressed that, and then I indicated the courtroom would be cleared. I think I owe it to the individual who was kicked out because I've given Mr. Brooks this opportunity on many occasions. If that individual would like to come back into the courtroom and can do so respectfully.
Y si él quiere regresar a la corte aquí, tiene que estar respetuoso.
Mr. Brooks, I will also advise you that you are welcome back into this courtroom if you can abide.
Le podemos decir que usted está, pues, bienvenido a regresar aquí. Tiene su derecho de estar presente. Pero no tiene el derecho de interrumpir a los que están aquí en la corte.
And that is why this court, under the authority in Illinois versus Allen, did remove you from the courtroom. I have the ability, of course, with the technology. He's able to hear, he's able to see. We are able to see him. He's muted right now. While I attempted to have him appear without being muted, he spoke over me. If he wants to come back in before it is his turn to speak to the court and present.
Y bueno, pues le están diciendo lo mismo, que tiene el derecho a estar presente durante el juicio que le están haciendo ya ahorita. Han hablado un montón de testigos, pero pues ahorita se puso intransigente y también la gente está un poco agresiva con él, es normal. Dice, ha sido un día muy emocional para todos nosotros, pero creo que ha sido más hoy, más que ningún otro día.
And not interrupting and not having outbursts, no matter how difficult the situation may get at times. So I've made the record. I will unmute.
Dice, ahora lo voy a desmutear.
But if there is any interruption whatsoever,
esperemos no tener ninguna interrupción
mute him once again. So
una vez que lo desmuteamos.
Once again, I've confirmed that the technology is working.
Yo estoy aquí confirmando que todo está perfectamente bien. La tecnología está trabajando muy bien. Dice, a lo mejor él a lo mejor es probablemente que nos escucha, pero que no los vea.
Really protocol for an inmate to remain looking forward, so I don't see any issue with that. He will be able to hear with.
Él puede escuchar.
can share, for the next speakers, Your Honor, there's some photos that we'd like to display, just to give you a heads up on it.
I believe Madam Clerk will be able to do that for us. When we get that up and running, then the next person can come on.
La siguiente persona puede pasar.
It's working.
Casi 5 horas llevamos, menos 1 hora de break, de lunch
All
break,
right, thank you.
como 15 minutos
Sir,
también menos,
as a
pero
reminder, if you would at least let me know your name if you want to, or son of victim so-and-so, that would be very helpful as I am trying to take notes of everyone who is making a statement.
dice que ella está tomando nota de todos los que están haciendo aquí sus speeches, que si quiere, por favor, decirle los nombres.
I'm sorry for the interruption, sir. Please continue, or please start.
My name is Marshall Sorensen.
Mi
and I am
nombre es
son
Marshall.
to a murdered mother, Virginia Sorensen. On a day that I was planning to put up a Christmas tree with my family,
El día que yo tenía
I
planeado
received a
poner el
call from
árbol
my
de
dad
Navidad
that
con mi
would turn my
familia,
whole family's world upside down.
el mundo
When I
se
answered
volteó
the
de
phone, my
cabeza.
dad told me something happened to your mother
Mi
during the
papá,
parade, and
mi
she
papá
didn't
me dijo
make
que
it.
algo le pasó a mi madre.
I said, "What do you mean she didn't make it?"
Yo, ¿qué quiere
My
decir
dad
que
proceeded to tell
no
me that
lo,
she
no lo
was
logró?
killed. Of course, I didn't believe him at first.
Dice,
But when
claro,
I
al
hung up
principio
the
no lo
phone,
creí.
reality set in. As I wiped the tears from my eyes, I
Cuando
thought to
estaba
myself how I was
sacando
going to tell
lágrimas
my
de
2
mis
little
ojos,
girls, as they wait in the other room to put up the Christmas tree,
Mi-
that they will never see their grandma again.
porque ellos estaban esperando a su abuelita para
As
poner
a
el árbol de
parent, one of
Navidad
the
y nunca
hardest
más
things to
volvieron a ver
endure
a
is
su
to
abuela.
see your family in pain.
Y ver a mi
Witnessing my
familia en
daughter's
dolor,
hearts get shattered into a million pieces in an instant that
nuestro
night,
mundo
trying to
se
understand
rompió
what
en
happened to the
millones de
grandma is
pedazos en
something I wish
instantes.
to this day I could make go away. I love my mom unconditionally, and
Amo a
so
mi
did my
madre
family.
incondicionalmente.
My mom would jump at the opportunities to spend time with my daughters.
Mi mamá
I
tomó la
was blessed
oportunidad de
with
pasar
having that
tiempo con mis
opportunity
hijas.
with my mom, but my girls were cheated out of that
Pero-
because of the acts of one evil person. Mr. Brooks, you had mentioned that you will never be able to get the chance to hold your grandchild. To that I say good.
Dice, usted dijo que usted no
Maybe
iba a tener
then,
la oportunidad
while
de
you're
abrazar a
locked
ninguno
behind
de
bars,
sus
you
nietos.
will
Dice, por esa
experience a
chance
little
que
bit of
usted
the
está
pain
diciendo, bien
that
por
you
usted.
inflicted on 6 families when you killed their loved
Usted no
ones
pensó en
during the
las
Christmas
familias de
parade.
6 familias cuando mató a
My
6
family will
personas.
never get the chance to hug my mom one
Mi
last
familia
time
nunca va a volver
and
a tener
say
la oportunidad
goodbye
de
because of
abrazar a mi
your
mamá.
actions.
Nunca más.
You will never understand what you took from my family,
Usted nunca va a
and by
entender
your
lo que usted
actions in
tomó
court, you don't
away
seem to
de mi
care either.
familia.
You murdered my mom,
Usted
and for that
a
reason,
mi
I'm
mamá.
asking the judge to sentence you to life
Y le
in
estoy
prison
pidiendo a la
without
jueza
parole.
que lo condenen
I
de por
continue to
vida.
have a hard time understanding why such a loving person like my mom
Dice,
had her
todavía
life ended in a
no
tragic
entiendo
way.
por qué una persona tan
But I
amorosa
do
como
have
mi
some peace
mamá
knowing that she left this
pasó
earth
por
doing
esto.
something she loved. I encourage people now, after a year,
Estoy
that if someone asks
animando a
you
las
how my
personas
mom
después de un
died,
año
Virginia Sorensen, that you respond with, "Let me tell you how she lived."
que déjenme
Because
decirles
that
cómo
is
ella
what
vivía,
made her so special to
porque
so
eso
many
es lo
people.
que la hacía a ella muy especial.
When I was a kid, most of my
Cuando
superheroes
yo
wore
fui un
capes.
niño,
As of today, myself and family, we have a new one, and she wears a robe.
que ellos tenían
Thank
unos
you, Judge
superhéroes
Darrel.
y siempre
Words
fue
cannot express
su
my
mamá.
family's gratitude with the time and effort you put into this trial. I want to also thank Sue, Zach, Leslie, Detective Casey,
Que bueno, les está agradeciendo a los
Jen,
detectives, a los que
Pepper,
estuvieron
the
haciendo este
witnesses,
caso
the
posible,
jury, for the
a los
sacrifices they made
abogados,
so justice could be served.
para que la
Lastly,
justicia
I want
se
to thank
hiciera.
the city of Waukesha for their community
A
of
la,
love
a
and
la
support
ciudad,
they
a la
displayed
comunidad
towards our family during this time.
y el apoyo que han recibido
Going
de parte
forward,
de ellos y de su
My
familia en
family
este tiempo.
will refuse to live in fear because of the acts of one evil person. My family will continue to attend
Mi
parades,
familia va a
and at this year's
continuar.
Waukesha Christmas Parade, we plan on walking with the dancing grannies.
Nosotros
We will
estábamos
do this
planeando
in remembrance of my
ese
mom
desfile
and
de
show
Navidad.
that we are stronger together.
Y ahora
I
estamos
ask
más
you
fuertes
today
que
to
nunca,
please
más
remember
unidos
the
que
picture
nunca.
shown on the screen during this year's Waukesha Christmas Parade.
Durante estas épocas del
This
año,
picture was
estos
taken before a
desfiles,
previous parade. My hope for you
dice
is
mi
that it reminds you of
esperanza
the
para
true
usted
representation of what the Waukesha Christmas Parade stood for before this tragic event. which is the unconditional love between families while celebrating the spirit of
Y que
Christmas.
esto es pues el
May angels watch
incondicional
over you
amor de
and
las
you remain
familias aquí
strong.
representadas.
I would like now to bring up my daughter Brooke.
Me gustaría traer a mi
to say a
hija
couple
ahora.
words about her
Como son
grandma.
menores de edad, no las
She held the
pueden
banner with my
pasar
mom
en la
at previous
pantalla.
parades, as shown in the picture above.
Y aquí vamos a enseñarles, creo, unas fotografías para que las vean. ¿Qué está haciendo este señor?
Thank you for being here, young lady. What would you like to tell me?
Dice, ¿qué me quieres decir,
Hello,
jovencita?
my name is Brooke Sorensen.
Mi nombre
I'm
es Brooke.
Virginia Sorensen's granddaughter. The
Y yo
things
soy la
that-
nieta de
that-
Virginia.
things I miss about my grandma are me and my sister Mackenzie doing foot races around the driveway.
Dice que
And my
extraña
grandma would
mucho
do
cómo jugaba
commentary
en
on
el
tennis.
driveway con su abuela y su hermana.
She always cheered us on at all of our activities.
Sí,
I would
ella
DJ
siempre
at
nos,
dance and granny parties and carry the banner at parades with
nos
my
hacía,
grandpa while Granny
nos llevaba a los
danced.
desfiles, nos
When we
hacía
would get on the
fiestas.
school bus, she would say reading is the key to learning to be
Y
nice,
siempre nos
kind,
decía que
brave, and
leer era la
watch
clave
over
del
you.
aprendizaje.
After school, we would talk on the porch. Other
Después
times when
de
we
la
came-
escuela siempre
when we
hablábamos
came
en el
over to our
porche de la
house, we would
casa.
play games together, go to the
Jugábamos
playground,
juntas
have drawing contests, dance parties, and work on granny routines.
y
She'd give
hacíamos
us snacks when we
concursos.
watched some of her
Nos
favorite
daba
movies like
snacks.
Polar Express and Coco. When we first found out that she was gone, I started to cry. And I
Cuando
would
me di
cry
cuenta
every
que se
night.
había
I
ido,
missed her
empecé a
so
llorar
much, and still do today.
y todavía lo
Carol
hago
Brooks,
hasta el
he
día
took
de
her
hoy.
from me, my sister, and my family. The things we will miss the most are not seeing her again.
Las
her
cosas que
smile,
más
her
vamos a
laugh,
extrañar que nunca
being
vamos a
able to
volver a
talk
ver
to
es su
her and doing fun
sonrisa.
things with her. My sister and I pray every night for our
Mi
granny and our
hermana y yo
family.
rezamos
Granny,
todas
I'll
las
see you in
noches
my
por mi
dreams.
abuela.
I'm being told Mr. Brooks would like to come back. Before I do that, sir, I need a pledge
Le está
from you that
preguntando
you
que
will
si quiere
abide by
regresar
the
antes de que ella
rules of
continúe,
courtesy and decorum, and you will not interrupt. Can you do
pero
that,
que no
sir?
tiene que interrumpir.
I'm not going to interrupt.
Que no va a interrumpir, dice.
All right, then I will give him that opportunity to come back. We'll clear the courtroom while we do that. Thank you. We're take a brief recess.
Lo van a traer otra vez de regreso. Sí, dice Happy Customer. No sé cómo manejan los desfiles festivos, pero en esas ciudades, pero aquí cierran la avenida. Pues sí, tienen que tener obviamente más precauciones después de esto. Y hay ciudades a lo mejor porque son tan pequeñas que la gente sabe que tienen eventos y pues no hay necesidad tal vez de hacerlo, pero ya nos estamos dando cuenta que hay mucha gente que está mal de la cabeza y que no le importa y son violentamente agresivas en un volante o pudieron haber estado caminando también y generar una tragedia. El problema con este señor es de que, pues sí, se ve que tiene algún problema mental porque pues no tiene ningún tipo de remordimiento ni tampoco tiene respeto por ni las víctimas, ni los familiares, ni por nadie. O sea, sí está muy feo este caso. Y me imagino que ahora que lo sentencien, pues también le van a tener que tener protección porque adentro en la cárcel, pues lo tienen que cuidar. Bueno, estamos aquí, continuamos en la traducción. Ahorita estoy con ustedes.
been advised that there may be an issue with the screen in front of Mr. Brooks, but I would note that the large monitor that's directly above the witness stand and the other monitor, which is closer to Mr. Brooks behind the clerk, has been working the entire time.
Bueno, parece ser que ya lo regresaron a la corte. Vamos a seguir y vamos a continuar, que esperemos que esto no pase.
So, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gracias, su señoría. La gente está enojada. Todos los que han pasado están tristes y enojados.
I didn't know it caused that disruption. Can the state put something up and I'll.
That was like way earlier.
It's working. Okay, great. It's working. All right, my apologies, sir, for that interruption.
Judge, I talked to the bar.
All right, well, there's nothing on, there's nothing on it at the moment.
Okay, yeah, as long as you
Really quick,
No, we're gonna keep going, sir.
I just wanted to apologize for,
Dice que se quiere disculpar
that's all, I wasn't to
All right, I
address
appreciate that,
anything.
sir. Thank you. Thank you. I really do. All right, go.
por haber interrumpido. Dice
My
seguro.
name is Sean Sorensen.
Mi nombre es
James
John.
Sorensen's oldest son. Without warning, on a joy-filled Sunday in November, our family and others were devastated by an
Dice que ese
unfathomable
día,
act of
noviembre 21, muchas familias
My
estuvieron
mother, Virginia
devastadas.
Sorensen, Jenny, a loving and devoted grandmother to 6,
Una
mother to 3,
madre de 3,
sister to 3,
hermana de
and wife of
3
56 years to my father,
y esposa
and friend to
de muchos años con mi padre.
was taken from us
Fue
for no
arrebatada
comprehensible reason.
sin ninguna razón de nosotros.
My mom didn't let her age of 79 slow her down, be it the dancing grannies,
Ella era una
her
abuela
horses, dogs,
que le
cats,
encantaba bailar,
chickens,
le encantaban
travel,
los animales, le encantaba
working as a
viajar.
medical records nurse,
Trabajó
holiday
como
get-togethers,
enfermera.
the occasional brandy old-fashioned,
Era
and having sleepovers and movie
y
parties
tenía
with her grandchildren.
se divertía con sus
She enjoyed the
nietos,
companies
con
of
películas,
others and was
pijamadas,
always up for an adventure.
y todos ellos
She
estábamos
never tired
buscando
of
por
listening
ella estaba
to her
buscando por
grandchildren's
aventuras.
dreams,
Era ver
inspiring
crecer a
them
sus
to shoot
nietos.
for the stars. She was so proud of all 6 of them in this
Ella
photo.
siempre estuvo muy orgullosa
Carter,
de nosotros
Claire,
6.
Gabrielle, Savannah, Brooke,
Los nombres de
and
sus
Mackenzie.
nietos.
She was killed doing something she loved
Ella
and enjoyed with
fue
the dancing grannies.
haciendo algo que le
And
gustaba
although
como
we were denied
abuelita.
the chance to be with her when she passed,
Y me
we know she
me
was
pesa
surrounded
mucho
by
no haber
friends
estado con ella cuando
and
pasó.
caring strangers who sought to save her life.
Cuando
So we
hubo
find
amigos que
comfort that
trataron
she
de
did not
salvarle la
die
vida,
alone.
pero ella murió sola.
She was a compassionate person.
Ella era una persona muy
She was always
compasiva.
telling us, God bless you,
Siempre nos
or
decía,
angels watch
Dios te
over you.
bendiga, o los ángeles te
She
están
will be
viendo.
missed with an aching emptiness in all our hearts.
Ella
Judge
nos
Darrel,
dejó, dice yo,
thank you for overseeing this trial.
gracias jueza
and the fine
Darrel
excellence
por
in your
siempre
profession.
estar aquí tan
And we
profesional.
are so grateful you were assigned
Estamos
to this
muy
case.
agradecidos con usted.
Thank you to the 12 jurors of this
Gracias
strong
a los 12
community who
jueces
carefully and unbiasedly
que están
listened to the
aquí, que
evidence
estuvieron aquí
and
escuchando
brought
las
back
evidencias
76 guilty verdicts.
y los 76
Thank you,
veredictos
Sue Hopper,
culpables.
Leslie Basie, Zach Witchow, and the entire Waukesha District Attorney's team
Y todos los equipos
for
de
ensuring Mr.
abogados que
Brooks would
estuvieron
not
aquí
escape the consequences
para que el
of his
Señor
despicable actions.
no estuviera pagando por sus
Thank you,
acciones.
Detective
Gracias,
Tom Casey.
detective.
And the many law enforcement officers of Waukesha and other jurisdictions who investigated, collected evidence, and testified to ensure Darrel Brooks will never be a free man.
Dice, usted nunca va a ser un hombre
Detective
libre.
Casey came to my dad's house in the early morning hours of November 22nd to deliver the heart-wrenching confirmation that my mother had passed, and he has greeted us every day in court since then. I want to thank the Victim Witness Program.
Quiero
Deb
agradecerle
Dunn,
al
staff,
programa de víctimas
and their best comfort dog, Pepper. for their kindness and constant comfort
por
to all the
siempre,
families
por su
affected this
calidad
past
y
year.
por siempre
She and
estar,
her office have been a rock for us to
compartir sus
cling to
oficinas
when events have threatened to emotionally overwhelm us.
cuando estábamos
I want to thank the Waukesha
emocionalmente.
Women's Center for supporting
También dice
Corey
gracias
Runkle
al
and Erica
soporte de las
Patterson
mujeres
in their testimony against Mr. Brooks and his abuse, and the good that the center does for other abused women. I want to thank the first responders and medical personnel at the parade who rendered aid to the injured and attempted to save my mother's life that night. And a nurse that we met at the memorial one night by chance, Sarah, who held my mother's hand that night. But she was already dead.
Dice que él agarró la mano de su mamá, pero ella ya no estaba con vida.
Multiple skull fractures,
Muchas,
pelvic fractures,
muchas fracturas tenía
and her Christmas hat wedged
y tenía
under the windshield wipers of the Ford SUV. There was no ambulance ride or hospital stay. She was gone in a split second.
Ella no llegó ni al hospital,
Mr.
ella se
Brooks
había
smashed into her.
ido en unos
But
minutos.
she will live on forever in
Pero
our
ella
hearts.
siempre vivirá por siempre en nuestros
Finally,
corazones.
I would like to thank the Waukesha community
Finalmente, me gustaría darle las gracias a la
for their
comunidad
outpouring of love and prayers
por
to the
sus
families and victims
oraciones
of this unspeakable
y por
tragedy.
todo lo que ustedes han hecho por estas víctimas en
few
esta
words for
horrible
Mr. Brooks.
tragedia. Tengo unas
Just
palabras
saying
para
that name
usted
brings anger and hatred into my heart,
que me trae mucho odio,
and I want to move forward
en mi
after this
corazón.
sentencing with the happy memories I hold of my mother.
pero quiero moverme con las memorias
I
más
sat
bellas que tengo de mi
silently
mamá.
almost every day in this courtroom,
Yo me senté aquí
bit
cada
my
día,
tongue, restrained myself from jumping over this divide.
restringiéndome mi
to
tiempo de
administer
no
my thoughts of
saltar
justice.
encima de este.
As Mr. Brooks droned on about where the plaintiff was in this case, who the plaintiff was in this case. You've already heard.
Usted
There are many plaintiffs
ya
here.
escuchó
I'm here right now.
muchísimas
I've been
veces.
here all along.
Aquí he estado todo este tiempo.
And now he gets to hear from me,
Y ahora
and
lo
will
tiene
from
que
many
escuchar de
other
mí
plaintiffs
y también de
before this
otras
day is over.
personas.
He is simply a repulsive man
Él es un hombre
who's shown zero
repulsivo
remorse for his
que,
actions and
que
depraved
expresa
indifference
cero
to life.
remordimiento
His fake
por haberle
tears in
quitado
court were never for those
sus lágrimas
harmed, but only for
falsas.
himself and the freedom he has lost. His narcissistic
Su,
behavior,
su
disgusting
comportamiento
trial antics,
narcisista es
and defiance to accept any accountability displays how truly unworthy he is of anyone's forgiveness. While we lost my mom instantly,
cuando nosotros perdimos a mi
I
mamá
hope his 76
instantáneamente.
sentences
Espero que
pass
estas
in a slow,
76
miserable,
palabras
depressing existence as a
pasen,
reminder of the many lives he shattered.
que
There are two
miserablemente
others I
este
hold
señor
culpable in my mother's murder.
quitó la vida de muchas
Dawn
personas.
Woods, the mother who knew her son's felonious criminal history and penchant for violence, yet bailed him out of jail for $1,000 after he had assaulted Erica Patterson by running her over with Miss Woods' Ford Escape. She continued to allow him to drive it and enabled his violence and murders that Sunday afternoon. The other is John Chisholm, the Milwaukee County District Attorney, whose misguided and ill-conceived bail reform policies led a violent, multi-convicted felon back into our community and onto our streets while already out on bail from a previous violent felony. Mr. Chisholm disregarded his duty to keep the people of this community and state safe from repeat criminal offenders and allowed a career criminal to snuff out 6 innocent lives.
Pues le están diciendo que él tomó 6 inocentes vidas, que es un cobarde,
He
que
had a tiny single sliver of integrity.
si él tuviera una milímetra de integridad,
Not once has Mr. Chisholm said 3 simple words to these victims and
que
families.
solamente decirle
I am sorry.
que al menos decirles 3 palabras simples a
At
las
least Miss
familias,
Woods in her
decirles
many
lo
media
siento
interviews
mucho,
has the humanity and understanding
pero
to say
su
those
humanidad
words to the families affected.
y su, pues,
6 families have been bound together forever in
6
grief.
familias
6
están,
families have lost loved ones who were
acaban de
cherished
perder a
and
sus,
can never
a
be
sus,
replaced,
a sus
but forever
familiares que
remembered
aman y nunca los
with
van a
love.
reponer.
6 names I will now never forget.
6 nombres que nunca voy a olvidar.
Jane,
Jane,
Jackson,
Jackson,
Bill,
Bill,
Tammy,
Tammy,
Lee,
Lee,
and Ginny.
and Ginny.
As my mom was fond of saying, angels watch over us.
Como mi mamá decía, los ángeles nos están
And I know
cuidando.
now
Y ahora
there are
lo
6
sé,
more
que hay
watching
6
over us.
más cuidándonos.
Judge Darrel, my request is
Señora
simple.
jueza, mi
Maximum
respuesta
terms of
es
imprisonment,
la máxima
every single
pena,
charge,
cada uno de los
life without
cargos
parole for all 6 counts
por los
of
6
intentional
casos intencionalmente que lo hizo.
Thank you, and all who
Gracias
played a role in bringing justice to
y
the
espero que la
families in this
justicia
community.
llegue a esta comunidad.
I'm David Sorensen,
Yo
Virginia
soy David,
Sorensen's husband of 56 years.
esposo
And I'm
de
wearing this handsome
Virginia,
granny sweatshirt in her memory.
y está haciendo esto por su
Few thank
memoria.
yous, first of all. Thank you,
Dice algunas
Judge
gracias,
Darrel,
algunos
who earned your
agradecimientos.
angel wings in this trial.
Gracias
Thank
al
you to
ángel
the
que estuvo
jurors and those who
en este,
testified
en
who had to
este juicio.
experience the horror of November 21st of last year all over again. Thank you, District Attorney Sue Walker,
Gracias
Leslie, Zach,
a la
and your
abogada
excellent team.
que hicieron un excelente
Thank you to
equipo.
Tom Casey,
Gracias
Waukesha Law Enforcement, first responders, both on
a los
and off
primeros,
duty at the parade,
primeros auxilios,
medical personnel
al
at the
personal
parade, and
médico
the area hospitals that cared
en el
for the injured.
hospital que cuidaron de ella.
Thank you, Jen Dunn,
Gracias,
and your
Yenda.
caring team in the Victim Witness Office,
Los,
especially my new furry friend Pepper.
y mi nuevo amigo Pepper.
Here's a thank you that nobody knows about.
Aquí hay unas
Thank you to
gracias.
J.J. Watt. He's
Gracias
a professional football player for the Arizona Cardinals.
a un,
Gave up,
profesional
gave this community
jugador que le dio a la comunidad
money for funerals. for the
dinero
victims.
para los funerales.
6 family funerals.
6 familias que necesitaron
Finally, thank you
funerales.
to the kind and compassionate
Gracias.
people of Waukesha County, state of Wisconsin, and others from around the country and the world who have helped the victims of the Waukesha Christmas Parade find comfort, shared in their loss and sorrow, prayed for the injured, and offered words of
Gracias a los que rezaron y
we may heal
pidieron.
both physically and mentally. Although I have very specific thoughts on how I and the
Dice,
parade
a pesar de
families
que
would
tengo
want
específicos
revenge on the
pensamientos
convicted for what he did, I hand over his fate now to God.
y ahora
So I
tengo
will
fe
let
en
God
Dios.
determine the revenge I ask for, be it a week, a month, a year, a lifetime.
Dice que él también,
I
pues,
think it's fair to say
dice,
the
creo que es
convicted is
justo
an
decir
evil animal,
que
and I hope
eres,
that God's wrath
que
falls
el
upon
diablo
him.
es un animal
It actually started before the trial did, because
y que empezó
he
antes de
took
que
away
empezara
his
este
own
juicio.
God-given name. Didn't want to
Porque,
be known by his name.
porque él tomó su nombre que le dio Dios
I refuse
dice,
to
ni si-
accept him as a person that deserves
yo no me
compassion or
refuso a
mercy.
aceptarlo como persona.
I too regret Wisconsin does not have the death penalty,
Recreo
because if someone ever deserved it, the convicted most certainly does. Life in prison is too kind.
Dice, la vida en
The
prisión es
Bible on your
demasiado
table will
cómoda.
not do you any good, for you will end up. I have struggled this past year with Jenny's
He
loss.
estado
It was to be her last
sufriendo
parade.
por el último año por la pérdida de mi esposa.
I will continue to struggle with the loss.
Voy a
I
seguir
am lucky to have
continuando
family to care for me
sufriendo por su
and
pérdida.
wrap me in
Pero tengo
love
tengo
so
a mi
that I can
familia
start
que ve
to
por
glue
mí.
together the shattered life I now have. I know Jenny probably saved our 2 granddaughters
Yo sé que
who sit
Jenny
behind
tal
me,
vez
their lives by carrying the banner that day in their place, and I thank God for that.
que ella estuvo
The
ahí
life that
cuidando a sus
Jenny
2
and I
nietas y
built
que le da
over
gracias a Dios
56
pues que a
years
ellas
of
no les
marriage
pasó
was
nada.
forever altered nearly a year ago. I
Dice
will
casi
carry
un
on
año
in this new life with help from my family
esta
and
nueva
friends. The life I was once able to share with Jenny is gone.
la vida
But
que yo
it
tenía
has
compartida
strengthened
con
my
Jenny se ha
family's
ido.
closeness and in a way made us stronger for the great challenges we have ahead of us. I feel sorry she will not be able to hold a great
Me
grandchild
siento triste porque ella no va a poder
or
abrazar
see
más
all of her children,
a sus otros nietos
grandchildren be successful in life. But I
y
pray
no
to
va a
her
ver a sus
and know she is
nietos
watching over us.
en
My
vida.
Christian faith and church have helped me cope with my sadness and find hope and love over hate. My friends have lifted me up in their prayers. My
Mis
family
amigos
carries
me han
my
ayudado
burden
con
with
sus
me.
oraciones.
My dogs at home give me a small measure of comfort
Mis,
when I
mis,
am in
mis
need.
perritos en casa me han
Angels
dado,
will watch over all of
me
us
han dado
and give
cariño y
us
compañía.
strength. Now I want you to use your imagination a
Ahora
little
quiero
bit.
que usted use su
When it
imaginación.
thunders, I imagine that Jackson is blasting a home run over the fence. When there is a rainbow,
Cuando
I
hay
will
un,
imagine the
hay un,
dancing
ah,
grannies. Jenny,
cuando hay
Tammy, Lee, and
un
Bill,
arco iris,
with
él ve
them
a
dancing
Jenny.
along its lines. When there's a ray of sunshine poking through the clouds,
Cuando
I will
hay,
imagine it is Jane.
cuando hay rayos de sol
Smiling
que entran
down
por
on
la
us.
ventana, me imagino que es
When
Jenny.
it snows like it did this morning,
Cuando
I will imagine
hay
God's
nieve,
love.
cuando hay
Give
nieve
us a
como esta
blanket
mañana,
and comfort.
siento
When
que
I
es
see a blue
ella
light,
dándome
I see
confort.
this community's commitment to help heal and support each other. Judge, you have witnessed the same
Usted,
evil I have.
jueza, ha sido
You have
testigo,
endured a very emotional and draining
ha visto que esto ha
trial
sido
as
muy
I have.
emocional
I ask for the full punishment within
y
your power.
pido por la
I ask
pena
you to send
máxima
this evil animal to
por
life in
este
prison with
animal,
no chance for
demonio,
parole for the callous murder of my wife
por
and
la
5 others
muerte
and
de mi
injuring
esposa
61 others.
y a
He should
otras
never have
6
the
más.
opportunity to hurt another
Él
person
nunca
and has
no debe
forfeited his
tener la
right to be a
oportunidad
free man ever again
de
by
ser
his
un hombre
violent
libre nunca
actions
más
against innocent lives,
por haber
both
tomado
young
las
and
vidas
old.
inocentes.
You are a very evil, evil
Usted
animal.
de verdad es un animal
Amen.
diabólico, diabólico. Pobrecito señor, perdió el amor de su vida, su esposa Jenny.
I have one very brief statement from a young woman who was marching with the grannies. And then we
Dice que
have,
tiene
I believe,
un
three
statement más
from
de una
one
señora
more
que
family
marchó
before the next group will have to
antes del siguiente grupo. Llevamos más de 5 horas, señoras y señores. Si quieren
statement
dejarme
from
su
a
like,
young
se los
woman who
agradezco de
was
verdad
holding the banner with
infinitivamente.
the
Muchas
grannies.
gracias.
And she marked down that the crime made her feel sad, mad,
Dice
scared,
que este
and
evento
then
la
also
dejó
wrote invaluable.
enferma, triste,
Asked if you were the judge, what
enojada.
would you do to the offender? She checked, send them to prison. And then her own idea of make the offender go through the physical and emotional pain I went through.
Seguimos con otro grupo de personas. Llevamos 5 horas con 15 minutos casi. Gracias a todos los que están aquí desde la mañana. Hoy y mañana nada más es el desenlace de todo esto, hoy y mañana, para que estén también al pendiente si gustan.
Thank you. My name is Taylor Kulik.
Mi nombre es
Standing next to
Taylor.
me is my oldest son, Robert.
Y él es mi
I am
hijo,
the oldest daughter of
Robert.
my mother, Jane Kulik, and it is on her behalf
Y
that
su
I will be
mamá
making a
es
statement
Jane
today,
Kulik.
as she's unable to speak for herself.
Como ella no puede hablar por ella misma.
November 21st,
Noviembre
2021,
21,
the day my
2021.
life was forever changed.
Mi
The
vida
day my
cambió
mom was murdered.
el día que mi mamá
It's
falleció.
still hard to believe that
Todavía
my
es
mom was
increíble de
killed
creer que
while
mi mamá
marching
fue
in a Christmas parade.
en un desfile
I
de
will never forget
Navidad.
that day.
Nunca me voy a olvidar de ese
When
día.
I received the phone call
Cuando
stating that my
recibí
mom had been hit,
la llamada
I
de
rushed to
cuando
the
mi
hospital
mamá
to find her.
había sido golpeada por un coche
Within
y
minutes of arriving
fui
at
al
Waukesha
hospital
Memorial, people of all ages flooded into the ER.
y gente
Many
de todas
injured,
las edades
many
entraron
searching for
al
their family
emergency
members,
room.
just like we were. It was complete chaos.
Era un completo caos.
After 3 hours
Después de
spent
3
searching
horas
and waiting,
esperando,
finally, a nurse
finalmente
came and
una
asked us to
enfermera
sit
vino
down.
y nos dijo que nos sentáramos.
My heart sank.
Mi
I
corazón
listened as they
lo
told us
escuché
how my mom was
como mi mamá
unconscious when she
estaba
was loaded into the
inconsciente
ambulance,
cuando ella entró a la ambulancia.
that they tried to save her,
Ellos trataron
but
de
the damage
salvarla,
was too severe for her to fight.
pero el
She was
daño
dead
había sido
upon
demasiado
arrival.
profundo para ella
She
para
didn't
pelear.
even make it to the
Ella
hospital.
ni siquiera lo logró al hospital
It hit me like a ton of bricks.
y me
My
golpeó
mom
como mi
was
mamá
just murdered. She
había
was dead.
sido arrebatada su vida.
I did not sleep at all that night.
No dormí
All I
nada
did
esa
was
noche.
cry.
Todo lo que hice fue llorar.
I sobbed for the loss of my mother. I bawled for the pain of my children losing their grandmother.
Y también por el
And I
dolor de
wept
mis,
for the
de
rest
mis
of my
hijos de haber
family
perdido a su abuela.
as we had all just lost an absolute gem. Next picture, please.
Me enseñó unas fotos.
I still cry.
Todavía lloro
Even as we approach 1 year without her.
cuando ya estamos a
This
punto
year
de
of all
llegar
the
un
firsts
año
without my
sin
mom
ella.
has been difficult, to say
Ha
the
sido muy
least.
difícil.
Every holiday,
Cada
birthday, and monumental
cumpleaños,
life moment. Each of those
celebración,
moments, another
cada
reminder
uno de
that
esos
she's not
momentos,
here.
recordar que ella no está
She was
aquí.
known for giving cards on every
Ella era
occasion,
conocida por
and
dar
she showed up to
tarjetas
everything she was
y ella
invited
le
to.
enseñaba a todos.
She was always present
Siempre ella
because
estaba
she genuinely
presente
cared.
porque a ella le importaba.
You could tell by the way her smile lit
Tú
up the
puedes
room,
darte cuenta
or
por
how
el tipo
contagious her
de
laughter
sonrisa que
was.
ella tenía.
Her presence alone was just a sense
Su
of
presencia
comfort,
sola
a
era
feeling of home.
confortable.
She was supportive,
Ella era
encouraging, and just so
soportable
laid back that you couldn't help but get along with her.
y tú no podías evitar
These
llevarte
are
bien
just
con
some of
ella.
the reasons we all love and miss her so
Son
much.
muchas las razones por las que nosotros la amamos y la recordamos.
Her name was Jane.
Su nombre era
Jane
Jane.
Kulik. Her sister
Su
called her
hermana,
Pain, so she was Auntie Pain to my cousins.
ella era
and known only as
anti,
Grandma to my kids.
ella era la
But
abuela
for
de mis
me,
hijos.
her
Para
name
mí,
was Mom.
su nombre era Mam.
Mom and I were super tight.
Mamá y yo éramos
I
muy
could talk to
unidas.
her about anything in the
Siempre
world.
podía hablar con ella de todo lo que fuera en el
We
mundo.
used to text each other almost every day.
Nos texteábamos
Talk
todos
on
los
the
días.
phone
Hablar
almost
en el teléfono
at least once a week.
al menos una vez
And
por
go out to
semana.
lunch, just her and I, every other week.
Solamente ella y yo.
Every day, I'm missing those text messages.
Cada día extraño esos mensajes.
I miss hearing her voice on the phone.
Extraño
And
escuchar
receiving
su
her
voz.
adorable voicemails.
Siempre
Or
nos
seeing
dejaba
her face light up when I
adorables
unexpectedly pop up
mensajes.
at the house. To simply say I miss my mom
Simplemente
is a dramatic
decir,
understatement of my true feelings.
extraño a mi mamá es
I'm
dramáticamente,
devastated,
estoy
a bit
devastada.
lost,
Es una
and I
gran
can't fully
pérdida.
describe how
Y
it
no puedo
feels
completamente
other than a
describir.
piece of me is missing.
Una parte de mí se ha perdido.
My smile is not so bright.
Mi
I don't laugh
sonrisa
the
no es
same
no es tan
anymore
brillante
because I'm just not the same.
porque ya no soy la misma.
I have never experienced such
Nunca
a
he
painful level
experimentado
of sadness for so many
semejante
consecutive days.
días de tristeza
I have
en
never
tan
felt this level of
días tan
heartache
seguidos.
for
Nunca
myself
he,
or for my kids.
por mí o por mis hijos.
Even though we talk about it, I can only imagine how my kids have felt this past year.
Solamente hemos
Not only
hablado
are they
y de solo
coping with the
imaginarme
loss
cómo
of their
mis
own
hijos
grandmother,
han pasado
but
este
also they've
año
had to watch
sin
me,
su,
their mom,
sin,
grieve my mom.
sin su abuela
My
y a
oldest
su
son
mamá,
is
verla
dreading his
triste por
upcoming
perder a su
birthday,
mamá.
just like we all did this year, as it's his first in 15 years without her. My mom always said they had a special bond, and they
Mi
really
mamá
did.
siempre dijo que ellos
She
tenían
had a
una
unique
especial,
bond with
ellos,
each of her grandkids,
ella tenía una
as she did
especial
with
unión
each
con
of
sus
us.
nietos.
My other son, Darius, was worried that he would forget his
Mi-
grandma's voice.
Mi otro
And my
niño
daughter,
decía
Kylie,
que él no quería olvidar
is
la voz de
finally able to talk about her
de
grandma
su
without
abuelita.
tearing
Dice,
up.
él ahora por fin es capaz de hablar
Each
de
of
su
my
abuelita
kids had a
sin
super
llorar.
close relationship with their grandma, and they're all missing her deeply.
Y todos ellos la
We were all
extrañan
so
profundamente.
close.
Éramos tan
From family
unidos
game nights, barbecues,
por
Sunday
barbecues,
drives, to family vacations and beyond.
familia,
We really did a
vacaciones
lot
en
together.
familia. Hicimos demasiadas cosas juntos.
We've tried to continue all these
Estamos
things
tratando
without
de
her,
continuar,
but they're different now.
pero es diferente ahora.
As the kids say,
Como
it's
los niños
just not
dicen,
right without grandma.
no se siente igual sin la
Some
abuela.
things will never be the same
Nunca va a
without her.
volver a ser nada lo mismo.
Everywhere we go,
A
there
donde
seems to
vamos,
be exactly one empty chair that
siempre
she
hay
should be
una
seated in.
silla vacía.
A perfect amount of empty space in a family photo where she should be standing.
Hay exactamente un espacio
little
perfecto
moment of
para una
silence
foto
where she
cuando
should be
ella no
laughing
está.
or adding to the conversation. Empty space. That's what it feels like.
Un espacio
Empty,
vacío, eso es lo que se
broken,
siente.
Shattered. Our family has
Nuestra
an empty
familia
space where one
tiene
of our
un
members
espacio
belongs.
vacío
An irreplaceable person was
es
taken away from
irreemplazable
us
para esa persona.
abruptly. A member of our family unexpectedly gone.
Una miembro de nuestra
The rest
familia
of us left with a
inesperadamente se
broken
fue.
heart, shattered by the murder of an incredible person.
Y fue
left with an empty space
por una
that
persona.
only she could fill. You can go to the next one. At this time,
En este
I would like to
momento
address my
me
mother's
gustaría
murderer. Whatever your
hablarle,
name is, I don't care.
dice, cualquiera que
You
sea tu
ran
nombre
over
no me
my mom
importa.
like she was mere roadkill. The only reason you hit the brakes that day was to get her off the hood of your car.
Dice, la única razón por la que tú aceleraste y quitaste el freno era para quitarlos de tu camino. Lo hiciste a
You don't
propósito.
deserve to be here.
Tú no
You do not
mereces
deserve
estar aquí.
forgiveness.
Tú no
You
mereces
somehow
el
still
perdón.
get to talk to your mom, but mine is gone
Tú
forever.
puedes hablar con tu mamá, pero la mía ya
Because
se ha ido
you
por
killed
siempre.
her.
Tú la
It's astonishing to me that any person could have absolutely zero regard for
Dice,
their
no puedo
fellow
creer
human
que una
beings.
persona no tenga absolutamente ningún
Since you call
remordimiento.
yourself a man of God,
Desde que
then
tú
you
te
know
llamas
that
un
the
hombre
only
de Dios
punishment you are deserving of is death
y lo
6
único que
times
tú
over.
la
And I can't
deseas,
wait for the day that I hear you're dead in prison.
no puedo esperar al día en que me digan que moriste en prisión. Tú mereces morir 6 veces.
My name is Alicia Kulik, and I am the youngest daughter
Yo
of
soy
Jane Kulik.
la
I've tried to figure out where
nieta
to start,
joven.
and there really isn't anywhere specific to start off with. I can't put all of my emotions onto
No puedo
how
poner todas
everybody
mis
pieces of
emociones
paper. It's
aquí
just not
en
enough,
una
at least in
oración.
my mind. I've waited for this day, both anxiously
Esperé por este día.
yet ready to share my piece on the matter. I'm here speaking upon behalf of my mother and the rest of my family, and my twin brother standing right next to me. I've been to most of the trial that I can make it to, as it is my first year in college, and my mom would want me to put my schooling first.
Dice, mi mamá me puso a tener mi escuela primero en mi primer año de college.
Many emotions on
Tengo
this
muchas
subject,
emociones
but
en
without a
este.
doubt, the most extensive emotion I feel is grief. At the time of this tragedy, I was 17 years old.
En el momento de esta tragedia yo tenía 17 años. Estaba terminando el high
Which most
school.
people would think
Que muchas personas pueden
be your best
pensar,
time of school.
debería de ser tu
But for me, it was
tiempo
anything but
perfecto,
that.
más divertido de la escuela.
I was starting my college journey.
Estaba
at least
empezando
trying to.
mi college
My mom managed to take my
aventura.
brother and I on at least 2 college tours before she had passed. It was my last prom, my 18th birthday, and of course graduating, all of which I did not enjoy. Not one of them. The joy of these things
La
was
felicidad
stripped
de
away
estas
from me
cosas se han
quickly
movido
on
para mí.
November 21st of 2021. I can tell you every last detail about that day, up to the clothes I was wearing. I can tell you what show I was watching, as I am thankful that I was sick that day and couldn't be at the parade to see.
Dice que ella no pudo estar en el parade ese día porque estaba enferma.
Unfortunately, I was bummed at first
Yo estaba bombardeada al
sick and I
principio
couldn't see my mom
porque no
watching
podía
my
ver a mi mamá.
first ever parade. She was really excited.
Ella estaba muy
Granted, she's
emocionada
marched in parades before,
porque
alongside
ella ha
my brother
marchado
and I
en,
through WPRF, but this time
en
the
marchas
light was supposed
antes.
to shine on just her. I don't think
No
that it
pienso,
had been 2 hours
no creo que ni
since she
siquiera
left, that
pasaron
my
2
dad got a
horas
phone
desde que ella
call from
salió,
someone my
cuando,
mom had been marching with,
cuando recibí una
stating that
llamada
she'd been hit by a car.
de que
At
había
first, I thought my
sido
dad was
golpeada por un
just
coche.
upset about something over work, because that's kind of common. Or what my mind went to was that maybe the after parade traffic was pretty bad and she collided with another car.
Dice, yo pensé que como había mucha gente, ella había colapsado con otro coche porque había mucho tráfico. Que se puso los zapatos y que le llamó a su mejor amigo. Y yo nada más le dije que mi mamá había tenido un accidente en un coche. En el camino al hospital fue cuando la realidad realmente me... Dice, hubiera deseado que hubiera sido solamente un accidente de coche. Cuando llegábamos al hospital, el incidente se me reveló. En el hospital, en el cuarto de espera. Nunca voy a olvidar las cosas que vi ese día. Nunca voy a olvidar el caos que vi ese día.
My dad rushed into the back. He had this sweatshirt on that had an ambulance symbol on it that he just thrifted and used it to his advantage.
Había ambulancias, específicamente recuerdo, sí, que tenían cortadas y vidrios. Dice, vi una niña no más grande de 10 años y la mamá solamente gritando por su hija. Y después vi a otra niña con una sábana en el piso y estaba
Quickly my brain knew before my heart did the outcome. I'd never thanked my dad for this, but I appreciated the optimism and the composure he kept during the longest waiting period of my life.
Que ha sido el periodo más largo de espera de su vida.
Make everything okay. And we'd even joke around a little bit about my mom while she was dead.
Pero ella no estaba. Cuando finalmente el doctor se nos acercó, yo estaba enojada. Ella me puso y me dijeron, me hicieron aparte y me dijeron que finalmente tenían información y nos dijo que nos sentáramos. Tú sabías, nosotros sabíamos. Y me preparé a mí misma, escuchando que mi mamá tenía heridas en sus pulmones.
That is something that I will never be able to unhear, along with what I saw in the triage of that hospital waiting room.
La tragedia que yo vi en ese hospital en espera. Cada que escucho sirenas me da pánico pensar en otras familias que tienen que pasar por lo mismo. Y es terrible. Algo así puede pasar en el momento del abrir y cerrar de ojos.
By a squad car that day, considering none of us were in good condition to drive. And I'll never forget all the phone calls I had to make to tell our loved ones that my mom was dead.
Nunca voy a olvidar las llamadas que tuve que hacer para decir que mi mamá había
She
fallecido.
did not get a say in the matter.
Ella,
I remember calling my best friend,
me acuerdo que llamé a mi mejor amigo, a todos mis mejores amigos,
and they stayed with me
y ellos se
till
quedaron
3 in the
conmigo
morning.
hasta las 3 de
And
la
my
mañana,
boyfriend. They all did.
todo el día.
And the next day I didn't even want to get out of bed.
Y el día siguiente ni siquiera quería yo
I don't-
irme.
I still spend every day just waiting for this nightmare to end.
no quería ni
As I
siquiera
took that
levantarme,
second
esperando
day,
que
it still
esta,
wasn't fully processed yet that my mom was no longer with us.
procesando que mi mamá ya no iba a estar más con nosotros.
I never would wish on my worst enemy
Nunca
to
le,
have the burden to
nunca
share
le
such
desearía a
horrible
mi
news
mejor, a mi
that
peor
nobody ever
enemigo
prepares you for.
pasar por algo así.
After all is said and done, I couldn't get out of bed for a few days.
Después de todo
Nor did I
esto,
have
me
much
pude
of an
parar de la
appetite.
cama por unos días,
The next few days consist of me trying to put together this new life, all of which
tratando de
still
poner
doesn't
alrededor
sink in sometimes.
mi nueva vida,
But other days, believe me, it does.
pero no
Even though I've
fue.
received so much love and support from the community, my friends, and my family, I've never felt so alone.
Nunca me sentí tan
I don't
sola.
think I'd ever be capable of feeling this much pain in my life.
No creo que nunca
But here
pueda
I am.
volver a sentir este dolor nunca más en mi vida.
I'm watching my siblings and my nephews and niece and my cousins and my aunt and all the rest of my family.
Mis
going
sobrinos,
through
mis
this.
primos, mis
It's just
hermanos, todos.
terrible.
Es horrible por lo que pasamos.
Up to today, I've experienced every holiday officially, besides my oldest nephew's birthday,
Hasta hoy hemos
without my mom.
pasado
And they all
nuestros
suck.
holidays sin mi mamá,
Every last one of them.
cada uno.
I slept through most of Thanksgiving.
Me dormí casi
Christmas
todo
was
el
probably the
Thanksgiving.
most depressing of all. It's
Navidad
supposed
es
to be a time
probablemente
of
la
cheer
más
and joy.
depresiva
But how was I supposed to
festividad,
feel any of these things with my mom being dead?
teniendo que
It was our
pasar por
favorite
esto
time
cuando
of
mi
year,
mamá no
which
está.
made it even harder to enjoy. Every time we went to church, the song Silent Night came on.
Cada
and
que voy
she'd
a la
always
iglesia,
cry.
esta
And now I
canción
do the
viene
same.
y lloro.
I also had my 18th birthday 2 months after she was murdered.
También
If
tuve
it wasn't for my sister planning an
mi
amazing party
cumpleaños
for
número
both my brother
18,
and
2
I,
meses después de
I
su
don't think I would
partida.
have gotten out of bed that day.
Y creo que si no hubiera sido por mis
She was the
hermanas, yo no
woman
me
that
hubiera
brought
parado
me
ese
into
día de la
this world,
cama.
and it didn't feel right celebrating without her.
Se siente raro haberlo celebrado sin
I
ella.
had my senior prom without her, and she didn't get the chance to tell me how beautiful I looked, and then embarrass me with a bunch of pictures.
Dice, no tuvo chance
I
de
had to walk
decirme
the
qué hermosa
stage
me
at my high
veía.
school graduation without my #1 supporter cheering me on.
Ay, qué feo, pobrecita muchacha. Dice que no tuvo
I
oportunidad
received
tampoco de que
scholarships,
su
and my
mamá le
mom
tomara
didn't get to
muchas
tell me how
fotos
proud of me she was.
y que tampoco le pudo decir que
I
estuvo
spent most of my senior year in the
orgullosa
guidance
de
counselor's
ella.
office, catching up on all the missing work that I had, simply because I couldn't focus in class or at home.
Y no me
Because I
podía
was too
concentrar ni en
sad.
clase ni en la... Ay, Dios mío.
There was a classmate in my school that truly understood what I was going through.
Había
besides my
una
family.
clase que sí entendía por lo que yo estaba pasando.
The day after the parade incident happened, she called me and she asked if I was okay because
Ella me llamó un día
her family
después
had
de que pasó
experienced what I
todo
had.
eso y ella
Her
dijo
little
que
sister was part of the dance team, and
su
she was
familia
there
pasó
and
por algo
saw
por
her
lo que ella
sister
estaba pasando,
get hit by this SUV.
y su hermanita había pasado por lo
And
mismo
as bad as it seems to say,
y la camioneta
was
también
glad in
había
that moment
arrebatado.
that I had somebody that could relate to my situation that wasn't family. I felt for once that I had somebody that I could bond with that truly understood the emotions that I was feeling. I'm so glad that she didn't get to experience the extent of what I did and having to lose a loved one from the
Dice
moment that
que-
she came close.
Que ella estuvo cerca de perder también a
love
su
you guys.
hermanita.
Quite often, I also think about my future as I think about my past memories with my mom. And although I wish I could say present memories, I don't have any. I think about how my mom won't be at my wedding, and I'm gonna save a seat for her, but she won't be there, and she won't get to see me say my vows or get married to the love of my life. And she won't ever get to
Y
see
nunca,
my future
dice,
kids,
nunca
but
va a
they
poder
will
ella
know what
ver
it's
mis
like to have a
votos cuando me
grandmother's
case con el amor de mi vida.
and how I have to be the one with the burden to tell them of
Y-
what happened
Y tengo que ser
to
la
their
que le tiene que
grandmother and why they
decir
don't have one.
a mis hijos qué le pasó a su abuela.
I won't ever get to ask my mom for parenting advice as a first-time mom. You, Darrel Brooks, took these experiences
usted,
away from
Brooke.
both me and my brother, as he will be in the same position as I am.
Usted no ha estado en la
And I wish
posición
I
que
could
yo
say
estoy.
that I don't carry anger in my heart.
Yo quisiera
But
decirle que
that's
no
just
tengo,
simply not true.
no tengo odio en mi corazón,
I'm
pero eso
angry
no es
that all
cierto.
this could have been prevented if you had just stopped.
Esto hubiera sido prevenido si hubiera usted parado.
I think about how my mom saw what was coming, and she knew that there was absolutely nothing she could have done about it. I'm angry because as if my mom flying over the roof of your car wasn't good enough for you, you slammed on your brakes to get her off and continued to run her over. She wouldn't even had a fighting chance because of you. I'm angry that all of us had to relive this trauma. As you sat in that chair for weeks, not giving a single crap about any of these people. I've watched as you mocked the Bible and people's religion and the fake tears that you put on. I've watched as you gave your closing statement about asking the jury to do what they think is right when you couldn't have just done that yourself in the first place. I've waited for you to have a reason as to why you did all of this, so that maybe somehow I could get the slightest bit of closure. But I never will. A lot of people have asked me how I feel about the verdict. I feel happy that he was found guilty on all counts. Well, the jury found him guilty on all counts. But you know, it doesn't do crap for me because that won't change what happened to my mom. She will not be coming home ever again. She will not ever make me another
Perdón,
dinner.
no tenía aprendido esto.
She will not ever attend my wedding.
Nunca va a estar en mi boda
And I'll never get to hear her voice
y
or hug
nunca
her
voy a
again.
escuchar su voz
So really,
o
it changes
tener un
nothing
abrazo
for
de
me.
ella otra vez.
The only thing that it gives me at this time
La
that I can
única
say
cosa que me deja
is that I know our justice system
es que
has
la
persevered
justicia
and that they
es
have done my
perseverante
mom right.
y,
And I thank you all for that,
y yo les agradezco a ustedes por eso.
along with all the other victims.
Gracias y a todas las otras víctimas.
My life will never be the same because of you, Darrel Brooks.
Mi mente nunca va a ser
I
la
have
misma
not
porque
enjoyed a
usted.
single day fully since my mom has died.
No he disfrutado ni siquiera un
depressed.
día
A lot
desde
of
que
the
mi mamá
time,
se fue.
I don't watch certain shows anymore because it reminds me of my mom.
Dice, ni siquiera veo los shows de...
I don't do certain things because it just hurts too much.
Porque ya ni siquiera
I
hago
spent
cosas.
most of my summer inside instead of enjoying the sun and the warmth that we only get for a short period of time.
Paso mis
here in
veranos
Wisconsin.
adentro porque
I
ni
spent
siquiera
it
puedo estar
inside,
afuera. Los
being
paso,
sad.
en vez de estar afuera,
You
estoy
don't know what
adentro
it's like.
triste.
I had to be in that waiting room, and my oldest nephew was texting me and asking me what is wrong and where his grandma was.
Cuando estaba yo en ese cuarto esperando respuestas y me estaban mandando mensajes mis
I was
sobrinos
there when
preguntándome
we
qué
had to break the
estaba.
news to my nephews
Yo
and my
estaba
niece
ahí
that
cuando
their
tenía que
grandma
decirles
was
a
not
mis
coming
sobrinos
home, and I saw the tears run down their young, innocent
que
faces.
cuando les tuve que decir que su abuelita
And
se había
broke them.
ido, había
My nephew Darius, he's always been into video games.
mi sobrino siempre ha estado
recently,
entre videogames,
All
pero
he does is stay in his room on the video games.
ahora
and he
todo
doesn't
lo que
really
hace es
come out
estar
much
en
anymore, and I
en
can't
el
help
centro.
but think that's because of this incident.
A ver, ahorita regreso,
That he
espérense.
can't see my mom smile. That she was taken from all of us way too young. My mom was the glue that kept this family together, and without her, we've been falling apart. We've been struggling to stick together because nothing's the same. And I
Nada ha
blame you
sido
for
lo
that.
mismo, ha sido
Every
esto.
piece of it.
Cada pieza de esto ha sido.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Pobre muchacha. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, ya me andaba cayendo en vivo, a todo color aquí. Ya me andaba dando. Ay. Ay, no, yo siento mucha emoción por ellos. O sea, siento mucha empatía de. No puedes evitar estar emotivo.
The definition of an angel
La definición de un
is a person of
ángel.
exemplary conduct or virtue.
Sí, podría
They are
como.
tasked to keep
thee in all ways. Jane Kulik had many roles and relationships in her life.
Que Jane ha
all of
tenido
them
muchas relaciones
purposeful
en sus
and
vidas.
endearing. The impact and
El
her many
impacto
lifelong friendships were far-reaching and will forever be felt. Jane had spent 52 years
Jane
on this
gastó
earth
52 años
before she was ripped away from us.
y él ha sido
By
arrebatado
you.
de nosotros.
On my daughter's birthday, which should have been a happy day.
Cuando debería de haber sido un día feliz, el cumpleaños de nuestra
She was
hija.
simply enjoying
Él estaba
and celebrating
simplemente
the start
disfrutando y celebrando
of the season she loved
una de las temporadas que
best
más
by handing
amaba,
out candy with her coworkers.
recibiendo
during the
dulces con
Christmas
sus
parade.
coworkers.
That morning she went to church.
La mañana
She
que fue a la
called her niece to
iglesia,
wish her a happy birthday, planning to call her later in the day.
planeando cosas para más
And
tarde ese
spent
día.
time talking and relaxing with her family before getting ready to go for a pre-parade lunch and packaging with the last people who would see her alive. Jane considered those close to her as family. She had several families and roles within them. Some of them were daughter, sister,
Algunos eran hermanas,
grandmother,
abuelas,
and best friend.
tías, mejores amigas.
If you had gotten to know Jane, you would have known how seriously she took those roles and relationships. Her people were everything, and her biggest blessings and motivators were her children, Taylor, Jacob, and Alicia, husband John, her grandchildren, Robert, Darius, and Kylie. She was happiest when surrounded by all of them.
Ella estaba feliz cuando estaba alrededor de sus amigas,
Hearing about daily growing glows, having game night,
teniendo noches de juego.
The Benz Houston family was honored and blessed to spend 42 of those 52 years with Jane as our family. There are too many memories to list. That
Muchas
include
memorias.
memories that were both big and little life events. We would often hear stories of how her and her coworkers
Escuchamos muchas historias de ella con sus coworkers,
holidays,
de
looked forward to and celebrate each other's milestones, or just plan to hang out.
solamente planeando
She was there
divertirse.
for everything and for everyone.
Ella siempre estaba ahí
If she
para
could not
todos
be there in
y en todo
person,
momento.
She made up for it through weekly phone calls that would have you laughing yourself silly and creating a plan much like the one we had made the night before.
Siempre como planeando y organizando algunas compras, hacer
Just a fun
galletas
holiday celebration.
y sobre todo las
She was
planeaciones
always willing and happy
de holiday.
to help out, positive, never judgmental. Spreading grace and patience to all she encountered. She loved, honored, and held dear her people and their places in her life.
Our places in her life were forced to change instantly on November 21st, 2021. Our places in her life became now the people that were responsible for helping to keep her family together and keep them strong. Help her children and her grandchildren make it through everything. You changed our place in her life.
Usted cambió nuestro lugar en su
You made
vida.
it forefront and you made us helpless because we don't feel that we could do those things the way she could have. We feel inadequate and broken because
Nos
of you.
sentimos rotos.
The evening of November 21st, 2021,
Dice el 21 de noviembre del 2021 todo cambió.
that evening,
Esa
Alicia
tarde
sent me a message saying, Auntie,
me mandaron un mensaje diciéndome,
Mom's been hid
tía,
and we don't know where she is or where they took her.
a
We
mamá se la
immediately
llevaron y no
drove out
sabemos
there
a
to
dónde
find her and
está.
helped make several phone calls to area
Hicimos
hospitals to find
diferentes
her.
llamadas a diferentes hospitales y
After several hours,
después de muchas
not
horas
having any answers,
no teníamos ninguna
we finally
respuesta.
decided to go sit in the lot of Waukesha Memorial, where her children and husband
We're trying to find out information.
Y fuimos
and we're under a lockdown.
a buscar
We couldn't
información.
even go hug them. After hours of not
Después de
receiving
muchas horas de
confirmation,
no haber recibido ninguna confirmación,
Taylor finally sent the hardest message I have ever
después
had to read.
recibí un mensaje el más
She's
duro que
dead.
tuve que tener.
She's
Ella ha
dead.
pasado, se fue.
My daughter collapsed to the ground.
Mi hija
and I
se
turned to
colapsó
my
en el
husband
suelo
and begged and cried for him to bring her back.
y lloró y le pidió a Dios que se la trajera de
I
regreso.
wanted her back.
La queremos de regreso.
To tell you I know how we all moved and survived after that would be a
Decirle
lie.
cómo nos movimos y
And
cómo
the hours, days, and now
sobrevivimos,
a year following that night,
cómo ha sido
we
un
have
año
all
después de
talked in
esa,
the quiet hours
de
when
esa
heartache,
noche,
loneliness,
la
nightmares,
soledad,
and anger
las-
set in about how much we miss her. For validation of our feelings and questioning of those same feelings, things we shouldn't have had to question. The question asked most by us is if Jane would have granted you grace. I know my answer.
Yo sé mi
I
respuesta.
know
Yo
that
sé.
she was the type of person that
Ella
would
era
have,
la persona
never saying anything bad about
que
anyone.
nunca decía nada malo de
But for us,
nadie.
it's just not that simple, sir.
Pero para nosotros no es así de simple,
This is what
Señor.
we do know, though, is Jane's collective whole. We will and never could ever forget her.
Nunca vamos a
We mourn the
olvidarla.
fact that she missed her twin senior year in graduation. We mourn the loss of her presence every day, and especially at family functions.
La vamos a extrañar, la
We miss
extrañamos
the
en
long
cada
weekly phone calls
las
on Wednesdays
las
and Fridays,
llamadas de fines de semana
reminiscing about
largas.
old times. People we miss in just our daily lives.
La extrañamos en todos
We
los
miss
días
her
de nuestra
puffs,
vida.
the smell of her hair,
El olor de su cabello.
her trying to hold in a laugh.
Cómo
when
siempre
we would
trataba de
make
aguantarse
faces
las
at an inappropriate
carcajadas.
time. And as we say, we miss the 47 faces of Jane.
Y extrañamos las 47 caras de
Taken
Jane.
just hours before her death. We are angry she will never be the mother of the brides. or
Estamos
have a
enojados
mother-son
porque ella
dance
nunca
at
va a
her
ser la mamá de la
children's weddings.
novia.
We are angry she will never get to make stronger bonds with the newest members of our family.
Estamos
or hold
enojados porque nunca va a
grandchildren
hacer
and family yet to be
nuevos
born to
lazos
her
con
children
nuevos miembros de la
or even
familia.
ours. We are saddened that you feel you are suffering because your life has changed. For us,
Para
it
nosotros,
changed the night you ripped her away from us and drove by.
usted nos la quitó, usted manejó.
You say
Y
you have a clear conscience.
usted dijo
How
que
can you
tenía
suffer
conciencia
if you have a clear
completamente.
conscience?
Si usted era consciente de lo que hacía.
At least you will always still be able to make the phone calls, write the letters,
Dice,
and
al menos
visit
usted
with your
va a poder
people.
hacer la llamada.
We
Con
simply cannot,
nosotros
sir.
no.
Above all else, we are angry that Jane became known by people more because of the day she died and the way she died.
La forma en la
than
que
because
ella
of who
murió,
she was.
en la fecha en la que ella murió.
Taking all of that into consideration, we ask
Tome eso en
that you please
consideración.
hand down
Si usted, por
the
favor,
maximum sentence for each
la
conviction that
sentencia
you
máxima
possibly could.
para este.
The definition of an angel
La definición de un
is a
ángel
person
es una
of
persona
exemplary conduct and virtue. They are tasked with keeping their people safe, keeping them cherished,
que
and
te
keeping them
pone,
loved.
que pretende que las
Those
personas
are all
estén
the things
seguras.
she did. So
Todas
by
esas
that
cosas que
definition
hizo.
alone, Jane was an angel on earth.
Y Jane era un ángel, su señoría.
Thank you. For your honor. Break and have you set up for the court. Thank you.
Vamos a hacer un break. Ahorita venimos.
right, we are back on the record then, and you may continue.
There are a number of minors in this group, so we're going to be just a little bit more methodical about getting folks up here. So the
All right,
first
thank you.
will be for victims AA and BB, and victim AA, correct? Okay. Which does have my.
Good afternoon. My name is Leanne Hollingsworth, the mother of 2 victims. I want to start by thanking everyone involved in this case by bringing justice for us as victims. I want to thank all of the officers, first responders that helped us that day, especially the amazing Waukesha County Sheriff who was willing to transport me and my daughter to the hospital so quickly. If it wasn't for you, I'm not sure she'd be here today. Thank you to all of the staff at Children's Hospital for the amazing care for my daughter. And thank you to the Waukesha community. Thank you to the Good Samaritans who stayed with my daughter until I arrived, covered her with blankets to keep her warm, tried to comfort her. To all of you, I'm forever grateful. November 21st, 2021 is a day that will forever be etched in our minds and hearts as one of the worst days of our lives. On this day, you, Darrel Brooks, made the conscious decision to drive through the Waukesha Christmas parade and destroy the sense of security and safety of my family and thousands of others. My 2 daughters were doing what they love most, dancing in the parade with their teammates, when you destroyed that fun. My oldest daughter watched as her teammates went flying through the air, one of which was her sister. She had to make the frantic call to me to tell me that her sister was injured. Not only that, but because you, Darrel Brooks, continued driving and didn't stop, no one knew if the danger was gone or if they were still at risk. I remember the terrified phone call from a couple of blocks away, telling me to get inside the nearest building to stay safe. As a mother, I knew in that moment I couldn't leave my kids alone, so I had to make the choice to risk my own safety, run all the way down Main Street to get to them. I myself had to see the carnage of what you, Darrel Brooks, did to so many people. Those images will never leave me and will haunt me for the rest of my life. That view can only be described as that of a war scene, one which you knowingly caused. As we made our way down Main Street, I had no idea what to expect when I found my younger daughter. Mr. Brooks, you mentioned your young daughter during the trial. I want you to picture your daughter right now, your 8-year-old daughter. And I want you to imagine the fear and anger that you'd feel if a monster drove over your daughter and many others. I want you to picture finding your own daughter when I describe what I found. When I finally found our group, I had to run from person to person, lying on the ground to find my daughter. And when I finally did, she was unresponsive, couldn't open her eyes, was missing her white Christmas hat and headband and her shoe. Her sock was shredded with road rash on her foot. Her left leg was bent horribly in a way a leg shouldn't bend. Her head was immediately swelling in addition to the road rash across her face and the rest of her body and the blood coming from her mouth. It was over the next few days we learned of the extent of all of her injuries. Severe bleeding of the brain, which required emergency surgery, severe traumatic brain injury, multiple skull fractures, which required emergency surgery to repair, a severely broken femur, which required 2 surgeries to repair, a pelvic bone fracture, and I'm sure many others that I missed in the hundreds of pages of reports from her injuries and weeks-long hospital stay. While my husband and I stayed in the hospital with our youngest daughter, unsure of whether she would live to see the next day, my family stepped up to take care of our older daughter and help her try to feel safe after the trauma that you had just inflicted. I cannot begin to expect a narcissist like you to understand what it's like to sit in the ICU staring at your daughter with tubes and wires from every part of her body trying to keep her alive, watching every monitor and test result, hoping that things are going the right direction, not knowing if your daughter is going to wake up the same bright, bubbly girl she was before a monster plowed through at her Christmas parade. When she did wake up, the real struggle began. Our then 9-year-old daughter had to learn to eat, talk, move, and walk again. She had to use a wheelchair and walker for months, even as she returned to school. Instead of playing in the snow with her friends at recess, she sat in a wheelchair. She couldn't dance. She couldn't run around playing with her friends. Even today, she deals with the effects of this day. Her leg still hurts. She struggles with the neurological effects of her injuries, is on seizure medication, and worries about every little symptom for fear it is something bigger related to her injuries. Your own mother and grandmother, Darrel Brooks, have claimed your supposed mental health issues are to blame, but you, Darrel Brooks, were found to be completely competent and fully aware of exactly what you were doing. All you had to do was hit the brakes instead of the gas pedal. Yet, like the narcissist you are, you claimed you honked the horn, but in your eyes, somehow it was their fault. They didn't get out of the way. You were so fully aware of your wrongfulness of your actions that you ran from the vehicle, tried to change your appearance, and lied in an attempt to get away from the scene. You knew exactly what you were doing. Darrel Brooks, you have destroyed our sense of safety and security in our own community. You are the reason my kids are afraid to cross the street. You are the reason my kids don't sleep at night. You are the reason we may never enjoy a parade again. You are the reason my daughters are afraid of the dark. You are the reason my daughters don't feel safe without their parents around. You are the reason we visit doctors constantly. And you are the reason their lives will never be the same again. You have taken something from them that cannot be regained, and for that, I hope you rot in hell.
The Waukesha Christmas Parade, November 21st, 2021, impacted me both physically and mentally because of you, Darrel Brooks. After the Christmas Parade incident, that night, I had to try and find my sister. I was taken away from her to get to safety. I had to explain to my mom what happened while crying and trying to get to a safe spot. I got to finally find my family, but then getting taken away again from my mother and sister to get to safety. I had to try to stay calm in front of all of my cousins and family. I was not able to see my sister for over a week and a half, and I did not get to see my mom for several days. All of these things and many more were very hard for me. I was so worried, not just about my parents and my sister, but about all of my friends and family that were either at the parade or in it. After the parade, I was scared to go in my own house. I was even scared to be in a room or house alone. It was very scary to do anything alone. I was scared of everything. I didn't sleep for the first night, even though you, Darrel Brooks, were arrested. I was still worried about that something might happen. I no longer felt safe. Not only did you impact me, but you also impacted my sister, Mackenzie. She was severely injured with a brain injury and a broken femur. She was in the hospital for 2 weeks because of you. I didn't get to spend as much time as I normally would with my parents because they were at the hospital with my sister. During the holidays and Thanksgiving, I should have been able to spend with my parents and sister, but I couldn't because of you. The incident impacted me physically as well. I had a huge bruise on my back, as well as bruised bones in both of my ankles.
Perdone.
That night, as soon as you drove to the parade, all I could think about was my sister. I was so worried about her. I kept trying to find her. After running from person to person, she was the last person that I found. All I remember was seeing my teammates.
Es que esta persona está hablando demasiado rápido. Está hablando de lo que le pasó a su hermana.
Four of the girls that were injured on the ground before I even found my sister. When I found her, I was suddenly rushed into a store, as I was still on the phone with my mom. As soon as I rushed into the store, my nana and uncle both came to get me when my mom went to the hospital with my sister. All I could remember is that I wasn't even scared for myself. I was mostly worried about my family and my teammates. It was almost 3 hours before we were allowed to leave the church. We were on lockdown. I hadn't had any connection with my family for the whole time that I was in the church. There were a lot of people coming into the church after I came in trying to all stay safe. It's hard to even think that you did not even care about anything that you did.
Dice que él se veía como que no tenía ningún tipo de, que no le importaba lo que él había hecho.
The fact that most scared me and made me feel disgust when I heard
Dice,
your name,
la-
I saw you, was the fact that you didn't stop when you hit multiple people. You didn't stop when you saw or heard yourself hitting people, and the most horrific thing is that all you try to do is run away from your problems.
Que lo que quería ella era huir.
Your crimes and stupidity is always going to come back to you, no matter how hard you try for it not to. I hope you know that you are such a horrible person.
Dice, usted es una horrible persona.
And I know that you will.
Estamos escuchando los testimonios de las personas y de las familias de las víctimas.
Let me start off by saying I am
Déjeme
one of 4 siblings that were
empezar
victims of
diciendo que
Mr.
tengo
Brooks. In fact,
cuatro
I'm the
familiares.
oldest child, and with being the oldest, that comes with the unhealthy ambition to protect my family. But that night on November 21st,
Esa noche,
I felt
en
like I
noviembre
was unable
21,
to achieve that goal. My siblings, fortunately, don't remember that night, but unfortunately, I do. I remember everything.
yo
from
recuerdo todo.
celebrating my sister's
Estábamos
birthday
celebrando el
beforehand
cumpleaños de mi
to
hermana
meeting her unconscious at the hospital.
para después encontrar
I can't help but feel
inconsciente en el
guilty for what
hospital.
happened to my brother that night. Everything up
to his open compound fracture and his shattered humerus. Something deep inside me
Algo
still believes
dentro de
it's my
mí
fault.
me decía que
He
había
wasn't
sido mi
supposed to be
culpa.
there that night. He
Porque
wasn't
no,
supposed to be walking in the
él,
parade, but he wanted to because his older sister was there.
él no se
He was
supone que
right
debería de
next to
estar
me
ahí, pero
through
su
the
hermana
whole
mayor
parade
iba a estar
up
ahí.
to when we got struck. I can't help but feel like some of my mental and physical injuries, or some of his mental physical injuries, are my fault.
Tiene unas
I still
heridas
remember
mentales
screaming his
también.
name while being carried into burlap and lace on Main Street. I would like to say I had hope,
Me
but with all the
gustaría decir que
frustrated, confused,
que
and
tengo
what-if statements
esperanza,
and scenarios in my head, that hope
pero
eventually turned into
estas
doubt.
escenas en mi cabeza,
That night, I realized the love I had for my family.
esa noche
I
supe
still
el
have
amor que le
regrets
tenía a
and
mi
struggles,
familia
but so does my mom, dad, friends, and community.
y nuestra
We all
comunidad.
have regrets, but the struggles we faced are laying on your hands, Mr. Brooks. My uncle always told me to show kindness through times of trial.
Mi tío
but
siempre
I
me
am not
dijo
able to give that to you.
que él era muy...
Even through school, I've been taught that forgiveness is the moral way to forget, but I will never be able to forgive and forget. I mean,
Sé que
how
ella
can a
nunca va a
man
poder
not
olvidar.
know the difference between good and evil?
¿Cómo
Right and
un hombre
wrong,
no puede
good and
saber la
bad?
diferencia entre
Basic
bien y el
things
mal?
you were taught in kindergarten.
Eso te lo
Brooks,
enseñan
your
en el
behavior
kinder.
before and during this trial, your ignorance and arrogance
Su
to the
ignorancia y
victims
su
of your crime
arrogancia
is so disrespectful
y
and just
so
unbelievable.
irrespetable
Fun fact,
es
you,
increíble.
Mr.
¿Cómo
Brooks,
usted
brought my mom to testify on your behalf. How could you believe that was the civil thing to do, knowing that
¿Cómo
she had
usted-
4 kids injured and hit by your SUV? You knew that this would affect her and my family emotionally
Dice
and
usted
physically.
sabía que
How could you
nos
be
iba
so
a...
stupid, egotistical, and delusional?
Bueno, le
You
está
bring
diciendo
up
que cómo
mental
puede ser
illness, but
tan
what I find
estúpido,
unacceptable
delusional
is
y
the
con
fact
tanto
that you
ego.
had the choice, but you kept going. I will always have the simple question of why.
Siempre tengo la
But
simple
that might
pregunta de
never
por
be
qué.
answered. My sisters had
Mis,
a passion for dance.
mis
My brother
hermanas
played
tenían
baseball
pasión
and
por bailar.
soccer. I am a dancer and I will always be a dancer.
Yo soy
but
una
because of
bailarina y
your
siempre voy a ser
actions,
una
it will
bailarina.
never feel the same.
Pero estas
I know
acciones
my
nunca me van a
siblings,
hacer
and I
sentir
have
igual.
accepted the fact that we might never be able to regain our passions and dreams. We know that we now have
Nosotros
lifelong
ahora
challenges,
sabemos
but we also have people that support us and help us regain our hope and goals that we lost that night. Overall, I want people to remember that this
Todo
is
lo
not
que quiero
about the
es que
parade,
la
this is
gente
about the man. The depression,
recuerde que no es
anger,
acerca del
sorrow,
desfile, es
all
acerca
these
de este
negative
men.
feelings shouldn't be
Estos,
directed
estos
towards the parade.
sentimientos tan
Instead,
negativos,
directed towards the man.
tortura,
This is not the parade's fault.
esto no es
And
la
I
culpa
think
del
we need to
desfile.
come together as a community and
Nosotros
realize
teníamos
that.
que venir así como
With all
comunidad,
the media and all the press reaching out to
con
my
toda
family in the
con
past
toda la
year
media
has
y la
brought
prensa,
anxiety and stress. But I
causó
want
demasiado
that,
estrés y ansiedad.
I want to thank my family,
Quiero
friends, and
agradecer
community one more time
a mi
for supporting
familia
my
y a mis
family through these
amigos
trying times
por
and
haberme
also giving me
apoyado,
the confidence to stand here and
por
say I
darme
want
la
to punch this man
confianza,
in the face.
el coraje de estar
Your
parada
Honor,
aquí.
I need Darrel Brooks to serve the time he deserves without
Su
parole.
señoría,
I
yo
need him to be
necesito que
locked up for life,
Darrel
and that is my statement.
esté, pues ya saben, en prisión de por vida. Perdón, es que no avisaron que veníamos del break y estaba comiéndome un...
Mr. Darrel Brooks, I am back.
Ya lo tiró.
Do I have to say more? My daughter pretty much clarified why the hell did you bring me up to the stand? Pardon my language, Judge. Absolutely boggles my mind.
Dice,
Absolutamente
absolutamente
Once, twice, three,
me
4,
atormenta
5 times.
mi
They
mente.
brought my children's names up.
Trajeron los nombres de mis hijos,
Concerns. Your arrogance,
tu arrogancia,
your behavior
tu comportamiento
is just
es
pathetic. On that behalf, though, I am here
Estoy
on
aquí
behalf of not one,
no por uno,
not two,
no por dos,
not three,
no tres,
but 4 children.
pero 4 niños.
I'm not going to testify and tell you all the particulars and injuries of what happened to my children.
No voy a testificar hasta
We saw
que
that on the stand.
usted vea lo que le
I'm not
pasaron a
going to
estos
tell you
niños.
about the stress
No le voy a
of
decir
how
acerca del
intense
estrés
we had to suffer and continue to suffer day after day,
lo que sufrimos día tras
taking
día,
our kids to appointments, having a healthy
llevando a
mind
nuestros
and
hijos
soul.
a citas.
But you know what? We're doing a darn good job. I say this with a heavy heart.
Yo digo esto con el corazón pesado, con mi corazón roto.
I have my kids here.
Tengo a mis hijos aquí.
Grayson, as Charlotte says, had open compound fracture. We know how an open compound fracture happens, Mr. Brooks. You could have stopped.
Pudiste haber parado.
You saw the darn exhibit.
Usted vio la
You
exhibición.
saw that exhibit of my daughter. You saw her.
Usted la vio.
And your expression
Y su expresión
is unacceptable.
es inaceptable.
Your behavior has
Su
been
comportamiento
unacceptable.
ha sido inaceptable.
Emotionally as a mother,
Emocionalmente como madre,
you have to go
tienes
one
que
way or
ir
another.
de una
have
forma
to-
u otra hora. Tienes
Let me
que...
just start off by saying, as Charlotte knows, there were 2 calls that came to me that night.
Hay 2
And
llamadas que vinieron a mí ese día
I couldn't put everything together. I was just
y no
like,
podía
what's going
poner
on?
todo.
That 3rd call,
La tercera llamada,
my mindset changed.
mi mente empezó a cambiar. No podía ni llorar.
I had to fight for my children.
Tenía
Their
que...
father and I had to push forward. Do we have time to worry about our own feelings?
Teníamos tiempo de pensar en nuestros
We still are
sentimientos.
working through that.
No.
I am working through that. But you know what? I won't show them weakness. They are on a positive road, mentally and physically. My son Grayson loves soccer, can kick that ball in any direction.
Mi hijo le encanta el fútbol,
He's still
puede
learning to walk and run in a consistent manner.
podía golpear un balón, ahora ni
Charlotte
siquiera
mentioned whose passion was dancing.
su pasión era bailar.
Has sorrow now. She hasn't made it back to dancing yet.
Ella no ha regresado al baile todavía. Vivian,
The youngest,
la
as
jovencita,
you saw in that exhibit,
como
as I
usted la
saw,
vio,
is the life of the family, joking, living
tomó
it
la
up,
vida de
and
una
broke
familia.
her tailbone, and she was unconscious at Children's Hospital.
Y ella estaba inconsciente en el hospital de
You did
niños.
that, Mr. Brooks.
Usted hizo eso, Mr.
This is
Brooks.
on you.
Esto es
But
acerca
these kids
de
will not
usted.
be weak.
Pero estos niños,
Their family will not allow them to be weak. They are going to strive for success with what you put them through. Again, I want to limit any like injury, things of that nature, because you know what? They're striving, they're doing great. And I can only hope that they continue in that manner, in a positive nature. What I do want to thank is a few people. Jeff, who
quiero darle las gracias a algunas personas,
both Officer Ryan with
a los 2
Waukesha,
oficiales,
and their first
Ryan.
names. Officer Ryan, who did save Grayson's life.
Gracias
Officer Ryan from Milwaukee, who did drive.
al
Grayson to the
oficial que
hospital.
manejó,
The other fellow dance families
a las
who
otras familias
have slowly and surely advised me of their personal connections they had with my
que me
families,
conectaron con las
that I can't be
personas
thankful,
necesarias.
or sorry, I can't. I'm going to be forever grateful.
Voy a
their
estar por
love
siempre
and compassion.
agradecida
For their grandparents
por sus
who had to watch
abuelos
their 2 other children
que tuvieron también el
go
tiempo
home to
de
Children's Hospital
cuidar a
at
los
the
otros
same
2 nietos.
And for my sisters who were my heart and soul during this whole time, helping my family move forward.
Mi
trying to
familia
figure out how we move forward with 4
siguió.
children injured. I do have, in closing, as I mentioned earlier, I do say with a heavy heart.
Como lo dije hace rato, mi corazón
I do
es
have a heavy
grande,
heart because
está pesado,
I
está
do have my
triste,
children with me.
porque tengo a mis...
But as Charlotte has said,
Pero como
my
Charlotte
brother,
dijo,
who unfortunately passed away 2 months before this event took place, always told us kindness.
mi hermano se fue
Thank you
2
for our
meses antes de
those
este evento.
who unfortunately are not with us. I just would like to read the following. I watch you every day. I am always very near. I know deep down in your heart you realize that I am here. I hear you when you
Le
speak
está
to me,
leyendo
but
un
you are
speech
on
que le
your
dejó
own.
su hermano.
You cannot understand the reason.
Tú no
The
podrías
reason that
entender
I
la
am gone.
razón
I
por la
will
cual
never leave you.
nunca te
I
voy
am
a
here to
dejar.
keep you strong. Talk to me. I hear you.
Háblame, te
We share
escucho.
an unbroken bond that will always be. Death won't keep us apart, for our love is forever. Just remember me in your heart, and one day we will be together.
En algún
Live
momento
your
vamos a
life
estar juntos.
and live it full. Don't waste a single day. Remember, I am always with you every step of the way. And as it has been said before, we do have angels looking over us.
Siempre tenemos ángeles que
My
nos
children
están
now
viendo.
get 6 more. Thank you, Judge.
Gracias, su señoría.
Thank you.
6:20 estamos aquí haciendo este seguimiento de este caso tan importante en Estados Unidos el día de hoy. Hoy y mañana va a ser esta transmisión.
I have struggled to write down words to describe the impact November 21st.
Tengo problemas para describir lo que para mí significa el día noviembre 21. Lo que tenía que ser un día feliz se tornó en un día. Me desperté ese día emocionada por el.
If only I knew it was going to be the worst day of my life. As the parade started,
Como el desfile esperaba,
of all the girls while they danced,
estábamos tomando fotos de todas las chicas
action shots of them dancing.
y sí, videos de
We
cuando
rounded
estaban
the corner of
bailando.
White Rock and finally made it onto Main Street. I remember seeing this beautiful sunset behind my girls.
Recuerdo haber visto este hermoso atardecer detrás de las niñas.
That would be my last video of them.
Ese era mi último
My
video con
video was
ellas.
taken 10 minutes before, exactly 10 minutes before the defendant senselessly drove his car straight into my girls' backs. They didn't even have the chance to move out of the way before he plowed into them and continued on his path of destruction. Alice was the first body I saw.
Dice que Alex fue el primer cuerpo que ella vio.
Not knowing it could have just caused more damage to her. She was awake and conscious.
Ella estaba inconsciente.
To give her a pillow and laid over her body to shield her. I kept telling her she was going to be okay.
Y yo seguía diciéndole que todo iba a estar bien.
That she looked up at me with her teeth chipped and knocked out and said, "Why would someone do this?"
¿Por qué alguien haría algo así? Nunca voy a olvidar esas palabras.
She was 10.
Ella tenía
The
10.
10-year-old knew it was wrong, so did he. But he didn't care because he kept driving. He is the definition of a monster. After Alice, I was with 2 more of my girls in the street before making my way to the hospital.
Cuando ya iba en mi camino al hospital,
Bodies all over.
había
People were
cuerpos en
standing,
todos
sitting,
lados,
and laying in the ground.
en el piso.
I saw one of my girls laying on the floor with her mom.
Vi a una de mis niñas con su mamá en el piso.
So I knew she'd stay with us. She kept going in and out of consciousness. Every time she'd open her eyes, her mouth would open as she sobbed in absolute pain. I glanced to my left and saw another one of my girls in a wheelchair with about 5 nurses huddled around her. She wasn't doing good and they knew that.
Ella no estaba bien y ellos lo sabían. Ella empezó a vomitar. Cuando los doctores llegaron, me fui sabiendo que no sabía si volver a ver a mis niñas otra vez. Porque las preguntas no han dejado de estar en mi cabeza. Ella es la coach.
I felt trapped that I couldn't take their pain away, trapped that I couldn't be there with them at the hospital every day. I had to put a brave face on for all of my other girls, even though I was completely broken inside. Attempting to describe the impact this evil crime has had on me would be impossible. How can I write into words something that broke me so badly? Emotionally and mentally,
Ay, perdón.
I've never been the same since that day.
Ella es la coach del
Throughout the whole
equipo
trial,
de
I
baile.
waited
Dice
for
que
the defendant to cry,
estaba teniendo
for
que
him to
poner
show
una
some
cara
sort of
delante de las
remorse.
niñas,
Remorse
de
for my
unas, y
girls and
también
everyone
veía a
else
las otras que
here.
estaban en el hospital
He has shown
con
no
sus
sense of
mamás.
empathy other than for himself. Only a monster would show no remorse for
Solamente
such a
un
heinous
monstruo
crime
no,
they committed.
no, com- no,
He
no,
knew exactly
solo
what
un
he was
monstruo no
doing, and he
mostraría
just kept driving.
remordimientos de lo que hizo.
He knew it was wrong because he then attempted to flee after he ditched the car.
Dice
He's
que
a
él supo que
selfish
lo que
and
hizo
cowardly
estaba mal
human
porque él
being
se
who
quiso ir
deserves to never
después,
see the
quiso
daylight
huir.
again. Thank you.
Gracias.
My name is Darrel. I'll read their symbols that I was given: II, JJ, KK, LL. But their names are Charlotte, Alice,
Charlotte,
and
Alex
Grayson.
y Grayson.
I'm not a victim.
Yo no soy una
It's very
víctima.
hard for me to stand up here
Es muy
and be
difícil
talking about a victim
para mí
when
estar
I don't
aquí,
feel like a victim. My children
hablar.
were victims. Other people were victims.
Dice, mis niños
I'm a
eran
beholder.
víctimas.
And I feel I'm a beholder of the darkness and the evil, but also the light and the good of the aftermath of the act of violence that Mr. Brooks brought upon the community that evening. Let's talk about, this is a Christmas parade.
Diga, este es un desfile de
My
Navidad.
oldest daughter Charlotte has been a part of the extreme dance for many years. She was there handing out candy along with my son. At that time,
Ellos
I did not
estaban
know
con
that he was
con
handing
dulces,
out candy.
estaban
But I
dando
knew that my two other
dulces.
daughters were a part of the teams. They're part of the junior team and the mini team. I sometimes walk into the parade.
Algunas
I do not like
veces,
walking in the July 4th parade because it's too hot.
dice,
Okay,
no
I'd
camino
rather
normalmente
walk
en
during the
el
Christmas
desfile
parade
del
when it's a
4 de
little bit
julio porque
cooler out.
es
But
muy
at that
caliente.
time, I texted my
Pero en
mom and said,
en
"Would
esta
you like to
ocasión le
come?"
mandé un
I
mensaje a
was
mi
not
mamá y le
supposed to be
dije,
at that parade. I was
voy a estar
supposed
en
to
el
be up north
desfile.
hunting that weekend. So I decided to stay back.
Decidí
Decisions that I
quedarme
reflect upon and think about how I became at that spot off of
y
Wisconsin
pensar
Avenue
que cómo llegué en ese
on
spot.
that day. So my mom texted me and said, yes, I will come
Mi
meet
mamá
you.
me texteó y
So
me
I
dijo
was
que
not,
sí.
and if she did not do that, I was going to text my oldest daughter, Charlotte, and say, I'm going to meet you in the staging area and I will come walk with you and hand out candy.
Y que bueno,
So
se
I'm
iba a quedar de ver ahí con una de sus
on
hijas y iban a
Wisconsin
regalar dulces.
with my mom and to say now about this parade. Now this is about children. The Christmas
Esto,
parade is about children.
dice,
about happiness, love.
el desfile es acerca de los niños, de sus
If people remember,
felicidades.
was very cold and windy.
Es
Very
muy,
bitter
es muy,
wind, where sometimes that wind gets you.
es
You're almost
muy,
just standing there. But
mucho
even through that
frío y mucho
coldness and the
viento.
bitter wind, you can really truly feel
Tú puedes
the
sentir
happiness within the crowd of the parade. And I thought about that. And it's just about, I knew that possibly around the corner, standing over on Wisconsin, that eventually the extreme team would be coming around that corner and I'd see them. And then I had my hood up.
Y yo traía mi sudadera.
But then, out of the corner of my eye, and kind of watching it, I see a red SUV.
Y yo vi una camioneta roja.
Not really fast.
Pero no
Not very
realmente
fast,
roja, no
because
realmente
Mr.
fuerte.
Brooks,
Señor
you hit
Brooks,
the brakes
usted,
to go around the corner.
usted aceleró
If you did
cuando
not hit the
cuando le
brakes,
dio la vuelta a la
you would have
manzana.
taken that turn way too fast.
Usted tomó
And then you would
esa
have gone into the Veterans Park. So that part that didn't seem too odd to me. My hood was kind of covered.
Dice, mi
I
hoodie
didn't
estaba
really see the
encima de mí.
damage of the SUV.
Dice, yo nada más vi una
So I saw
camioneta.
the SUV turn,
Cuando vi
but
que
I
la
didn't think
camioneta
it was
daba
odd
vueltas
until it did not turn
y
and
que
crashed through the barriers. And then the officer shot 3 times after it. Silence. The parade now,
silencio.
everyone is silent.
Y el silencio y todo lo de la
Northwest
estaba en
Avenue,
silencio.
I live on that road.
Yo vivo
2
en esa
blocks
calle,
up.
dos
That is my road that I
cuadras
live.
atrás. Esa es mi calle.
Silence. But
Silencio.
then people start kind of moving. Where it's like the parade
Pero
just
después
stopped. I moved
la
to
gente
this,
empezó a
moved to the
moverse.
corner.
Me
And then you
moví
start seeing
y me
and
empecé a
feeling
ver
people starting to stream around the corner, screaming,
cuando
crying.
la gente
I
estaba,
had my mom with me.
estaban gritando.
They're saying, do not go around that corner. There are dead people. Do
Decían,
not
no
go
vayan a
around
la,
that
no
corner."
vayan a la vuelta, hay mucha gente
We
muerta.
both looked at each other. And I
Nosotros
said,
nos volteamos a
where
ver.
are the children?
¿Dónde están los niños?
So me and my mom
Mi
went
mamá
around
y
that
yo,
corner
cuando
and
llegamos a esa
really went
cuadra
through the wake of the evil and hell that Mr. Brooks, that you
y vimos la mirada,
brought to this community.
o bueno, más bien vimos
And going through
lo que él vino a
and
traer en
seeing
esta
and going around
comunidad.
the corner and seeing just bodies as far as you can
Solamente
see,
veíamos
injured on the ground.
cuerpos tirados.
And sometimes I feel personal guilt.
A
that I
veces me
couldn't
siento
truly
personalmente
stop and
culpable.
help some of those people in need.
¿Por qué no me paré
I had to keep going.
a
And so I
ayudar a esas
paused and
personas? Pero
paused.
yo tenía que
I had my
seguir
mom
buscando a mis hijos.
screaming,
Yo estaba
crying,
escuchando a
seeing
mi mamá
women,
gritar y llorar.
adults, people
Adultos, gente
injured, to see
herida.
bodies.
Estaba viendo cuerpos.
Once we passed through that
Cuando
section,
pasamos toda
that's
esa
where,
sección,
Mr. Brooks, you changed me.
es donde
Because
usted a
at
mí me
that
cambió.
point, there's a difference where they talk about an active shooter. Not everyone saw the officer shoot. So then in that case, they didn't know. There's a lot of chaos. There's a lot of
En ese momento
misunderstanding.
no
There's a
había
lot of
mucha
just in that
confusión.
underground.
Pensaban que
People are
había
screaming,
algún
people are
tirador,
crying,
pero
there's
no.
people
La
running
gente
all over the
estaba
place.
corriendo, la gente estaba
That's
gritando.
where you changed me.
Ahí es
Mr.
donde usted a
Brooks.
mí me cambió, señor
That's where
Brooks.
after a thing, I gave myself up to say, if there's an active shooter,
Porque dije, si aquí
I am
hay,
willing to get shot in my head. I am running up
si
this
aquí
street.
hay
Where
alguien que
are
está
my kids?
haciendo
And that's what
con
I did.
balazo,
And
yo
as
soy
the
capaz de
darkness
caminar
descended
enfrente
upon
para
that
que me den a
street,
mí.
as the sun was going down,
El
and
sol
I'd
se
run
estaba
up the middle of the
metiendo
street, and I'd run up to the 5 points.
y me
I
fui
start seeing
al siguiente punto y
the
empecé a
extreme
ver
truck,
una,
that they
una
use.
camioneta,
pom-poms on the ground, but you can't see around there.
pero tú no
Around.
podías
And
ver
then I come
alrededor.
around. I left my mom,
Yo
which
dejé a
was
mi
a
mamá,
decision that I had to make.
que era una
She
decisión que
caught
tenía
up,
que tomar,
but I took off running.
pero me empecé a correr.
I found my daughter
Encontré a mi hija
Alice first,
al
and it was
primero.
mentioned. She had broken teeth,
Tenía los dientes rotos,
blood on her face, facial.
sangre en su cara.
She's so brave. When
Ella
I
es
came to
muy
her, I
valiente.
screamed her name 2
Cuando
or
yo
3
llegué a
times.
ella, le
There were
grité
people
3
around her
veces.
trying to help her.
Había gente alrededor de ella tratando de ayudarla.
She looks at me and she goes, "Daddy, I'm okay.
Ella me
I'm
miró y me
okay."
dijo, papá, estoy
And I
bien,
didn't know it
estoy
too.
bien.
And she looked at me, and
Y me
I
dijo,
just at that point I didn't understand.
en ese
And she
momento
goes,
yo no
I go, "Where's
entendí.
Vivian?"
Yo le dije, ¿dónde
She's
está
over
Vivian?
there.
Y me
And
dijo,
I look
está
around,
allá.
and
Y
there's my
volteé a ver,
youngest daughter
y ahí está
over by the side of the curb, motionless.
mi
Her limbs weren't moving,
siguiente
but yet her
hija.
body was shaking.
Estaba
uncontrollably.
temblando
So I went over there to help there.
y llegué ahí a
And
ayudarla.
from my daughter Alice, I learned that my son, for the first time handing out candy, was in the parade. I did not know that.
Y por primera vez mi hijo no estaba ahí.
I was also told by her that Charlotte, my oldest, was there, and she was injured.
Mi hija
You
mayor
did
estaba ahí. Usted hizo eso.
They weren't doing it with the children. This is a Christmas parade
Este era
about love and happiness, getting
era
ready for the
un
holiday
desfile
season.
de amor y de
I'm sitting in the other room,
Estoy sintiéndome
watching other statements,
en
and
el
watching
otro
you roll
cuarto,
your eyes to people's powerful statements
escuchando
that people have.
escuchando lo que los testigos tienen que decir las víctimas y a usted viéndole en los ojos que usted
and
los está
making facial
rolando
expressions.
y viendo y haciendo
look
caras
around
de
this room,
frustración.
No one else is wearing a mask.
Nadie está usando
What are you
una
hiding
máscara en
from?
este cuarto. ¿Por qué usted está
You're
usando una
wearing a
máscara?
mask.
¿Por qué está
I
usted
don't see
usando una
anybody
máscara?
else.
Yo no veo a nadie más usando una máscara.
Forgiveness.
El perdón.
I do not forgive you.
No te perdono.
I do not forgive you because
No
I
te
have
perdono.
not heard these 3 words
Porque
from
yo
you
no he
through this
escuchado esas
entire
palabras
trial.
de ti.
I am
Lo
sorry.
siento.
Not once.
No he escuchado
Not
ni
once
una
have
vez.
I ever heard anything.
Nunca.
What I've heard you do is be abusive.
Lo que he
Abusive
escuchado
to
de
the judge,
ustedes
abusive
es ser
to the
abusivo con la
prosecution, abusive to the
jueza,
witnesses.
abusivo
And I think that's what you have.
con las
You're an
víctimas.
abuser.
Usted es un abusivo.
And then when people stick up to you, do you want to become? Now you're the victim.
Y ahora cuando la gente está buscando hablando de usted, ahora usted es la víctima.
And you say you're a God-fearing man. But I feel those scriptures are hollow and empty to you now. Just like God has left you.
Dios te ha
You can pat
dejado.
your chest and have that book open.
Dice, deja de
But I
estar,
don't believe those
dice,
words
deja
and
de
those
estar
scriptures
golpeándote
mean
el pecho y
anything
con
to
ese
me.
libro abierto.
My children are healing.
Mis hijos
And
no
the
están
community is
sanados.
healing.
La comunidad no
Like, there
está
is no
sanada.
verses between my children and the other people that hurt, the people that lost their lives and their families. But we're all in this together now. All of us, the community. It isn't just people that live in Waukesha. What you did had this energy that went across, it goes so far for the people that you hurt. And I don't think you truly understand
Usted
that.
creo que no
Or
ha
maybe you
terminado de
don't care.
entender qué fue lo que
For
hizo.
the sentencing, as other people have said, I feel the maximum.
Dice, por la sentencia,
in this
toda la
situation.
gente ha pedido la sentencia máxima en
The
este
terror,
caso.
The horror, the pain
El dolor, el
that
miedo
you've caused
que
to so
usted
many
causó
individuals.
a tantas
And everyone has
personas.
their own unique path
Y
for
cada
atonement.
uno ha tenido su propio camino, su propio...
And I hope
Y yo espero
that you will get sentenced
que
to
usted
what you deserve.
realmente tenga la sentencia que merece.
Thank you.
Honestly, I have so much to say.
Dice, honestamente, tengo muchas cosas que decir.
You exemplified Christ, and you are going to be very blessed and honored for that. So thank you. Okay, you guys were amazing, honestly. So thank you. My daughter was not listed as a victim. She was dancing with Extreme Dance Team on November 21st. With my niece. She was on the right side of the route and did not get hit. But she did not get hit by the car. She got hit by another team member. And that wasn't revealed to me, Darrel, until I watched the video.
Y que ella no había no había visto lo que pasó hasta que vio el video.
I'll get more into that. But that day,
Ese día
you impacted thousands.
impactaste a millones, a miles. Yo sé que esto para ti es una historia más. Yo realmente rezo para que realmente tenga un impacto en ti. Estábamos en la librería.
And I just remember when the parade stopped, and I knew immediately. My sister-in-law,
Mi cuñada recibió una llamada de mi sobrina,
who's 13 at the time,
quien tenía 13 años
my
en
whole
ese
team
momento,
was dead.
que su tío estaba muerto.
Their teammates were dead, Darrel. They thought they were dead. The images that they saw of their friends will never be erased. We got the phone call.
Recibimos la
I did not
llamada.
see you hit anybody. When I hit the main street, I saw the dancing grannies dying.
Y vi a las abuelitas que estaban bailando tiradas.
One of the moms, who's an ICU doctor, was working on one of the dancing grannies. There was blood everywhere, Darrel.
Había sangre por todas partes, Darrel.
See what you did.
Lo que tú hiciste.
I had no idea what I was walking into.
No tenía idea a lo que me estaba enfrentando.
For all the families who lost their loved ones. What I saw, no human being should ever see.
Lo que vi, ningún ser humano lo debería de ver.
I witnessed what you did. I lived it. I walked it. Heard things I didn't want to hear.
Cosas que no quiero escuchar.
I heard someone screaming over Jane Kulik.
Escuché a alguien gritar.
I could remember anything after that, after I saw Jane dying, till I got to my daughter. We were ushered into the bakery, and I screamed for my daughter. She was safe, but I have survivor's guilt.
Mi hija estaba a salvo.
Living in that's not fair. 6 people died.
6 personas pasaron a mejor vida.
Baby boy anymore, and I got to go home with her that night. Once we were released from the bakery, we had to walk back through the nightmare. It was a crime scene.
Dice que cuando tuvieron que caminar, tuvieron que pasar por la escena, pues donde pasó todo.
because it was a crime scene.
había una escena de resguardada.
The next day, my daughter woke up
Al siguiente
screaming in
día,
pain.
mi hija
We
se
had to take her to
levantó
the
en
hospital.
dolor y en llanto. Fuimos
I
al
did what I
hospital.
thought was best to take her to the chiropractor and get her x-rays. That's just a
Fuimos a
natural
tomarle
thing to do.
radiografías.
Her doctor has never seen such a twisted spine, neck, pelvis. We had to put her back together. She was, but emotionally she was broken.
Emocionalmente estaba
She
ella
had
rota.
nightmares. She missed school weekly.
Ella perdió semanas de escuela.
And it's because of another little girl who
Y,
hit her.
y fue porque otra
The guy
pequeña,
that you hit. And I figured that out a few weeks ago.
que también usted fue el que la lastimó.
Darrel, I don't know what's in your heart.
No sé qué hay en su
I
corazón.
don't.
Realmente no sé.
But also God tells us that we will know them by their fruit.
Pero también Dios dice que los vamos a conocer por sus frutos.
I believe in everything that the Bible has to say.
Yo creo en todo lo que dice la Biblia.
But what we witnessed during the trial was you reading or holding your
Pero lo
Bible,
que le vimos
even in anger,
así
saying that you're reading
en
the
este,
book
en este
to
juicio
judge.
fue
What is trying
reírse.
to witness is that reading that Bible has not brought you to
¿Cree que usted
repentance.
leyendo esa
When I
Biblia,
read that Bible, the things that I've done, I'm repentant.
después de las cosas que usted ha hecho?
I'm not perfect.
Yo no soy perfecta.
So when the word of God convicts us by
Cuando
reading
la
the word,
palabra
it
de
produces
Dios nos,
change. I have not seen that in you.
nos
Not once have you repented, even asked for forgiveness for what you've done.
no
Not
lo he,
once have
no
you
lo he
regretted what
escuchado
you've done.
pedir perdón por las cosas que usted ha
Can you
hecho.
not face what you've done? You have to.
No
You
ha
have to
usted,
face what you've
no,
done.
no has
Were you
enfrentado lo que
presented
has
to the
hecho.
court that you didn't want to be called by your name?
¿Tú no quieres ser llamado por tu nombre?
This is a trial that you caused. The DA didn't cause this
Este
trial.
es un
My
trauma
daughter
que
and her
usted ha
team didn't cause
causado.
this trial. The state of Wisconsin and all parties involved didn't cause
El
this
estado de
trial.
Wisconsin
You have to own that.
tiene usted que hacerse responsable.
To me, this is not a man who's after God's heart.
Para
You
mí
use
usted
the
no es un hombre
Bible
que tenga el corazón
and
de
you use
Dios.
God. That's blasphemy. I know what I'm talking about.
Yo sé lo que estoy
This is not
hablando.
a matter of mental health or a system
Esto
failing
no
you.
es un hombre
You
con
failed
problemas
yourself.
mentales.
If you are a man, like you
Si
say you
usted
are,
es
and you
un
were not
hombre,
brought up this way, and you were brought up in a Christian home, go back to your Christian roots. Go back to the man that God actually
regrese a
wanted you to be.
sus raíces
But in turn,
cristianas.
you have not had any
Pero en cuestión de
responsibility
remordimiento, usted
to
no tiene,
confess of what you did that day.
no tiene ningún
You
tipo de
can't
compasión
face
por
that
lo que
you
usted
murdered
ha
people.
hecho.
You've injured hundreds, you emotionally traumatized
Usted
thousands.
traumatizó a miles
And
de
not repent
personas.
from what you did.
Y ahora lo que usted ha
To
hecho,
repent means that and to be saved means you get to enter the kingdom of heaven.
usted no va a
Okay?
estar en el reino de los cielos.
You have to ask for forgiveness.
Tiene
You have
usted
to
que
admit what
pedir,
you did. This is not
tiene que
gonna
pedir
change bringing
perdón.
people back. It's not going to change the 21st. It's not going to change people's lives.
Esto no va a
You
cambiar la
know
vida de
you'll
las
actually
personas,
help someone heal just by saying I'm sorry.
pero solamente puede usted aliviar el corazón de algunas personas al decir lo siento.
You also said in your closing statement that this was God's will for what you did
También
that day, and that I believe is a false testimony of the God that I know. You are a father.
usted es padre.
My daddy, my heavenly father,
Mi
would
Padre
never,
del
ever
cielo
let anyone be murdered with a car as the murder weapon. All those you hurt and killed that day are
todos
his
los que
children.
usted
Doesn't matter what age they were.
ajá, y hirió esa noche.
John 1:9 says, if we confess our sins, he's faithful and just to forgive our sins, to cleanse us from unrighteousness.
Le está leyendo algo de perdón.
You must confess to all these people in God.
Le está leyendo la letanía del perdón, de la
Enter the
confesión.
kingdom of heaven. It is possible. The man hanging on the cross, like the earlier statement, he was saved that day and the other one wasn't. And that I want you to sit with. For the wages of sin is death. That means hell. That means hell. But the free gift of God is eternal life in Jesus Christ. So I'm angry for what you did.
Estoy muy enojada por lo que usted ha hecho. Y muy triste porque las personas no van a pasar otro día más sin sus familiares. Usted ha traumatizado familias. Usted mató 6.
But maybe, just maybe, you could bring some peace to some of these people. You hear me, Darrel? Instead of
Pero
rolling
me
your eyes
estás,
at
me estás
me,
escuchando, Darrel, en lugar de estar moviendo tus ojos.
but I'm not coming to you in anger. I'm coming to you in unconditional love because that's what our Father
Yo no me
wants.
estoy dirigiendo a ti con
I don't
enojo, yo me
know
estoy
if I've
dirigiendo a ti
forgiven
con
you
amor,
yet.
porque
I know that's what God wants me to do.
es lo que
I
Dios me
think that
permite y
you
lo
could
que
just
quiere que
offer a
haga,
little peace by just saying I'm sorry.
para solamente decir, lo siento.
November 21st will never be the same. It was a
Noviembre
very
21
tragic
nunca
day
va a
for
ser
us
lo
all.
mismo.
With this day being the day after my birthday,
Este día después de mi cumpleaños,
I was thinking it would be a good day. I was going to be dancing in the parade with
yo voy a
dancing.
estar bailando en el desfile.
My mom, dad, aunt, and cousin were sitting at the end of the parade route. As we
Mi
got
mamá
closer to the parade starting, I got a really uneasy feeling in my stomach.
tenía,
As me being a Christian, I believed it was the Holy Spirit warning me.
dice, yo tenía un presentimiento dentro de mí, pero ahora que soy cristiana me doy cuenta que era el Espíritu Santo previniéndome, como un presentimiento.
In the parade, she was in front of me and we were both on the far right side. As we danced in the parade, I
Como
knew
estábamos
something was
bailando
wrong.
en el
Something just
desfile,
didn't sit right with me. After this feeling, my hearing went out. All I
Des-
heard was loud thump noises. My friends getting hit by the SUV. I had seen two girls fly across the concrete and hit the curb in front of me.
dice que vio a dos
I got
niñas
out
que
confused and in shock.
estaban en el
I
concreto
had left
en
my phone in
shock
the
y
car.
confundidas.
I saw my cousin Brooklyn get her phone and call her mom.
Vi a mi prima
As a 13-year-old,
hablándole a
the
su
words she spoke
mamá.
on the phone
Ella estaba
are
hablando
words
en
I
el
would never
teléfono
want to hear someone I cared so deeply for say. As her mom answered the phone, not knowing what had happened.
y su mamá contestó el teléfono sin saber qué es lo que
Brooklyn
estaba
spoke and said,
pasando.
Mom, my whole team is dead.
Y le dijo, mamá, todo mi
People
equipo
then
se ha
told us
ido.
there was a shooting and we needed to get to safety, so we went inside of a bakery. They told us all to go into the back of the bakery for safety. I called my mother off of somebody's phone and told her to get inside and be safe. But she told me no, she was going to find me.
Ella dijo que mi mamá me iba a venir a encontrar.
I sat there drowning in my thoughts until my mom had got there. As she entered, I heard her screaming my name.
Cuando ella entró, estaba
She hugged
gritando
me,
mi
and a
nombre.
few seconds later, somebody screamed that there was an active shooter, so we all dropped to the
Y
ground.
pensamos que era una persona
We
que
moved
estaba
to the corner where
activamente
Brooklyn, my aunt,
con
and other
una...
friends were
Y todos
sitting.
nos fuimos al suelo.
It felt like we were sitting there for hours when it wasn't that long.
Parecía como si estuviéramos sentadas
As
por
we
horas,
sat
pero
there,
no.
my best friend, my cousin,
Mi mejor amiga
saying something that would haunt me forever. She sat there with her head tucked in her knees, repeating over and over and over again to herself how she thought she was gonna die. I thought my best friends had died that day, and this thought will forever be with me. We eventually got let out to walk back to our car.
Eventualmente pudimos salir.
As we were walking out, I saw
Cuando
one of my
estábamos
best friends
caminando,
laying on the ground of the
saliéndonos de ahí,
She had not been taken to the hospital yet.
ella no me llevaba
Stayed
todavía al
home that whole
hospital.
time up until I saw her. As I walked back to my car, link armed with my friend, we tried to look at our feet and not up at the street, but I couldn't help looking up. I'd seen bodies covered up in the streets. That
Vi
image was
vi
in my
demasiados
mind.
cuerpos en la
I
calle,
woke up the next
tirados.
day not being able to move my body.
Yo me
I
desperté
screamed
al
and
día
cried thinking
siguiente
I was
sin siquiera poder mover
We
mi
didn't go to the
cuerpo.
hospital, but to the chiropractor. I got x-rays done and they came back showing the worst whiplash my chiropractor has ever seen.
Me hicieron
was torn off and
radiografías
twisted
y
in
vi a
ways
mi
it should not have been.
quiropráctico.
It was so bad my spine could barely support holding up my head. It was the worst pain I've ever felt.
Yo
My
sentía
mom
mucho
asked
dolor.
me if I got hit by the car,
Mi
but I
mamá me
told her I
preguntó
couldn't
si yo había
remember.
sido atropellada por un
For
coche.
the last year I've been recovering still.
Desde el último
Many
año
days I'd feel pain unimaginable.
me he estado
I also got
reponiendo.
horrible migraines a lot.
Tengo increíbles
Many days my
migrañas.
whole arm would go numb from the injury. Some days I couldn't feel any of my left side.
Algunos
These days
algunos
were
días
some
no puedo ni
hysterics.
sentir mi
We
lado
couldn't figure out how I got
izquierdo.
injured until a video was released. It showed how a girl that had got hit flew
Hasta que el
into
video
me
fue
and hit me.
expuesto, nos dimos cuenta
Not
cómo
only did
había
this day
sido
change
golpeada
my life physically,
una
but
niña.
mentally too. I struggled with depression afterwards. I blamed myself for this awful tragedy.
He sufrido depresión y me culpo por esta tragedia.
I told myself
There was no way I could have stopped it from happening, even though it was something I had no control over.
Me culpo a mí misma y yo sé que son cosas que yo no tenía control.
I tried my best to act okay so people wouldn't worry, but many days I just couldn't. I skipped school so many days weekly because I couldn't mentally go.
Me he faltado muchas veces a la escuela porque mentalmente no puedo estar, no puedo hacerlo.
But I was too scared. I thought about you every single day, Darrel.
Pienso en ti cada 5 momentos. ¿Por qué como un hombre puede hacerle esto a otros seres humanos? Y me enoja todos los días.
This day will always and forever have a place in my mind. The days after we waited to find out info about my friends. Some of them had horrible brain injuries and other horrible physical injuries.
Y otra horrible.
At one moment, I was told my friend Julia would maybe not make it. It broke me hearing that. Knowing I cared about all these people so much.
Ahora me importan todas estas personas demasiado.
So I continue to try to heal. I realized
Como
it takes a long time to heal
continúo
physically and
tratando de sanar.
I didn't think my mental health would ever get better.
No creo que mi
I
salud
thought this
mental
up
se
until
ponga
I
mejor.
surrendered my life to Jesus. I leaned on him for help.
Yo necesito a Jesús para
It's
sanar.
Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through him who gives me strength. This verse reminded me that I can get through this and will get through this.
Esta versión de mí me dice que puedo salir de
I could,
esto.
but my friends could as well. As I wrote this here, I finally realized this all truly happened to me. I guess I never really allowed myself to believe it because I never
Realmente nunca creí que esto
all
estuviera
face things
pasando,
in
que
our
esa fuera la realidad, pero me he tenido
As I
que,
watched the trial go on,
como fui viendo
you
el
always had your
trial,
Bible,
usted
but you never repented, you never asked for forgiveness for
Usted
ruining
nunca
people's
preguntó
lives.
por pedir perdón.
John 16:13 states, when the Spirit of truth comes, he will guide you into all the truth. For he will not speak on his own authority, but whatever he hears, he will speak. He will declare the things unto you that are to come. And as you sat there with your Bible,
Y
all
aunque
you
usted
had to
se
do
siente
was
con
declare
su
what was
Biblia,
true, to confess what you had done.
usted
Well, you knew you had done it and you knew it was
tiene
wrong.
que convencerse a sí mismo de lo que
You sat
usted
there,
ha
you rolled
hecho.
your eyes, not caring that you killed innocent people. So I'm so horribly sorry to all people who had lost things that day. Loss of friends and family members, loss of being able to be the same person ever again. I'm sorry to all who struggled.
Lo siento por todos los que han pasado por esto.
I know that I lost a piece of myself
Yo sé
that
que
day.
perdí un pedazo de mi vida en ese momento.
This day was supposed to be a happy day filled with
Los días
smiles
que
and
deberían de
laughter,
ser felices para mí
but it had got turned into a tragedy.
se han
This day
tornado
will
en
never
una
be the same for
tragedia.
any of us.
Siete horas llevamos, señores y señoras, 7 horas aquí. No todos estaban aquí desde hace 7 horas, pero los que sí estén, gracias por estar aquí desde hace 7 horas haciendo este seguimiento a este caso tan triste, tan emotivo, tan impotente.
Darrel, my name is Juicio Becerra Montes.
Y no podemos ver
On
los
November
nombres, o bueno,
21st,
no podemos ver los
2021,
rostros
my
porque
life
los
changed-
testigos que están
my
hablando
life
son menores de edad.
and my
Por eso.
family's life changed forever.
Dice,
The
la
day that was
familia, mi
supposed to
vida,
be a
mi,
day
la-
of
mi
joy that
familia,
became a
mi
nightmare
vida ha
to
cambiado
me,
por siempre.
my family, and our community. On that day, my parents and my siblings witnessed the red SUV that drove into
En
my
ese
neighborhood.
día mi familia y yo vimos
My mom-
una
My
SUV.
mom ran
Mi mamá
without
corrió
thinking she could be hurt too.
porque también pensó que podía
She
ser
remembers the red
lastimada.
SUV that almost hit her while running into the road because he was coming her way, but he swerved. They couldn't find me right away
No me
because I
pudieron
was under
encontrar
a car
inmediatamente
that
porque
was playing music
estaba la música.
I flew 15 to 20 feet from where I was dancing. I was lucky that I wasn't injured like my friends because
Yo fui
my head
suertudo de no haber
bumped into a
sido
truck.
golpeado como
I was
uno de,
playing
como,
music
como mis
fast and I
amigos,
fell on the street and hit the back of my head.
pero cayó
Someone's leg
y se
prior to
golpeó
me
la parte de
suffering
atrás de
from
su
a major
cabeza.
injury. My family calls me a miracle because things
Mi
would have been
familia me llama
worse,
milagro
and maybe things would would look different if my
porque
injuries were more severe.
las cosas se verían diferentes si mis,
Couple of nights in
si
the
mis heridas
hospital,
fueran
the
más
worst part
profundas.
was that I woke up and asked my dad what I
Yo
was doing in the
desperté
hospital
preguntándole a mi
because I was
papá.
dancing and I thought my nightmare was over.
Él se imaginó que estaba bailando todavía.
It was a traumatic experience that
Fue una
traumatized
traumática
all of us.
experiencia.
While I was in the hospital,
Cuando yo estaba en el
I
hospital,
was remembering what really happened.
yo estaba
I was
recordando lo que
dancing
pasó.
that day,
Ese
and I had
día,
a smile on my face,
yo tenía una sonrisa en mi cara.
and I heard what I thought were fireworks. They were good shots. But at the moment, I knew that nothing happens in Waukesha and that I'm safe.
En el momento me di cuenta que yo estaba a salvo, que nada me había
I was
pasado a
hurt
mí.
that day. I was struck by the red SUV. I
Pero-
felt like I was going to die.
Pero yo pensé que me iba a morir.
I woke up on the ground to my family surrounding me, thinking it was all a dream, not knowing
Él
what
pensó
was
que
going on.
todo era un
My body
sueño.
was hurting and I couldn't move.
Su cuerpo estaba
I
lastimado,
saw the looks
no
on
se
their
podía mover,
faces.
estaba en el
My
piso.
mom was crying and so was
Mi
the rest
mamá
of my
estaba
family.
llorando.
My mom kept telling me the paramedics
Mi
to
mamá
go help,
le estaba gritando a los paramédicos que me
go
fueran a
help
ayudar.
others,
Vayan a
other
ayudar a
people that
otros,
were unconscious.
porque
My
había
daughter
gente
is
que
awake
estaba
and is talking to us.
inconsciente.
Please, go help other people.
Dice, vayan a ayudar a otras
Others.
personas.
And my mom was a hero.
Mi mamá es una
She
héroe.
helped a little girl that was hurt in the middle of the road that was being stepped on. And she carried her and put her on the side of the street. And
Que vio
asked
una
people
niña
to
que estaba
help her. She was still looking for me.
que estaba una niña en
I
el
remember
medio
someone
del
holding
camino
my
y la
hand
movió de ahí.
telling me it was going to be okay.
Y estuvo
And I
conmigo y me
heard
dijo que
someone
todo
yell,
iba a estar
"Active
bien.
shooter." Scared and shocked at the disbelief of what was going on, my dad had to carry me into a bakery for our safety.
Mi papá me tuvo que cargar a
All I
una
heard were
panadería, a una
ambulance
cafetería que
sirens
estaba
and
ahí
screaming.
por mi seguridad.
I couldn't understand what was happening
No
because there
podía
was
yo
so much
entender qué era lo
going
que
on.
estaba pasando.
I wasn't sure if it was real life or a dream. But at the moment, I was really hoping it was a dream because I didn't want it to be real. I had to witness everything around me.
Tuve
and
que
my
ser
friends
testigo
on the
de todo
ground
lo que estaba
unconscious,
pasando alrededor de
not
mí.
knowing what would happen to them and if they
No,
would even
no,
wake
no
up.
entendía qué era lo que les estaba pasando a los que estaban
Since
ahí.
that day, I've been traumatized.
Desde
The
ese día he
silence,
estado
screaming,
traumatizado.
fireworks, being in big crowds,
No me gusta estar
and hearing the
en
song I
grandes
danced to when
multitudes, no me
tragedy
gustan los
hit.
fireworks.
After that day, it was a very hard topic to talk about, as well as now.
Después de ese evento ha sido un tema muy difícil de hablar. Tengo pesadillas.
I don't know when my body is going to feel normal.
No sé cuándo mi cuerpo va a volverse a sentir normal. Me siento siempre completo, triste y con ansiedad, enojado.
All of Waukesha has experienced this tragedy, even if they weren't there to see it. As in losing loved ones, having to go through an injury, or families that were injured as well. People who watched it happen and see their loved ones get hurt, or even just seeing this tragedy on the news. This affected our community.
Esto ha afectado a nuestra comunidad. Muchas personas no están listas para regresar a downtown. Desde entonces siempre he tenido problemas. Una tradición que era desde hace más de 50 años. Yo te perdono por todo lo que tú has hecho, a pesar de que tú nunca has pedido perdón. Y que ya no, por favor, lastimes a nadie más. Señora, su señoría, queremos justicia por todos nosotros en mi comunidad. Y yo quiero que él no vuelva a ver la luz del sol nunca más. Gracias. Gracias por todas las personas que están pasando por un momento difícil. 7 horas, señores, lleva este juicio desde la mañana escuchando los testimonios tan duros de los testigos, de los sobrevivientes, de los familiares, de personas que estuvieron ahí lastimadas en primera persona, las que perdieron familia. 7 horas llevamos aquí, señoras y señores. Qué impresión. Y él estoico.
I would like to first address the picture that we'll be putting
Van a enseñar una
on.
fotografía.
In that picture, it is my sister.
En esa foto
just
está
named
mi
Torres,
hermana,
victim HH.
una de las
in the
víctimas,
ICU.
en el hospital.
It is what a lot of other victims had looked like, from tubes keeping them alive to machines being watched over every minute of the day to see if they're doing okay.
Cada minuto estuvieron checando para saber si estaban
November
bien.
21st was like
Noviembre
any other Christmas
21.
parade. My sister was dancing, my mom was
Mi
pulling my
hermana
baby
estaba
sister
bailando
in a wagon, and my brother and I were walking with them throwing candy.
y mi hermano y
Everything
yo
was so
estábamos
normal in the
caminando
beginning.
dando dulces.
Everyone was lined up in their orders, and people were taking pictures.
La gente estaba
laughing,
tomando
talking, dancing.
fotos,
The mood was very
bailando,
joyful, and then all of a sudden it wasn't.
sonriendo.
The images and events
Las,
from that day
las
still weigh
imágenes
heavily on my mind.
están en mi cabeza todo el
Vivian
tiempo.
Urel was the little girl I stayed with for a little bit after the tragic event.
Después de
I
ese
still
evento
can feel the
trágico,
blood on my hands
yo
after I
tenía
wiped
sangre en mis
it
manos.
off her dripping head with my cold fingers. I told her
Con
that
mis,
I was
con
there
mis,
for her so
mis
that she
manos
knows that
frías.
somebody was with her as I listened to her whimpering cry that stays in my mind. I cried when I found my baby sister without my mother. She
Lloré
was
cuando vi a
confused
mi
about what
niñera
just
con mi
happened,
mamá.
so I held her in my arms, squeezing her as tight as I could. I remember finding my mother and sister.
Yo recuerdo
The
haber
visions of
encontrado
my mother's face in a panic, trying to puzzle everything together. She had her hands over my sister's body, along with others, holding my sister's head. I screamed.
Ella estaba agarrando la cabeza de mi hermana y mi mamá, su mamá.
Her face looked destroyed, with her body half naked from her clothes getting ripped off.
Y su cuerpo, la mitad de él desnudo porque
I
le
still
habían
remember
roto su
my other
ropa.
family members' faces and screams when they saw my sister lying there. I broke down and fell to my knees. I felt broken when my
Me
grandmother
sentí
started breaking down and screaming. The moment when they lifted my sister's unconscious body with a blanket into
Dice
the
que
back of the
veía
sheriff's
cuerpos
car,
inconscientes
made me suddenly
con
not breathe. I
sábanas.
felt like there was no more air left in the world. It felt like I was being stabbed in the heart when I read my
Yo
mother's
sentí que
messages
había
about all the
sido
injuries my sister had. It was one text
en mi
after
corazón
another.
atacada.
I couldn't believe it was all real.
No podía yo
From the
creer que
trauma,
todo
I
eso
couldn't go
era
back home
algo
because I
real.
knew my mom or sister wasn't going to be there. So I went to my friends, and
Fui
my
con
friend
mis
helped me that
amigos.
night as my body shook.
Mi cuerpo estaba en shock.
The pain of not being able to see my mother and hearing the cries of my 2-year-old sister constantly saying that she wants her mom broke my heart into little pieces.
Y mi hermana
The whole
estaba
time
llorando
my sister
pidiendo
was
que
in the
quería a su
hospital,
mamá.
it was a blur, a tunnel vision every day, hour, minute, and second. We were lucky to have a Thanksgiving miracle to be able to see my mother for the first time after the incident.
Fuimos verdaderamente suertudos de haber tenido a mi mamá
To have so much weight removed off my chest.
y
When I held
verla
my
fue
mother,
como
even
haber
with it being
removido
a short
algo muy
visit at
pesado
Children's Hospital.
dentro de
My
mí.
family had so much support from friends, other family in the community. Even though we had so much support, I felt like I was alone. I should
A
have
pesar de
been
que
getting
teníamos
the
mucho
support from my
soporte,
own
mucho apoyo
mother,
por las
but she
comunidades,
couldn't leave my
mi
sister's
mamá
side
estaba,
of the
yo me sentía
hospital.
sola y triste por dentro.
I felt forgotten. I was trying to give my other siblings support when I thought
Yo quería darle más apoyo también
when
a
I
mis
thought like
demás
I didn't have anyone to
familiares.
support me. I felt selfish even though I shouldn't
Yo
have.
me sentía
While I'm in
egoísta
class every day, I didn't want to be anywhere but home, wishing that my mom and sister were with me.
y no
Not
quería
being
salir a
able to
ningún
physically
lado,
move
solo quería
from the
estar en
hurt that
casa,
I
deseando que
felt.
mi
I
mamá y mi
felt
hermana
drained.
estuvieran
My
conmigo.
mental health was declining so much.
Mi
I
salud
lost
mental se
interest
fue
in the
declinando
people
bastante.
and things I love so dearly. I was miserable.
Finally, 2 weeks later, getting the call that
Finalmente,
my sister was awake felt like my heartbeat got
2
back to
semanas
normal
después
again.
recibí una llamada de
I
que mi
showed
hermana había
everyone pictures
despertado
with pure joy on my face that
y
my sister
sentía
was
mucha
awake.
alegría.
2 days before Christmas,
2
they came
días
back
antes de
home.
Navidad,
Everything was going okay until one night my sister felt like she suddenly couldn't breathe. My mother rushed her back up to the hospital. They found out later she had built up scar tissue in her trachea from being on the ventilator for so long and getting so immune to the drugs that she was on. She would wake up and move around in a panic. My sister has had around 15 surgeries on her trachea since. One day my mom was looking on the
un
scab
día
on the back
mi
of my
mamá
sister's head.
estaba
And
viendo,
when I saw everything from the parade came back to my mind.
todo lo que
The
empecé a ver
images
era
of that
del
happening
desfile,
over
se
and
vino a
over
mi
and over
cabeza
again. It brought back all the pain and anxiety.
y me empezó a dar mucha ansiedad.
I laid in bed
Me acosté en
alone,
la
crying
cama
because I couldn't sleep.
sola
I was back to the beginning where I would cry all night.
porque
The
de-
images were so vivid in my mind. My
las
mom called
imágenes
me
estaban
upstairs and held me in
totalmente
her
siempre en mi
arms.
cabeza.
The next day, my uncle explained what PTSD was like.
La
As the active speaker of my
siguiente vez mi tío me
like
explicó
it's
qué
getting
quiere decir
smaller, I
el
realized that this is
post-traumatic
just the beginning of a
stress.
long and terrible road. I easily jump at little things. I have pins
Te-
and tags
siempre
every time I cross the street. I hate fireworks for the reason that they make me cry.
dice, odio los fireworks porque me hacen
Still to
llorar.
this day, the sound of tires screeching sends me into a panic as I look for my siblings.
Dice, hasta
Pictures
esta
come
fecha,
racing back to my mind, tears come racing down my face, and as I see as everyone is okay except for me, the pain is still sitting with me. The visions are always there to jump back at different times. It's been hard to be the oldest sibling, having to feel like I need to manage the house and deal with my own mental strain while my mother is constantly gone dealing with my sister's medical care.
dice que mientras su mamá estaba yendo al medical care, ella estaba tratando de sobrevivir porque tenía muchos problemas emocionales y su salud mental estaba declinando. Necesitaba ayuda.
Family and supported us unconditionally at the time my family was needed most. And for you, Darrel Brooks,
Y
I
para
hope you know
ti,
I've never had so much hate for someone
yo nunca había
until
sentido
I met
tanto odio
you.
por una sola persona.
Everyone saying that they wish Wisconsin had the death penalty for you.
Todo
I
el mundo
simply
dice,
disagree because you do not deserve a simple death. Those 6
dice
people
que
who passed
ojalá
did not
no
have a
tuviera,
simple
que
death.
mucha gente
I
dice
hope
que
you sick
ojalá
and suffer
el
every
Estado
minute
tuviera
of your
pena de
death.
muerte, pero que ojalá no fuera tan
Thank
fácil
you.
para él el que pues le den eso, le hubieran dado eso. Señoras y señores, 7 horas con 10 minutos. Estamos aquí desde en la mañana en este juicio que está bien emotivo. Es muy difícil escuchar todo esto y no sentir algo de empatía y llorar y pensar en ellos. O sea, es horrible lo que estamos escuchando. No te puedes imaginar lo que cada familia en cada casa, cada miembro ha pasado. Ay, ve a los niños.
And life after November 21st, 2021 will never be the same.
Nunca va a ser lo mismo, dice. Está llorando.
I was dancing with the Waukesha Extreme Dance Team, my team. I loved and committed countless hours to. 2 weeks after the parade, I woke up in the hospital,
Dice
confused,
dos.
uncomfortable, and in pain.
Es que está llorando, pobrecita. Es una niña.
I remember doctors telling my mom that I needed to have a major surgery.
Dice, yo recuerdo que el doctor vio a mi mamá y le dijo que tenía que tener una,
So I'd be able to walk again and dance again.
que no iba a volver a caminar o a bailar de nuevo.
To be with my family again. After my surgery,
Después de mi
the
cirugía,
doctor told me
el doctor me
that I
dijo
had to be in a wheelchair until
que tenía que
my
estar en una
voice
silla de
was healed.
ruedas.
When I got in my wheelchair,
Cuando me pusieron
I
en mi
felt
silla de
stuck,
ruedas,
trapped in a place that I just wanted to get out of.
me sentía atrapada en
When I
un
got to
mismo
see my
lugar.
sisters and brother for the first time ever since the parade, I could just see the weight lifted off their shoulders when they saw me. I was not okay.
Yo no
but I
estaba
was there.
bien, pero estaba ahí.
When I finally got home,
Cuando finalmente
after a
llegué a
month of being in
casa,
the hospital, it was nonstop appointments and physical therapy.
que
2 days
empezó
after I got discharged from the
con
hospital,
terapia
I
y
had to go
con
back for an emergency surgery.
tenía que
because
regresar
I
a
couldn't
las
breathe.
cuestiones de
We
emergencia.
found out that being on the ventilator caused scar tissue to build around my trachea. I've had over
Ella
50
tenía
surgeries
problemas
on my
en su
trachea
tráquea
since
también.
then. My mom had to help me with all my personal care and other needs.
Mi mamá me ayudó con
including
toda mi cuestión
showering,
personal,
getting dressed,
bañándome,
using the bathroom,
yéndome al
doing my
baño,
hair, and making my food until I
haciéndome la
learned
comida,
how to get around easier.
cómo irme alrededor de todo
I had to
esto.
go to physical therapy to learn how
Tenía
to
que
walk
ir
again.
a
When I
una
started using
fisioterapia
the
para aprender
walker,
a volver a
I
caminar.
felt embarrassed
Me
and that
sentía
people were just
avergonzada.
staring at me.
Todo el mundo se me
I
quedaba
remember
viendo.
wanting to dance again,
Yo
being with my team again.
ya no volvería
And
a
I
bailar
couldn't
otra vez, ya no
physically
estaría
do
otra vez
anything
con mi
else.
equipo.
I had to reteach my body to move how it
Tenía que
used to
enseñar a
move.
mi cuerpo otra vez a moverse,
Learning how to dance all over again.
aprender a bailar
My
otra
balance
vez.
was off, making dancing impossible at first. But the mental pain was worse, as I couldn't watch my teammates dance without me. I missed over half of the school year.
Dice que
When I
perdió la
got back
mitad
to
de su
school, I
año.
felt uncomfortable being in a wheelchair.
Me sentía incómoda
I felt
estando en
like
una
people
silla
were
de
just
ruedas,
looking and wondering.
porque todo el
And I
mundo me
thought on my
miraba y
last year
pensaban
and days at elementary school,
en la,
time and memories that I will never get back.
y
This
las
past
memorias.
summer, I had to go in for my second major surgery.
Y tenía
The
que ir
surgery
por
was
mi
on my
segunda
trachea
grande
called a trachea
cirugía.
resection. The doctors decided to do the surgery because I still couldn't breathe after all my procedures. My throat wouldn't stay open, and it closed up to 80%. I was basically breathing through the size of a drinking straw.
Dice que ella estaba respirando como si estuviera respirando a través de un popote.
And the scar where I had surgery to fix my pelvis, and multiple other scars from the horrific things that happened that night.
Muchas cosas horribles
My
pasaron
scars
esa
make me
noche.
insecure of my body,
Las
and that I can't
cicatrices
break
me
this
volvieron
routine
insegura en mi
because I can
cuerpo,
feel people's eyes on me.
porque
When I
siempre
wear
sentía
shorts,
los
I
ojos
have
de la
blood
gente en
seeping
mí.
out, and my scars
Y mis
will be
cicatrices
there forever.
van a
I
estar
will
por
every day
siempre,
be reminded of what happened to me.
recordándome lo que me pasó a mí.
Beyond my original month in the hospital, I missed out on my entire summer because I was recovering from surgeries.
Que ella perdió
When I
un verano
wasn't
completo
a-
porque se
when
estaba
I
recuperando de su
wasn't
cirugía.
able to do normal 11-year-old things. I wasn't able to swim, jump, go on rides at fairs. All I could do was watch.
Todo lo que yo podía hacer era mirar, ya no podía nadar, ya no podía jugar, ya no podía brincar.
Well, I continued to watch. I had to act like it didn't bother me.
Y tenía
because
que
I didn't
actuar
wanna
como que
ruin
no me
summer for
importaba.
everyone else. Now I am 12 years old in 6th grade.
Ahora tengo 12
I'm
años
happy
y
that
estoy
I'm
en
in a
grado
new school with
6.
new people.
Estoy conociendo
Now
a
people
nuevas
won't treat me
personas.
differently because they don't know my medical past.
Y gente
Now
que
that
no
I'm
me
in
conoce
6th
porque no
grade,
conocen lo que
I
me
have to ride the
pasó.
bus.
Tengo
I
que
hate going to
irme
the bus stop
en el camión y
because it scares me
odio
whenever
irme en el
cars
bus
drive by me or make noises.
porque la gente
I'm
que
also
pasa lo de
dancing
mí.
again. I do 2 3-hour practices each week. And this past weekend, I had my first dance competition, which
Dice
was
que
a big
hizo,
deal to me because this is my first competition in a year now.
dice que se metió
I
otra
still have
vez
appointments and
a unas
procedures on my
competiciones.
trachea to see how everything is healing. I also got cleared from physical therapy. I've gotten really far this year. It is getting closer and closer to November 21st.
Está siendo cada vez más cercano a noviembre 21.
On this day each year,
Y en este
I
día,
and many others look
yo y
into a
muchos
peaceful
más
event that has been a traditional Waukesha for over 50 years and brought smiles and laughter to everyone, turned into tragedy. I want to say thank you
quiero
to
decirles
my
gracias
coach Alyssa
a mi
for
coach
proving to me
Elisa,
that I can do anything I put my mind to.
que me ayudó a hacer cualquier cosa que
Thank
mi
you
mente quisiera.
to Miss
Gracias
Hanson for helping me write my statement when I didn't know how to put everything into words.
para escribir mis
who took
statement,
care
porque
of
cuando no
me
sabía
in the
nada, no sabía qué
hospital.
escribir.
And most important, thank you to my mom,
Y lo más
who was by
importante,
my
gracias a mi
side
mamá,
for the whole
porque me estuvo cuidando todo este
tragic
tiempo,
journey.
esta
Thank you
tragedia.
for listening.
Gracias. Llevamos 7 horas 15 minutos transmitiendo el día más importante de la sentencia de Brooke. Todo Estados Unidos lo está viendo. Es un juicio muy mediático por cómo pasaron las cosas. Si ustedes quieren ver el video, porque hay videos de lo que pasó cuando él iba manejando y cómo arrolló a las
I've been
personas.
very open all this time about the injuries my daughter has obtained the night of November 21st, 2021. I even created daily logs so people could stay informed on her
Dice
condition.
que ella ha
But I've
creado
never truly
como
talked about my
diarios
feelings and how that day has affected my family.
y todo lo
So
que
this
le ha
will be a
afectado a
very
su
hard
familia.
one for
Ella
me.
está aportando esa como desahogo emocional para las
The event
familias.
started off joyous, and I had 4 of my children with me that evening.
Yo tenía 4 de mis niños en esa
All
tarde.
of which still suffer in some form to this day.
Todos de alguna forma.
The screams, the sounds of the people being hit, watching as their bodies flew, the visions of their bodies lying everywhere.
Había
and me
cuerpos
yelling,
por todas
searching for
partes.
Jessalyn still replays over and over in my head.
Y esta
I saw my
escena
daughter lying
está
in
otra
front of
vez
the music
en
truck,
mi
nowhere near the
cabeza.
rest of her teammates. In the middle of the 5 points, with her clothes ripped from her body, road rash everywhere, blood leaking out of the corner of her mouth, and half of her face missing. Picture 2. My poor child was ripped out of her shoes, drug under the front end, and thrown out from that vehicle. There was no ambulance, no medical
Dice que no
equipment,
había
nothing to help me
ambulancias,
and
no
my
había.
child. I have never felt this helpless in my
Nunca
life.
me había sentido tan.
All I could do was hold my child and
Todo
tell
lo que
her
pude
Mommy
hacer
is
fue
okay
abrazar a mis
and that
hijos.
she will be okay. Picture 3. A deputy and an officer came to help get my daughter on top of the blankets that were covering her naked body and drove us to the hospital in the back of an SUV. I am grateful for the actions they took that day, along with all the others who ran out into the street to help my daughter. When we got to Children's Hospital, I sat there in a chair numb as I watched multiple doctors, nurses, and
Dice que
medical
vio
staff rush in and out of
muchos
the
doctores,
room
muchas
examining my
enfermeras.
child's lifeless body. My mental state was confused.
Mi
I
mente
lost where I
estaba
was,
confundida.
and I felt like I was sitting in the middle of some crazy movie scene
Era
where there
como
were
si
so
yo
many
estuviera
people
sentada en
around
una
me that
escena
couldn't believe it.
de
I stayed numb from
de
then
terror.
on. It was my coping mechanism.
Era
There
mi
was no way to
mecanismo de
prepare
defensa.
myself for the news I was about to hear from the medical staff.
Yo sabía
Her
que iba a
injuries
escuchar
included
algo
a
difícil
fractured
por medio
skull,
de los
a
médicos.
hematoma behind her eye, 8 broken ribs, which was 4 on each side, bilateral lung contusions, 3 fractured lumbar vertebrae. Her
Fracturas.
bowel was damaged. Her kidney was ripped from its blood supply and was dying. She now only has 1 kidney left.
Y ahora
Her liver was
solamente ella
lacerated.
tiene
Her
un
pelvis broken in 3
un
areas, going from front to back and
pulmón.
down the middle in the shape of a T, and in 2 areas on the back side. Her spine has a permanent curve in it.
Su espina dorsal
Severe
tiene
road rash all over her
daño
body.
permanente.
4, 5. Go to 5, please. That's her backside from being drugged. Go to the next one, please. That's the other side of her backside from being drugged.
Dice que nos está enseñando aquí unas
That's her
fotografías.
leg.
Su,
A whole
su,
chunk
su
of meat
pierna.
was missing from her leg. You can take those down, please. She was given multiple bags of blood and platelets as we were transferred to the 4th floor ICU for critical care. It was there that the doctor sat me down and explained how she needed to be intubated because of the extensive damage to her lungs and body. The hardest moments of my life was making the phone call to my children.
La parte más difícil de mi vida fue cuando tuve que hacer esas llamadas.
The hardest moment of my life was making the phone call to my other children so they could
Es
tell their
llamarle
kids
a
how
mis
much they
otros
loved her,
niños
because I had no idea what was
porque no
going on.
tenía idea qué es lo
They
que
were
había
so
pasado.
confused
Ellos
and
estaban
scared, and
todos
I could hear
confundidos.
the hurt and pain in their voices.
Yo solamente
And I had
podía,
no explanation to give them
podía
other than
escuchar
just tell
sus
your
voces.
sister how much you love her. I couldn't be there to hold them.
No
while they
podía estar
cried
ahí
and
para
at times they needed
abrazarlos
me the most.
porque los dos me
I still
necesitaban.
hold so much guilt because I couldn't be there with them, since
Porque-
I had to be with their sister whose life was uncertain at the time. They were also mentally and emotionally traumatized.
También estaban emocionalmente y mentalmente traumatizados.
There were so many times I just wanted
Había
to hold
demasiadas
Jessalyn and lay in the
veces
bed next to her, but I couldn't, since there were tubes coming from every direction, and her hands were tied down to the bed.
sus manos estaban
The most I could
atadas.
do was hold her hand, stroke her head, and whisper in her ear, "I love you," and Mommy
Señoras y
is
señores,
here.
me voy a caer de esta silla que ya no me aguanta
That week
7
and
horas.
day 2 when we
Espérense.
spent 3 to 4 hours just to thoroughly clean out all of the road rash. And it took multiple attempts to get as much of the leaves, sticks, and
Me
rocks
tengo
out
que
of her
mover.
hair.
Me voy a mover. Porque si no, sí se me va.
There were so many sleepless nights. Every
Había
day there were new
demasiadas
issues, like
noches que
fever,
no
allergic
dormía,
reactions,
dice.
sepsis, and monitors that were blaring and alarming because her stats were up and down constantly. I felt like I just could not catch a break. She was not easy to keep sedated.
Dice que no
And there
era.
were
A ver, déjenme
so
acomodo y
many
ahorita me
wrestling
vengo.
matches
Esperen.
to keep her as still as possible. It was all so exhausting, but yet I had to hold it all together. I had to be the rock. I hated watching the machine they used to help clear out her lungs.
Dice que odia ver
The
noticias.
nebulizer, but
Yo
it had a
también.
force so strong, and it was so loud. It would pump the meds in and jostle her whole body. Just hearing how loud the machine was and watching her body being uncontrollably shaken was overwhelming. But it had to be done to clear all the fluid and mucus buildup from all the damage that you caused to her lungs. The time we were trying to wean her off the ventilator, I sat and watched the machine, hoping this girl would start to breathe on her own and not rely on the machine to do it for her.
Dice que fue muy difícil para ellos ver a una niña que estaba tratando de respirar
I would get my hopes
por una
up, and
máquina.
then they would be let down. I would talk to her. Come on,
Y hablamos.
Jessa, you have to breathe above the machine. You can do it, and I believe in you. Until finally I realized she wasn't ready. I just let her know it was okay, and I'm here by your side, and when you are ready, I will still be here right next to you by your side. I had so many mixed emotions the day Jesselyn was extubated. I couldn't wait to hear her voice again, to hug her, and to tell her how much I missed her. It felt like my girl was being reborn again. But I was not expecting the new hardships to come. She has had a total of 18 surgeries. Her first major surgery was
Ella
to
tuvo
fix her
18
pelvis.
cirugías.
12 hours my child was gone away from me that day. She now has a metal plate with 11 screws holding her pelvis together for the rest of her life. Picture 8, please. It took months for her to start to walk again.
Tuvo meses
I
ella
never
que
imagined that
para
at
que
11
volviera a
years old,
caminar
we would be celebrating the first time she sat up or stood.
o
And of
que
all things,
pudiera
take out the
celebrar.
tube feeding. You can go to picture 9. How does that look for sitting up? Does she look happy? I don't think so.
Dice, ¿cómo está ella en esa imagen? ¿Se
Waiting
ve
off in
feliz?
our
No lo
eyes
creo.
and dealing with the hallucinations she had was terrible.
Ella tenía alucinaciones.
She was so mean at times, and it hurt more than you could imagine on this inside, but I knew that that wasn't my child. Deep down, I was so angry, frustrated, and wanted to scream. So I just step out of the room and cry a little, take a deep breath, and walk back into that room stronger than I was before. You can take that down. Discharge day was so exciting and scary. I could finally see my 2-year-old, my other children. and
Dice que
some of my
finalmente
home.
después pudo ver a
But
sus otros dos
managing all
hijos.
of Jesselyn's medical appointments, medications, daily shots, and personal needs on top of caring for 4 other children was difficult. Her dignity was taken away as I had to do everything for her for personal care. And what 11-year-old wants her mom to wash their bottom? She would get frustrated trying to use both the wheelchair and a walker. And
Ella
trying
estaba
to
frustrada porque
forcefully
tenía que
walk her
usar
around
las
and
dos
cross
cosas,
up to the
la silla
and
y
having to
las
load and
muletas.
unload her wheelchair, walker, and medical equipment took about 30 minutes in the freezing cold. The first day I had to take Jessa and my 2-year-old out was rough. When backing out of the driveway, I ran over her walker and broke it. I laugh now, but yep, I forgot to put it in the car.
Dice, sí, ahora me río, pero se me olvidó ponerlos en el carro.
And crying all at the same time, I was a mental wreck.
Estaba también en un estado mental
We ended
difícil.
up back at Children's Hospital a couple of
Regresamos
days
al
after
hospital de
discharge when Jesselyn
niños
was struggling to breathe.
y empezó a tener
Found out she
problemas
was
para
suffering from
respirar.
tracheal stenosis from the initial prolonged intubation. Can you do picture 10? That was the hole she was trying to breathe through. About the size of a straw, a little bit smaller. 80% of her trachea was closed off.
80% de su tráquea estaba
That's the
cerrada.
size they had to pop it open to, just so that way she could actually breathe. You can turn that off, please. I slept on my couch for months because her breathing was so bad
Dormí
that I was scared she would
en
stop
mi
breathing
sofá por
in her
meses
sleep.
porque tenía miedo de
15
que
surgeries
dejara
on her
de
trachea
respirar.
before we made the decision to do a tracheal resection. I hated the thought of doing this major surgery, the thought of possibly opening her chest to lift the chest muscles to give more stretch to the trachea, or the possibility of injuring her vocal cords, along with all the other risks. They were also very overwhelming. We only get one breathing tube. And
Solamente
if this major
tenemos
surgery wasn't successful, then she would end up with a hole and a tube in her neck for the rest of her life to breathe from. Justin and I both cried together after that doctor left the room. How do you mentally prepare yourself or even your child for this type of news?
Dice, ¿cómo te preparas mentalmente para
Telling her
darle las
she would be
noticias
asleep
así
and
a tus
intubated for
hijos?
another 2 weeks and in the ICU, and then eventually go home once we did the whole removing the tube, feeding, sitting, standing, walking, and everything all over again. We were all going back to square one. She was so calm that day when she left the room for her surgery. But I
Ella
knew she
estaba
was
tan
freaking
calmada
out on the
el
inside.
día que se fue por
She
su
held herself
cumpleaños,
together
por su
so well.
cirugía.
And I remember her looking at me saying, "Mom, why are you crying?" as I let the silent tears roll down my face. That surgery took 6.5
La
hours.
cirugía
Stared out windows
tardó
and paced for
6 horas
hours,
y
hoping
media.
for the best outcome. On day 2 after that surgery, I lowered
En
her
el día
pulse
2 de la
levels.
cirugía,
She was running fevers and she was retaining too much fluid.
ella estaba
We
reteniendo
continued for
líquidos y tenía
days with her
fiebre.
vitals going sky high, then dangerously low. Fevers up to 104, and she became septic all over again. It was day 4 through the night when
Era el
everything
día 4
became
de la
beyond
noche.
scary. Her body swelled in a matter of hours, and scans
Su cuerpo estaba
came
sudando.
back showing that she had pneumatosis intestinalis and necrotizing enterocolitis. And she was almost rushed down for an emergency bowel resection, as this had become life-threatening extremely fast. There was no real understanding as to why this was happening.
Realmente nosotros no entendíamos por qué había pasado esto, o este incidente en el
Her body
desfile.
was shutting down.
Su cuerpo se había
9 days she
apagado.
spent on the ventilator.
9
A
días
total of
ella
12 in the ICU
pasó
and
en
more on the main
con el
floor.
ventilador.
It was another full 2-week stay at Children's Hospital. 2 weeks of mental and emotional
2
upset, 2
semanas
weeks away from my other
emocionalmente y
children.
mentalmente.
And if you are sitting here thinking that being taken off the ventilator is all pretty rainbows and butterflies, you're wrong. It's nothing like what you see on TV. Yep.
Están enseñando unos videos.
I know that is traumatizing, isn't it? It is traumatizing. It's okay though. You're doing great, right? Yeah. Get you some oxygen. You can't. No, you just breathe. No.
Just breathe.
She struggled to breathe and cough up all that mucus for hours. Hours.
Ella estaba tratando de respirar y
Her
no
mental
podía
state
por
was
aguas.
off as she thrashed around and freaked out as the nurses were adjusting her bed, screaming, "Mom, help! Help me, Mom! They're going to shock me back to life." She thought that she was dying and that they were going to kill her. I knew that she had some worries before that surgery, but to this extent was beyond belief. We had to give her meds to calm her, as her thrashing around was our biggest fear, as that could tear her trachea all over again. Even on all those drugs, isn't it funny how she can still express how traumatizing this has all been? The summer went on with more appointments, physical therapy, surgeries.
Dice, el verano llegó y con más citas
So mean to the point that I had to step away and do that silent cry again.
y otra
We tried
vez
to find
tenía
a
que
little
llorar.
happiness in every event that
Tenían
we
que
could.
encontrar
It was hard for
cada...
her to watch her teammates who were all back dancing. She cried because she wanted to go watch the state competition, but couldn't.
Ella lloraba porque
Neither
quería ir a
had
ver la
surgery.
competencia.
We
de-
felt left out and alone
Nos-
as we were still dealing with major medical issues.
Nos
months later.
sentíamos solas
When
y
out in the
abandonadas.
public, people would gawk, make hand gestures, and make comments about the scars across her neck. Number 13. along with the marks and lumps on her body. Kids are cruel and have made some really harsh comments to the point I have felt the surge of uncontrollable anger. She was tired that day. At fairs and festivals, Jesselyn wasn't able to ride rides because of the possibility of tearing her trachea. You can take it down. She was so sad and angry. More
Ella
angry
estaba
than
toda
sad.
triste
Her
y
friends and
enojada.
family were having a blast while she was standing watching. My heart hurt for her.
Mi corazón
I had to talk her
estaba
through the
triste por
anger
ella.
over and over and over and teach her how to find happiness in everything we do, no matter how big or how small. But she was right. It wasn't fair. She shouldn't have had to suffer. Not one person should have had to.
Ninguna persona debería de estar sufriendo por esto, ninguna.
She stood out in the sun because she wanted the scars off of her face.
Porque ella se puede quitar las cicatrices de su cara, pero
My heart was broken the day she purposely stand out in the sun because she wanted the scars off of her face and wanted
mi
her
corazón
beautiful skin back.
se puso triste cuando la vi a ella que se paró enfrente del sol porque quería que sus
While
cicatrices se
riding
le
in the car,
fueran.
she will freak out
En el carro
when
ella
there is a squirrel in the road.
estaba
Okay?
freak out.
A squirrel. She gasps, yells, and throws her arms out and hits me.
Ella
While I'm
gritaba,
talking
se
to her, I
enojaba.
sit there and envision how I'm sure that that's the exact reaction she had right before she took your SUV to her chest. This is all just a small fraction of
Esto
what
ha
we've
sido
been
una fracción muy pequeña
we've all been through and what I've
por
had
lo
to
que
go
hemos
through in the
pasado
last year.
en el último año.
Jesselyn still has ongoing medical care, more surgeries, more appointments, memory loss.
Dice, hemos tenido
pain in
más
her hip, and
appointments,
permanent
más
curve in her
citas,
spine.
más
I hate the comments
terapias.
she makes about whenever she feels her hardware in her hip. But my girl is a warrior. She
Dice,
is
mis
back
chicas son
dancing.
unas guerreras.
She may not be at the skill level she used to be.
Ella tal vez
but
no
she
esté
has
en
not
el
given
nivel
up.
que quería estar.
As a parent, I have held so much guilt for not protecting my child
Como
that day.
como padre me
I have
siento
sat there
culpable
by
por
my
no haber
child when she was
protegido
at her worst.
suficiente a
I was
mis
there
hijos.
for every little step of progress, and I
Siempre he
was there
estado
for
ahí
every
por cada
setback.
pequeño espacio,
I
por
have
cada
cried,
paso.
I have been angry, I have
He
had to deal
llorado,
with
me he
fear,
sentido triste, me he
mental
sentido
trauma,
enojada.
PTSD,
He
exhaustion,
tenido mucho
frustration, defeat,
postraumático.
loneliness, and
Me
anxiety
siento
attacks.
muy sola y con mucha
There are
ansiedad.
days when I feel that SUV hitting my chest and can't breathe as if I am my daughter. I could feel her pain and it
Puedo
was
sentir su
excruciating.
dolor.
There have been times where I felt justice wouldn't be served until he had to take that SUV to his chest, drugged, thrown, and left with his bare body in the middle of the street, exactly the same way he treated my child.
Dice, he soñado muchas veces con haberlo quitado a él del camino, de la misma forma en la que él invadió el
It's not your
camino.
life on the line, Mr. Brooks. and it
Dice,
never
no
has
es su
been.
vida en la línea la
It
que
was
está
my
en peligro,
child's life on the line that
fue
night,
la vida
along
de
with
mis
many
hijos
others.
que estaban en peligro.
And as much as you were hoping to get some sympathy,
Y por
I have
más que
none
usted
to
quiera
give.
tener simpatía,
I'm
no.
glad I don't have to hear those words come from your mouth anymore.
Me agrada no tener
I
que
guess you
escuchar
should have
sus
thought about all
palabras
those
que salgan de su
children of
boca una
yours
vez
that you
más.
don't get to hold before you decide to turn that corner and step on that gas pedal. And I hope the look on my daughter's face before you ran her over haunts you for the rest of your life. Your immature behavior of rolling your eyes and
Su
twirling your
comportamiento tan inmaduro.
I have fought through one of my biggest fears this past year, and I won. I am much stronger than you.
Yo soy más fuerte que usted.
I have found my peace. This
Yo
man
ya
may
encontré
have
mi
been able to
paz.
turn my life upside down and almost take my daughter from me.
Y usted
Take
casi
time
se
away
lleva a
from
mi
my other
hija,
children, create such heartache, pain, and mental turmoil. But the one
creando
thing
un
he was
tormento
not
mental.
successful at was taking my strength, Jesselyn's strength, along with the strength I have instilled in all my other children. He doesn't get the satisfaction of thinking we have become weak. My family has grown stronger.
Mi
I've become
familia
closer and now have a better appreciation for the time we have together. He did not, cannot, and will not break me. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Fueron 6 personas que perdieron la vida, 48 que se estuvieron peligrando en el hospital, que no les pasó a mayores, pero aún así, muchísima gente, obviamente.
The day November 21st came around,
El
I
día
was
de
so
noviembre
close to
21
my
vino
best friends.
y
Little
teníamos,
did I know, that was the worst day of my life.
ese ha sido el peor día de mi vida.
That day
Ese
changed
día
my life forever.
cambió mi vida por siempre.
My family and my friends
Mis
thought that was the
amigos y mi
last day
familia
they would have with me. I can't even imagine what everyone was going through while I was unstable.
no puedo
in a coma
imaginarme en lo
with
que
a
estaba
brain
pasando
injury
con las
that
otras
later
personas.
led to me having to get part of my skull taken out and put back in 2 months after. This major change in my
Estos
life
cambios tan grandes en
was
mi
all
vida
from the car that had struck me and
son
many others on November 21st.
por el carro que nos
2021.
arrolló en noviembre 21, a mí y a
I
otros.
became worried and stressed because people treated me differently.
Ahora
and I
me
saw myself
siento,
as no longer strong, but weak.
me siento no fuerte, sino débil cuando otras personas me
I didn't like
tratan.
that I could have a seizure.
No me
I lost
gusta
my
que yo
hair
tengo
and
que
it made me
tener
feel bad
como
about myself.
epilepsias.
This made a huge impact on
Esto
my
ha
life.
sido un gran
It
impacto en mi
changed the way
vida.
my friends and family all see me now.
Cambia la forma
I
en la que
hated
mis propios
myself
amigos
and
y
I
mi
hated what I had
familia
to
me
go
ve.
through. It was hell.
Era
I
el
just want
infierno.
all the awful days in the hospital,
Todos estos
trauma,
esos días que pasé
all
en el
procedures to
hospital,
be
en el
put behind
hospital,
me, so I can continue to live my life like all the days before the worst. November 21st,
noviembre
2021.
21 del,
However, since I am a victim
desde
of
que
the
soy
Christmas
hoy
parade,
una víctima
this
del
will always stay
desfile,
with me.
esto siempre va a estar conmigo.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Good afternoon. As I stand here before you today, I realize that you don't know who I am.
Dice, como me
I've
paro
been
aquí, me
here
imagino que
almost
usted no
every
sabe
single
quién soy
day
yo.
since this trial started. I realize that what I am about to share will not change what happened
Creo
that
que lo
day.
que voy a
But I know it will
ahora
give me
a
some sort of
decir no va a
peace
cambiar
and help
absolutamente
continue to
nada.
heal. The Waukesha Christmas Parade was an event that both
El
of my
desfile de
daughters have been
Navidad era un
involved in for
evento.
many years with their dance team. This year, on the day of the parade, it was very cold and windy, so
Este
instead of
año
walking
fue
alongside the
el evento
dancers,
donde
I
había
decided
mucho
to take them
frío
in
y
the
estaba
role.
mucho viento.
I volunteered to sit in the bed of the pickup truck that was leading our dance team.
Estaba
I was
yo de
kind of a
voluntaria
volunteer
como
bucket
en una
kid.
camioneta
I had the
donde
best view of my daughter the entire time. She was in the front row, dancing
mi,
her heart out
mi,
and doing what
mi
she
hija
loved
estaba en
most.
la parte principal de la
In one
fila.
split second, all of that happiness ended. Through the parade route at an incredibly high speed, I saw your pickup truck approaching
Sí,
the girls. At that moment,
les
no
voy a
little
enseñar un video
scream could be
mientras
heard
es que estaba viendo algo
because of the
que les voy a
music playing
enseñar.
in the background. The dancers did not see you coming, but I did. It was horrifying. These girls that I have become so close with, flying through the air, losing their shoes, their hats, and their gloves. A sight I will never be able to forget.
Hay
This is a
cosas.
vision that will haunt me for the rest of my life. I jumped out of the pickup truck so fast, not knowing where my daughter's body had landed. Once I was able to locate her body, I took one look at her and I thought she was dead.
Permítanme.
She was not moving. She had blood coming from her head, her ears,
Dice que tenía, no se podía mover,
her arms and legs.
tenía por
She was
todas
not
partes.
awake or responding. I was unable to keep my composure. With my shaking hands and through my tears, I somehow managed to call my husband. He had stayed home
Les voy a
with our
enseñar un
youngest
video
daughter,
mientras
who
estamos
was
escuchando
homesick.
esto.
If she had not been ill that day, she would have been dancing alongside her sister. I tried to explain to my husband what had happened, but
Les voy a
honestly, I
enseñar
don't
una
remember
cosa,
much after that.
permítanme.
Able to
Era
because she needed
proteger a mi
medical
hija.
attention. All of the injured girls from our team
Todas las
were
niñas
being
que salieron
triaged right
lastimadas de
there in
nuestro
the middle of
team,
the street.
es cuando lo están
I remember
arrestando, ahí es
screaming
donde
out
lo
loud,
arrestan.
asking what was
En
taking
su
so
casa, o
long
sea,
for her
todavía se
ambulance to arrive.
escapó, todavía huyó de la escena del
But during that moment,
y se fue a meter a su casa y ahí en su casa lo agarraron.
in slow motion. Samantha was taken to
Saman-
Waukesha Memorial in the first ambulance that was able to get to us. She was later transferred to Children's Hospital because doctors realized that was the best place for her to be.
La mandaron al hospital de niños
She was
porque los
overwhelming
doctores
with
pensaron que era lo
motivations
mejor para ella.
From your reckless and thoughtless behavior,
por su
needed more space for other hurt individuals.
dice que pues su comportamiento ha sido de lo
The other
peorcito.
people that you carelessly hit. Thankfully, I was able to ride in the ambulance both times with my daughter.
Dice, gracias a Dios, tuve la oportunidad de estar con mi hija 2 veces y llevarla al hospital de niños para evaluar qué era lo que podíamos hacer con ella. Ella inmediatamente necesitó una cirugía.
Brain swelling. When she came back from her emergency surgery, I lost it. She was intubated in a medically induced coma.
Y la inducieron al coma.
I just wanted to talk to her.
Solamente
Talk to me so badly. I wanted to hear her voice and know that she was
quería
okay.
escucharla.
I would have done anything.
En ese momento yo hubiera sido capaz de cualquier cosa
Take her pain away.
y quitar su dolor. Señor Brooks,
How could you possibly do this to someone?
¿cómo posiblemente usted le pudo haber hecho esto a alguien? Quiero que me escuche.
Acute respiratory failure, bradycardia.
¿Ya vieron cómo se lo llevaron?
Multiple skull fractures. 5 fractures in different areas.
Diferentes fracturas.
Including the mastoid bone behind her ear.
Bueno, ya eso es para que vieran.
Hold her eye into place. That they did not know what the outcome of her injuries would
Que
be.
ella iba a tener muchas...
They would not give us any false hope.
No nos iba a dar ninguna falsa esperanza.
They did not know if she would survive.
Él nos dijo que no creía que ella fuera a
My
sobrevivir.
husband and I did not know what the rest of her life would look like.
Mi esposo y yo no
Would
teníamos
she be
ni
able to
idea
walk?
cómo iba a
Would
ser
she
su
be able to
siguiente
talk?
vida.
We had no idea what the future would hold for
No
Samantha.
teníamos idea lo que el futuro
Our
iba
daughter
a
was in
hacer
a coma for
para
2
ella.
weeks in the critical intensive care unit at Children's Hospital. They needed to make sure that her brain was healing properly. Those were the hardest 2 weeks of my life.
Esas han sido las 2 más horribles semanas de mi vida.
Of every day, watching her body temperatures, her brain pressures, and the clock. We spent Thanksgiving at Children's
Pasamos
Hospital, trying to find as much
Día de
time to
Gracias
spend
en el
with her
hospital de
youngest daughter, who was
niños.
not allowed to see her sister because of COVID restrictions.
Ella no estaba permitida ver a su hermano
Weeks
por
later,
las
once medical
restricciones de los COVID.
Personnel believed it was safe, she was slowly taken off her sedation meds. That was when her battle took a turn. Samantha is a fighter, and
Samantha es una guerrera.
she was not about to let you destroy her life.
No era acerca de que tú
Samantha had to learn how to
destruyeras su
swallow
vida.
food. We spent weeks learning how to talk and walk again.
Pasamos semanas
Because of
enseñándole
you,
cómo
Samantha
caminar.
suffered a traumatic brain injury.
Ella tiene
She was unable to live a 14-year-old teenager's life. We struggle not knowing if or when she will have another seizure. Because of you,
porque
my
usted-
daughter had her most beautiful hair shaved off.
Y porque usted, mi hija,
After
tenía
spending
el
22
cabello
days
más bonito, la
in
tuvimos que
Children's
rapar.
Hospital, she was finally discharged.
Finalmente,
Finally being
ella
home
fue
with both my
removida del
children
hospital de
was
niños.
Far better than Christmas morning. Even though it's almost been a year since this tragedy,
Ha
it's
sido
still so
casi un año
painful
de
to
esta
see her
tragedia.
struggling with some everyday life experiences. I consider Samantha a gift.
Yo
Based
considero
on
que
the injuries
Samantha
she
es un
sustained
regalo.
from being hit by her vehicle,
Haber
she
sido
should have
golpeada
died
por
that
su
day.
vehículo. Ella debió de haber muerto ese día,
but she didn't.
pero no lo
And
hizo.
for that, I am so grateful.
Por eso estoy muy
My heart
agradecida.
goes out to those families who were
Mi
not
corazón
as fortunate.
está con esas
Since
familias.
the first day you appeared in this courtroom,
Desde
you
el
have
primer
done-
día que usted
you have
apareció en
done
esta
nothing but
corte,
make a mockery of this trial.
no ha hecho
I
absolutamente
sat here
nada.
every day
Me siento aquí todos los
listening to
días
you act like this was just a game and showing no remorse for
y
what you did.
enseñando cero
I have no
remordimientos.
forgiveness in my heart for you.
No tengo ningún tipo de remordimiento en mi corazón para usted.
You said as a father it hurt because you could not hold your babies.
Dice que
But yet
usted
you run over
como
my
padre le
child
duele porque no
like
puede
she
usted
didn't mean
abrazar a
anything.
sus hijos.
What kind of father does that?
¿Qué calidad de padre hace lo que usted hizo?
Because of you,
Porque
our lives have
usted,
been changed forever.
nuestra vida ha
Whatever
cambiado.
pain you may encounter in prison
Cualquier
will
problema
only
que
be a
usted tenga en
fraction of
prisión,
what Samantha endured after this tragedy. Judge,
su
we ask
señoría,
that you give Mr. Brooks the maximum
le
sentence
pedimos
for
que por
each
favor le
count
dé al señor Brooks
without
la
the chance of
sentencia
parole.
máxima.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
7 horas 45 minutos. Chicas, ayúdenme a compartir el canal para que más personas, si es que quieren y pueden, se conecten a este juicio que ya está por terminar. Le van a dar sentencia de por vida a este muchacho que pues nada más no ha cambiado absolutamente en nada su actitud. Ayúdenme a compartir, regálenme sus likes también, si son tan amables. Se los agradezco infinitamente. Ha sido un juicio demasiado largo. Hicieron una pausa como por 2 semanas.
Hi. I left my pictures in the hallway. Can you grab my pictures?
Están hablando los testigos, los familiares, las personas que fueron lastimadas. Ay, perdón, señoras y señores. Necesito otro cafecito.
Yeah, one at a time. There's just 2.
Van a hablar 2 personas.
Okay, sorry. I'm nervous. I forgot that I'm in the hallway. This is our daughter, Olivia. She
Ella
is the
es,
baby of our family.
ella es su hija Olivia, la bebé de la familia.
On November 21st, 2021.
El noviembre 21 del
At that
2021,
time, she
en
was
ese
an
momento,
innocent 8-year-old
ella era
who
una
was
inocente
excited
niña de 8
to
años.
get to perform in the parade with her best friend and her teammates, and it was something she looked forward to every year. My mother-in-law and myself and I also join her every year and hand out candy, and it's something that's become I guess a tradition that
Y pues que estaban repartiendo dulces como una tradición
by Darrel Brooks.
y que todo eso
Because
fue
of his
removido.
selfless, just ability to
¿Hay
have-
alguien de aquí que
Please
esté en
don't
el
do that.
chat
It's so
que no
disrespectful.
entienda
I've watched
inglés,
all
que
that
no
on
hable?
TV,
¿Quién
and
dijo
I've
yo? Levante la
watched you
mano.
mock all
¿Quién
of
en
the
el chat
victims
no entiende
all
nada,
day.
nada de inglés?
You roll your eyes and you make faces.
Dice usted,
If this was your 8-year-old daughter that
usted
someone else hit,
rola sus
you would
ojos
have
y hace
been
caras.
beside
Ella no era
yourself if
su
someone
hija.
made those faces.
¿Cómo puede usted hacer
And you want people to
esas
have
caras?
forgiveness for you and your
Usted quiere
child?
que la gente
You're
tenga,
insane.
que tenga
I hope
que tenga
that the
perdón y
judge
compasión por
puts
usted y por
the
sus niños.
most
Usted es
amount
insane.
of years on your sentence, and I hope that you live in hell for
Yo
the rest of
espero y
your
deseo
life
que
for
usted
what you
viva
have done
en
to
el
all of these
infierno.
victims.
Todas las víctimas.
Do you realize after you hit me and my
Usted,
mother-in-law,
después de
I
que usted
spent
nos golpeó a mí y a mi
5 minutes
cuñada,
walking around looking for my daughter on
pasé
the
5
crowd?
minutos en un crowd, en una
looking for
multitud
her
buscando a mi hija.
Little girls that were keeled up in little
Y
fetal
vi a
positions
muchas
because
niñas
you
que
had
estaban
ran
ahí,
them
que
over.
se habían ido.
You hit them with 3,300 pounds.
Usted las golpeó con
And you don't
33
care.
kilos. No,
Right
300
before you hit me,
kilos.
I turned around and I looked at you.
Yo
I didn't see
volteé
your
y lo
car.
volví.
I saw the
Yo
look
vi
in your
usted, yo te
eyes.
vi a usted,
You
yo te
knew
vi a ti, yo te
exactly
vi tu
what you were
carro.
doing.
Yo
You knew
sabía
exactly
exacto
what
lo
you
que
wanted to
acabas
do.
de hacer. Vi lo que
And that was
hiciste.
because you are a narcissistic
Y eso es porque
piece
tú
of
eres un
shit
narcisista,
that thinks you can get away
pedazo
with
de
everything.
pi.
And you are not going to ever get away with
Y
anything
tú
ever
nunca te vas
again.
a ir.
You did what you wanted to do.
Usted,
which was
tú
instill
hiciste lo que
fear
quisiste
and
hacer.
horror in all of these children that are involved.
Y todos estos niños que están aquí
You're a
involucrados,
child killer,
eres un matador de
a
niños
woman killer.
y de niñas.
I cannot wait until somebody inflicts that harm on you.
Yo no puedo esperar hasta que alguien te ponga un martillazo en la cabeza.
I'm done.
Ya terminé.
I'm sorry.
Lo siento.
I'm done. That's Olivia, and the next one is my daughter in the
La
hospital room,
siguiente es mi hija en
where
el
I sat
hospital,
next to her
donde yo
for
estaba
5
sentada
days,
cerca
where
de
she
ella
didn't
por
move.
durante 5 días. Ella no podía
My
moverse.
daughter who was in the ICU for 5 days.
Estuvo ahí 5 días.
And in children's for an additional 9 more in the critical care unit because of her brain injuries that you caused to her.
Porque las heridas en su cabecita que tú le hiciste. Y hasta la fecha sigue ella
I was
lidiando con
late
ella.
because I couldn't leave her because she didn't want me to leave because of her separation anxiety that you caused.
Y usted causó una separación, una ansiedad de separación,
You
de
should not
dependencia.
be allowed to be a father to your children. I'm
Usted
so
no,
glad
no
that you are
debería
being
de ser,
kept from them.
yo no sé por qué
The
usted
shit
es
you would
padre
teach
de
them
unos niños.
would make them as evil and miserable
Usted
as a
los va a
person
hacer
that you are.
así de diabólicos y de miserables como ustedes. Ceci dice que ella no entiende nada de inglés. Lo que pasa es de que hay palabras que no se pueden decir también en el internet, palabras fuertes que están diciendo, entonces
I believe that concludes the statements, Your Honor.
The operates 4:56. Do you want to make your statements yet?
8 horas, muchachas, 8 horas. ¿Quién ha estado aquí conmigo las 8 horas?
How many?
About 15, I would say.
I'd like to have you conclude tonight. I just want to take just a short break before we do that.
Van a tomar otro break, pero dice que primero quiere concluir esto.
And then we'll be back in about 5-10 minutes.
Y vamos a regresar en 5 o 10 minutos, más o menos. Vamos a tomar unos breaks, muchachos. Vamos por un break. Ahorita regresamos.
Back on the record then, and Attorney Opper, you may provide the court with your sentencing recommendation.
Thank you, Judge. Obviously, I'm very grateful to the court for its patience in listening to all of these victims here today. It was very, very important that you hear from them directly, and the stories that they shared with you, really very personal and very compelling as to the impact that this crime had on so many people on so many levels. The focus of my comments, Your Honor, will briefly speak as to Darrel Brooks and his prior history, because I think it's important there's a record of that.
Dice
I
que,
don't intend to spend a lot of time.
dice que, no que están buscando tratar de que no se haga esto muy largo, pero son los mensajes más importantes que se tenían que mostrar en esta corte.
I will tell the court as to Mr. Brooks'
Le voy a
prior
decir a la
record.
corte,
The court is aware from the bail jumping charges he's pending on several felony counts in Milwaukee County. 21 CF 5020. He's charged with intimidation of a victim, that being Erica Patterson, and felony bail jumping with an offense date of November 8, 2021. He's pending on case number 21 CF 4596 with an offense date of November 2 of 2021. Charged there with resisting, obstructing, felony bail jumping, second-degree recklessly endangering safety, domestic battery, and domestic DC. That is the case where he is alleged to have struck Erica Patterson in the face with a closed fist after an argument, and then as she was walking away, intentionally ran her over with the same 2010 Ford Escape that he used in this attack. When the police went to his mother's home and found him there, he was in the Ford as they approached. He got out and tried to run into the house.
¿se acuerdan que les puse ahorita el video? Ahorita están hablando de eso, del video cuando lo fueron a arrestar, que lo fueron a encontrar en casa de su mamá. Y él dijo que él no estaba manejando la camioneta. Él fue, o sea, le dieron libertad por $1,000 de fianza.
20 CF 2550. The charges are 2 counts of second-degree recklessly.
Y ya después
Reckless use of a weapon.
los
Felon in possession of a firearm.
Los cargos fueron posesión de...
July 24, 2020.
Tenía cargos anteriores y también fue dejado en libertad. Y otra alegación fue que se había peleado con su sobrino.
The vehicle was occupied by one other person, and therefore he was charged with 2 counts.
El vehículo estaba ocupado también por otra persona.
A loaded Beretta 9mm handgun was located just a few feet away from him. That handgun had previously been reported stolen. I believe he has court on those files later this week.
Él tenía pues esos dos.
As far as convictions are concerned, there's a 2012 conviction from May 15th, 2012, resisting obstructing misdemeanor in Milwaukee County, sentenced to 37 days jail consecutive to any other sentence. 4/23 of 2012, there were 2 files disposed of in Milwaukee County.
¿Le sigue leyendo los cargos que él ha tenido? Posesión de sustancias estupefacientes.
There was another file for felony possession of THC as a second or subsequent offense. He was also sentenced to 180 days in the House of Correction for that file. Felony possession of THC.
Felony es una sustancia.
On April 30, 2010, he was convicted in Wood County of strangulation/suffocation.
Strangulation.
With other charges for battery and criminal damage to property dismissed and read in. There was a withheld sentence for 3 years probation. Ultimately, it was revoked in 2011.
3 años de
And he was
probación.
sentenced to serve 11 months jail. 2009 conviction from Manitowoc County for misdemeanor obstructing, sentenced to 2 days jail, time served. 2005 conviction.
Imagínense si lo hubieran dejado encerrado, le están sacando ahora sí todo su historial de dónde estuvo, cuándo estuvo, por qué lo dejaron, por qué pagó fianza. Pero si lo hubieran dejado adentro, imagínense todo lo que se hubieran ahorrado.
2003 conviction in Milwaukee County.
Tiene demasiados cargos.
20 days in the House of Correction. 2002 conviction, Milwaukee County, felony possession of THC.
Demasiados
second or
días.
subsequent offense, 50 days in the House of Correction. 2000, convicted of substantial battery, party to a crime. Sentenced to prison, withheld, and 3 years probation imposed, along with 6 months of condition time. That probation was ultimately revoked and he was sentenced to prison. That's his record from the state of Wisconsin.
El
He has a
récord
record from the state of Nevada.
de Wisconsin, de
June of
Nevada.
2016, he was charged with a sex offender registry violation. Failed to appear in court on that offense, and there is currently an outstanding warrant for his arrest active in the state of Nevada. 2007, he pled guilty to statutory sexual seduction as a felony. A suspended sentence was ordered for 36 months.
No, pues
probation.
toda una fichita, ¿eh?
That's what led to the sex offender registry requirement, which he is currently not compliant with. In December of 2006, there were 2 files disposed of in Nevada. One was domestic battery as a misdemeanor. He received a suspended sentence. And the other, he was found guilty at trial of obstructing misdemeanor and sentenced to jail. In the state of Georgia, he has
Demasiado en Nevada, en
conviction
Georgia, en
from May
Wisconsin.
of 2021. I'm sorry, not a conviction, an arrest from May of 2021 for misdemeanor battery, domestic violence. The disposition of that case is unknown. And of course, there's paternity action that was pending here in Waukesha County that had been a warrant or capias had been issued for him on at least 8 occasions during the life of that file. That's a 2003 case. He was sentenced to jail on several occasions for failing to pay child support.
O sea, ni siquiera mantiene a sus hijos. Ha estado también por child support.
Those Huber privileges revoked in 2009. Most recently, there was a warrant issued in August of 2021.
Qué impresión.
And Judge Maxwell signed an order to lift a stay of a 120-day jail sentence. That is the extent of his criminal history.
Esa es su extensa. Está en buró de crédito, también está en buró de crédito. Ah, te entendí, buró de crédito, burló la ley bastante.
He is someone who has repeatedly, continuously disobeyed law enforcement based on the resisting, obstructing type charges. There's multiple counts of bail jumping, disregarding court orders, disrespecting court orders. There's multiple acts of violence. There's weapons violations. This man has a history and a pattern of engaging in violent, dangerous behavior in the community. And it was no different on November 21 of 2021. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the attack.
Dice que no va a pasar mucho tiempo hablando del ataque.
That
Del,
somebody mentioned.
como ya
Nothing wrong with the parade.
nada, no hay
The parade
nada malo en
was
en
good.
el desfile.
The
Eso era
parade
bueno.
was the embodiment of a community.
Eso era una manera
That's
de
what you expect to see
unir
at
a la
parade,
comunidad,
children,
pasar tiempo con tus
parade,
niños en un
families,
desfile,
people
familias
from all over the area
que
coming
vinieron de
together
todas
for a
partes para
joyful,
estar ahí
happy
presentes
event.
en un evento.
The parade will continue.
El
It will
desfile
kick
va a
off again in a
continuar
few short weeks. And I hope and pray
y yo rezo y
there's
quiero
joy and laughter and kids in the street collecting candy. That's what it should be.
que los niños disfruten y
So,
colecten
I'm not
dulces.
gonna
Para
refer to
eso
this
fue
case as
hecho.
the parade. I'm going to refer to it as what it was, an attack. And the facts are very clear, Your Honor. Very few of the victims who were struck had any idea this car was barreling down on them. It's an act of a coward.
Esto es un acto de un
They had
cobarde.
no way to know it was coming.
Nadie sabía lo que iba a pasar.
And he mowed over them and ran them over
Y él
without any ability to defend themselves.
Él se paró
What
encima
is
de ellos
so
sin la
offensive
habilidad ni
about this
siquiera
conduct, Your Honor, is
de poderse
obviously the
defender.
violent nature of it. But even more so, the defendant's conduct and behavior in this court, his complete lack of regard for the decorum of the court, the respect of the court. And I don't mean you personally, of course, you deserve that as well, but I mean for the sanctity of the court, the courtroom,
El
the process that we as Americans respect and treasure. And
Dice, nosotros como americanos debemos de respetar nuestros tesoros.
can't engage in the most civil behavior as being quiet when another person speaks. Many, many people came into this courtroom over the course of the trial and the proceedings. Every one of them was able to sit and obey the court's order.
Dice, muchos de aquí que venimos y estuvimos en esta corte presente, fuimos capaces de escuchar y de obedecer las indicaciones y de estar callados, porque teníamos que hacerlo.
Except Darrel Brooks.
Pero todos lo aceptamos menos
I
Darrel
think he was
Brooks.
able to do it. I just don't think he wanted to. I
Él
just think this is all
él
part
puede
of
hacerlo,
his
pero simplemente no lo quiere
charade.
hacer.
This referring to himself in the third person,
Refiriéndose a él como una
distracted
tercera
or
persona
detract himself, I should say, from the events, taking
por los
absolutely no responsibility.
eventos, no tomando
It's an
absolutamente
act of
ningún tipo de
narcissistic
responsabilidad
power.
en sus
Those words
actos.
have been used here today, and nothing could be further from the truth. He is a coward.
Él
He
es un
ran like a
cobarde
scared little chicken
que
from
como
his
niño,
parade,
como gallina se fue a
trying to
esconder,
slither away in the dark of night,
tratando de
but only to
escaparse
stop
durante la
long enough to
noche,
try and take advantage of good citizens that would help
tratando
him.
de tomar ventaja de buenos
He
ciudadanos.
calls and lies to his mom.
Y se
right?
fue a ir a
Get me
esconder
an
a las
Uber.
faldas de su mamá.
I can't get into it. He lies to the officers.
Él les
repeatedly.
mintió a los oficiales diciendo que él no había manejado esa
We
camioneta.
saw the time of his arrest. We heard the testimony.
Ustedes
from Daniel
vieron,
Ryder,
nosotros
a
fuimos
good
testigos
man
de su arresto,
with good intentions and a good heart,
con buenas
who took this
intenciones o con buen
murderer into
corazón.
his home and held him there long enough for the police to come and take him away without any knowledge whatsoever of what had gone on. He takes advantage of everyone.
Él
He's
toma
extremely
ventaja de
manipulative,
todas, es extremadamente
absolutely
manipulador,
thinks he's in control of everything.
quiere estar en
When
control
in
de
fact, as he
todo.
sits here in custody, he's in control of nothing.
Sigue aún estando
Except for
aquí
his
en
own
custodia,
behavior.
él no tiene control de nada.
Except
I'm
for
not
his
gonna sit here and be disrespected.
Mr. Brooks, be quiet.
I'm not
Señor,
gonna
You'll
sit
have
here
your
and be
opportunity.
disrespected.
Cállese, le
These
dice
are
la jueza.
sentencing arguments and they can make them.
Dice, por
So I can
favor,
do the same thing?
dice, ¿puedo yo también decir las mismas
There's
cosas?
nothing disrespectful. They're doing it in
Yes,
a
it is.
respectful
Okay,
way.
call me out of my name again.
Go ahead, Attorney Hopper.
Judge, these are the facts. You heard from so many of these parents.
Usted
and
escuchó
so many
de
of the people
diferentes
that were
padres
there
aquí.
of that fight or flight, right? that
Fight or
kicked in.
flight.
He ran.
Él
He
corrió.
fled. He tried to protect his own self.
Él
That's it.
trató de protegerse él mismo.
That's all he did.
Eso fue todo lo único que hizo.
Everybody else sprang into action.
Todo mundo
Whether that
todos
action
los demás
was
estuvieron en
to
acción.
immediately account for their behavior, for their family, and get them out of there to safety, whether it was good Samaritans and Judge.
Sean buenos samaritanos o no.
A video clip that I was perhaps going to show to you. You've seen a lot of this during the trial, but it comes from the clip that I showed during my closing argument. Near the end of the parade route where the Catholic community had been struck.
Perdón, se me prendió esto.
That person that took that video walked down.
Dice esa persona que tomó el video donde hay algunas imágenes. Pero yo también lo encuentro que es demasiado doloroso. Una de las cosas es cuando vimos ese video es
sprung into action to save somebody else. There's a particular moment where there's a person on the ground fervently performing CPR on a victim in amongst a pool of blood without any regard for themselves.
Dice, había una escena muy difícil donde estaba una persona bañada de esa y estaba una persona dándole resucitación.
Of the good that came out. So many people talked this afternoon about good versus evil, and I definitely believe that's what this case was about.
Dice, muchas personas hablaron esta tarde acerca de que lo bueno y contra el demonio, y creo que sí.
The community is good. The people are good.
I think it'd be
The
best for me to
victims
just
Las
are good.
víctimas,
Mr. Brooks, I'm talking.
Señor, estoy
I don't care
hablando.
about you talking.
I
Dicen,
don't care what you care about.
I know you don't.
Sit down and be quiet.
Nah.
Everybody has told
dice,
you.
cállese.
Stop it.
See, you got it all wrong. It's
Judge.
Dice, lo tiene usted todo.
Has spoken.
Dice, la
This
comunidad
jury
ha hablado,
returned a
señora
verdict
jueza,
in 2 hours.
en 2
That's
horas.
how open and shut this case was. Everybody saw it. Everybody but Darrel Brooks.
Todo el mundo lo vio, pero él no.
This jury deserves to be commended for their conduct, their patience, their service.
Mr. Brooks,
I asked to go to the other courtroom.
I'm not
so we
sending you
wouldn't
there.
have- so we wouldn't have to
it's
go.
not, that is not a place you get to request to go to. It's
So
when
I-
you disrupt the proceedings. She's
I'm not
almost
trying to disrupt
done.
the proceedings. I'm trying to go to the other courtroom
No.
so she can finish saying the
Oh, wait.
BS she gotta say.
I wanted to share something with you, Judge. This is something that came in on December 5th, 2021. An anonymous letter came, well, it's not anonymous,
Una-
it's signed, but it's from a person we don't know.
Dice, bueno, llegó una carta
From another state.
de otro estado,
State of Kansas.
el
December
estado de
5th,
Kansas.
2021. This person took time out of her day to
Esta
write a
persona
card.
se tomó tiempo para
It's
escribir
addressed to the
esto.
Waukesha community, and it was sent to our office. And she wrote, "We have been praying for the healing of your
Hemos estado
community.
rezando
Please know
por favor
that
sepan
there are people who care deeply
que hay personas
all over this nation."
que nos importa alrededor de
That's the
toda
kind
esta
of message
nación.
Darrel Brooks needs to hear.
Dice, este es el tipo de mensajes que el
I
señor
know
Brooks necesita
during the
escuchar.
trial, there was a lot of cards, a lot of messages received
Porque
in my
sabemos que
office.
durante
and in your
juicio
office.
vimos demasiados mensajes, demasiadas
Good,
cartas.
Hardworking, decent people. that
Dice,
respect
gente
the
buena,
law,
decente,
that
trabajadora,
respect human life, that respect their neighbors,
que son,
that would
que
take the
respetan la
time
vida de los demás,
to
respetan
comment
el
and
tiempo,
say, "Good job.
que digan
We
buen
support
trabajo.
you. We are with you."
Estamos
And
con
you
ustedes.
saw that strength behind me all day. Those young kids, children.
Pero usted vio
coming up.
esos niños atrás de mí,
Your Honor,
su
I'll say
señoría.
this.
Le voy a decir esto.
God is good. There's been a lot of talk
Dios
about
es bueno.
God. There's been a lot of talk about religion. Darrel Brooks brought the Bible into
Porque
this courtroom. These children
estos niños
are remarkable
are
for their strength,
remarcables
healing,
por su
healing.
físico,
We haven't met
por
these
su
kids
sanación
before.
física,
We've never met
mental.
'em. We met them today for the first time.
Los
You would
conocimos hoy.
never know the serious injuries that they suffered.
Dice,
as a
las
result of
verdaderas
Darrel
heridas por
Brooks
las que ellos
by
están.
looking at them. Of
Es nada
course,
más
there's much
por
need to
verlos
be
a
done.
ellos, solo al
But
verlos.
isn't it remarkable that in a year's time, look how far
Pero vean,
we
en
have
un
come
año,
as a
qué tan
community.
lejos hemos
Look how
llegado.
far these families have come.
Vean,
These
estamos a un
families,
año
these
y vean
victims that
cuánto
stood up and
tiempo.
pointed to Darrel Brooks and said, "You will not beat me. You will not knock me down." That's what we need to move forward
Dice,
with
eso es lo que tenemos que hacer para
as a
movernos
community. Your
como
Honor.
comunidad. Su señoría.
His behavior is done. We're done with
Su
him.
comportamiento
He's
es
forfeited his right to be in this
totalmente
courtroom. He's
infantil,
forfeited his right to
tonto.
be in our community, period. There is not one thing that mitigates this sentence, not one. He deserves the absolute maximum sentence on
Él
all
se
counts
merece la
consecutive.
máxima pena.
Look, Judge,
Dice
you
Luque,
saw the videos.
¿quién vio los videos?
This wasn't him plowing in
Eso no
to
fue
one
él.
large group of 50 people at one point in time and hitting them.
Eso no él lo
It
hizo
was
con un...
linear. He hit one,
Él,
kept going. Hit
él,
two,
él
kept
golpeó a
going.
uno
Hit
y
three,
siguió,
kept going.
siguió
All the
golpeando a
way
uno,
down the
golpeando a
street.
otro y continuó manejando.
That's consecutive sentences, Your
Eso
Honor.
es
That's intentional, willful,
consecutivamente
volitional
sentencias.
conduct that warrants consecutive sentences stacked one on top of the other, just as he stacked victims up as he drove down the road in complete disregard for any other person whatsoever. We kept the kids out of the courtroom in the trial, Judge, but boy,
Dice, teníamos que tener a los niños fuera de aquí del juicio, su señoría, pero
this isn't just, you know, victim GG.
esto no
This
es
is a
acerca de una
child
víctima,
that you
son niños.
willfully ran over with a 3,000-pound vehicle, as so many people so adeptly observed. Police officers, first responders, the medical professionals. It's kind of weird, Judge, because we're coming up on the anniversary, of course.
Y esto es difícil porque estamos en el cerca del primer aniversario.
Is the weekend that a lot of people pay attention to on the calendar because
Es una fecha en la que la gente pone demasiada atención en el calendario.
families going out starting their Christmas activities.
Muchas familias salen a celebrar su fin de semana.
On its own, it's not a holiday, it's not really a known day.
No es realmente un holiday,
that first weekend before Thanksgiving and what it brings.
pero es un fin de semana antes de Thanksgiving y
spending time with family, getting together, and here
pasar tiempo con la familia.
Of this attack at the hands of Darrel Brooks. But we're going to have an ability to move on from that.
Pero vamos a tener la habilidad de movernos.
As a community, Your Honor, to do
Y como comunidad, su señoría,
that's definitely
es definitivamente
everyone
todos
that responded to this incident,
que respondieron en este incidente,
the medical personnel that got
el
paged
personal
in on
médico,
Sunday night, when
ese
we're all
domingo en la
hunkered down,
noche.
Packers had played, it's cold, it's dark.
Estaba frío, estaba
And they
oscuro.
all had to spring into action and respond. And there were law enforcement from all over southeastern Wisconsin, fire department, EMTs.
El departamento de bomberos.
No one paused, no one hesitated.
Nadie se detuvo por un segundo. Ellos no pudieron.
And I think that's something that our families,
Y
our
creo que
community
eso
can
es
build on
algo
as
que
well,
nuestras
Your Honor,
familias,
to
nuestra
say,
comunidad,
evil is easily overcome here. Darrel Brooks deserved to be locked up for the rest of his life.
Darrel merece ser encerrado por el resto de su vida.
I ask you to consider, I'm not going to go into it, but
Yo le pido que considere,
file the other acts evidence,
que reflexione por las
language in
otras
that other acts
evidencias,
evidence, the intimidation of the
las
victim.
intimidaciones que
It
le
played
quisieron
out
hacer a las
repeatedly in
víctimas.
this courtroom. He tried to intimidate you,
Él
he
trató
tried
de
to
intimidar a las
intimidate me, he
víctimas
tried to
aquí,
intimidate the witnesses.
a los
He tries and tries
a
and
los
tries, but he
testigos.
fails.
Él trató.
He's not the strongest person in the courtroom. He's the weakest person in the courtroom.
Él no es el
Morally
más fuerte
bankrupt.
de aquí, él es el
That's what he
más...
is. His character is void. I asked Attorney Basie, what's the word I can use for low character? And then we came up with the fact he really has no character. It's one of the factors the court needs to consider. Protection of the public, severity of the crime, they all weigh heavily in a stacked sentence, Your Honor, consecutive maximum across the board. Every one of these victims deserves that.
Cada uno de estos
I don't know how to
víctimas
look at any of these
merece
victims and say,
algo.
well, he got concurrent time on your case because your pain and suffering wasn't quite as bad as the guy before you or the girl before you. They all deserve that sentence that speaks to their count. The restitution, Your Honor, I
La
filed
restitución, su
paperwork,
señoría.
seeking restitution in the dollar amounts from my letter that we reviewed this morning. I'm asking under 97320 sub 11 sub F that you enter an order that the Department of Corrections shall keep 50% of any wages Mr. Brooks may earn in prison and any monies that may be paid on his books or canteen account, and direct those monies to be paid directly towards restitution. He should not be able to work or receive canteen without paying down that restitution. I also included in my letter the request that should any monies ever be paid by contract to Mr. Brooks, that he should attempt to benefit financially from these crimes, that those monies would be placed into an escrow account maintained by the Department of Justice.
Se les van a dar dinero también. ¿Pero de dónde sale ese dinero? Pregúntame.
The restitution in this case is ridiculously low when you consider it. And that's, again, because of the generosity of good people all over the world that contributed to a community fund, and other individuals who generously donated to help these families pay.
Que son donaciones entonces de las personas que han estado donando.
Imagine you heard these mothers describing what
No
their
dice
children
que
have gone
él.
through. Can you imagine the medical bills on these?
Dice, ¿se imagina las cuentas de los médicos en esto? Y tienen que pagar. Dice, él no puede hacer dinero por su crimen. No, no puede.
You didn't hear from all the victims. Certainly, there were some that just cannot bring themselves to this court.
Ah, o sea, si Netflix quiere hacer una serie o algo así, le pueden pagar.
We ask you to keep them in mind as well, especially the Bill Hospital family.
Gracias,
Bill
Alex.
was, walking in support of his wife's team and trying to be in a supportive role, as he had done on many other occasions, and lost his life for that simple action, that simple act of good that he participated in. There were some groups that are not represented here today.
Dice que hay unos grupos que no estuvieron ahí representándolos.
Aware of what some of them went through, that maybe
Que él no puede hacer dinero, el todo sería la corte.
addressed here today, but I just ask you to keep in mind that we certainly presented a wide array of victims to you, but not everyone. And then certainly, as I mentioned at the outset, the community as a whole absolutely demands justice for these victims, these families.
Ay, perdón.
For the community itself. That Darrel Brooks has no redeeming value, Your Honor.
Darrel Brooks no tiene ningún tipo de valor.
Thank you. Mr. Brooks, as far as I can tell from the correspondence from your mom and from you, I believe there may be closer to 3 individuals plus yourself who wish to speak at sentencing. Since we lost an hour or so today,
Dice, como hemos perdido una hora hoy,
I still was thinking about starting at noon.
estaba mañana esperando, empezar a mediodía,
The Zoom shortly before that.
hacer un Zoom antes de eso.
Has been provided to your mother, and I believe she will provide
El
it to
Zoom
the
va a
other
ser proveído
individuals
para
on
su
your
mamá
list who wish to attend and make a statement on your behalf.
y hacer algún
So
statement
right at
en su lado.
noon, we will
Mañana
start
a
that
mediodía
process.
vamos a empezar este proceso.
Typically,
Típicamente,
I would hear from the individuals on your behalf with you going last, but you tell me if you want it to go a different order.
dígame si usted quiere en diferente orden.
All right, and then I'll hear from you. I may take a short break before I come back out, or even a longer break, depending on the timing of everything tomorrow, to
Dice, dependiendo del tiempo de mañana,
all of the final statements.
lo vamos a hacer.
Obviously, I'll take the overnight to process what I've heard today, in addition to what I've already been doing on my own.
En adición de lo que hemos estado haciendo. Dice, no he visto ningún tipo de...
I don't know if anything came in today during this hearing, but I'll rely on the verbal statements that are made and then yours at the time of sentencing, or prior to the imposing sentencing, okay?
I apologize. It's very emotional and frustrating right now, so
Dice, ha sido muy emocional y frustrante este
I
día.
apologize to you.
Me disculpo con usted y con la corte.
I understand it's frustrating and I understand.
Dice,
It's just
entiendo
very
su
hard to
frustración.
sit and, you know, it's almost like a power. So I still understand that I have to conduct myself.
Dice, yo entiendo que me tengo que conducir con respeto y disculparme. Dice, la disculpa la tiene que hacer usted a las víctimas.
I was just referring to.
All right, anything else from either party before we conclude for this evening from the state?
No, Judge, we'll see you at noon. Thank you.
Mañana nos vemos a mediodía.
All right, you're in recess.
8:30, muchachos. Mañana, muchachas, nos vemos a la mediodía. Gracias a todos los que estuvieron aquí prácticamente escuchando entre on and off este juicio. Mañana esperemos que, mañana es el último día. Mañana de plano ya le van a decir sentencia, que seguramente será forever and ever. Entonces, mañana por aquí nos vemos y al rato no se les olvide conectarse al canal de Alex. Alex, vas a tener live para que la gente sepa y se vaya contigo a las 8, hora de México. Y si pueden, se conectan en la noche conmigo. A las 9 voy a estar aquí en mi canal de YouTube. Síganme, por favor, en mis redes sociales, Pati Limón, T y latina. Y si quieren también en Pati-Limón- en Instagram. Ahí me pueden encontrar. Y también si se quieren suscribir a mi cuenta de Facebook, Pati Limón Facebook, en YouTube, ahí me encuentran. Y también a la de Alex. Alex también tiene una que se llama Alex Limón Oficial en Facebook. Muchísimas gracias. Nos vemos al ratito. Cuídense. Buenas noches. Bye.